ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, welcome to another episode of Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. I am your host, Manager Marty. Glad to have you all with me today. We're going to talk some boxing. We're going to talk about the business of boxing. Got a few things on the agenda today. We're right in the heavyweight division. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Errol Spence Jr. Word on the streets, not streets, but the streets, is that Errol Spence is back in training camp, preparing for this rematch with Terrence Crawford. That's what we're hearing. We're going to talk about that. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. I wonder who brought that up anyway. I wonder, how do we know that's true? Where the source is at? Who said? I just want to know who said. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about the silence of content creators. Yes, we want to talk about their silence. Yes. We're going to talk about all of that today. Now, if you notice, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. I flew the kite out. You know, every now and then I fly the kite out in the beginning of the segments. Yep. You know what that means when I fly the kite out, right? When I fly that kite in the air, y'all know what that means. If you don't know, that means that we want to dialogue about it early. We're not going to wait. We're going to get right into it, and we're not going to wait. So I welcome each and every last one of you. If you are new to the channel, this is your first time joining this channel, watching this channel, watching the live broadcast of this podcast, I want to say thank you for your viewership. Thanks for tuning in. If you have not done so, when you subscribe to the channel, you can click on when we go live and also when I publish pieces of content throughout the week. I've been hearing for the last few months that people have not been receiving any notifications when I go live and or when I publish content. Okay? So if you've already subscribed to the channel, feel free. You can do this right now. You don't have to wait. Click on the bell icon so that you can receive notifications and click on the word all. All right? You can do that right now. When you hear something that you agree with, when you hear something that you like, please click on the thumb. You can do that now as well. Click on that thumb, right? When you click on the thumb, that means that you like the video, you like the content, you agree, you disagree, don't make no difference as long as you like it. What happens is when you like it, the education that we provide on this channel, the entertainment value that we provide on this channel reverberate all across the world, and particularly here on the YouTube streets in the YouTube boxing community. Yes, yes, yes. I know we don't have people engaging in the chat right now, but I do believe I believe that. Okay, we haven't done our Town Watch check-in the last several times we went live. We're going to do it today. Not going to stick on it too long. All right. We need answers. But first, let's do our Town Watch check-in. If you don't know what our Town Watch check-in is, I'm going to explain it to you very briefly. It's something that's very unique to this channel. It makes everyone feel included in all of our discussions and topics that we discuss here on this platform. We may be from different geographical locations all around the world. We may have different opinions. We may have different perspectives, but we share one thing in common, and that is our love for the sport of boxing. All right? So, what our Town Watch check-in is, it's an opportunity for all of us to acknowledge that we do have that one thing in common, that common denominator, which is our love for the sport of boxing. It is fight week. We're going to talk about it today. We're going to talk about Charlo versus Canelo. We're going to talk about that today as well. We're going to talk about it. All right? We got to deal with it. But before we deal with all those topics, we must check in first. See, we got to let the people know we're here. It doesn't matter if you agree with me. Does not matter if you like me. Does not matter if you don't agree with me. It does not matter if you don't like me. What matters is that we share one thing in common, and that is our love for the sport of boxing. So how we do our Town Watch check-in is very simple. In the chat, the moment that I see you engage in the chat by inserting the city, state, country, and or island that you represent by way of where you reside now or where you're from, born and raised. I will acknowledge it in the chat. I will acknowledge it right here, live in living color. If you are watching the replay of this live, I welcome you as well. And you can also participate in this icebreaker, the preliminary stages of our segment called the Town Watch Check-In, by inserting your geographical location in the comment section. And I will acknowledge it because I love feedback. So I'm doing way too much talking. Let me go start it off first like I always do. I'm going to start it off first. And then I'm going to acknowledge those in the chat. I listen, I encourage everybody to participate in this because this is how we get that energy we need to be able to have the air fryer heat up, because you know the air fryer will heat up right after the Town Watch check-in, okay? We just need that energy. And once I see the engagement in the chat with our Town Watch check-in, I'm telling you, it start reverberating. It start reverberating all around the chat, and it start radiating through the phone, radiating through the electronic devices. And then the energy just boom. It just shoot up to the roof. And y'all that are part of the roller tape crew know I'm representing my hometown of Philadelphia, not in the state of Mississippi now. Don't get it twisted or confused. Representing my hometown, the great city of Philadelphia. In the state of Pennsylvania, Philly stand up. By way of my second home, which I always rep, and that is the state of Texas, the DFW area, live in living color. And I got to support my country, America. You already know that. Let's get it popping now. Phoenix in the building. Phoenix, Arizona, 602. 602 is in the house. The heat is on. I see you. Come on, let's check on in. Los Angeles is here. Let's check on in. Who else we got here? Washington, D.C., here today. Who else do we have here? Richmond, California, 510 is in the building. Who else do we have here today? Dallas, Texas is in the building. You know what they say in certain parts of New York. BX or B next. The Bronx, New York, salute is in the building. Who else we got in here? Come on, y'all, let's check on in. Big G, New York is here. I see you. Come on, y'all, let's check on in. We about to get this show started. But I can't start it with low energy. I can't start it with oh man, we're talking about boxing. I can't start the show off like that. No, we don't drag and lag over here. You know, we got people crying, we got some people lying, and we got some other people trying. We don't do no crying over here. We don't do no lying over here, and we don't do no trying over here. But the town watch checking got to be on point first. You know what I'm talking about? I know that's right. Phoenix is back in the building. I see you. Rochester, New York is here. Salute. San Francisco is here in the building. Who else do we have? I need y'all to check on in. Listen, we about to stop the check. We about to stop the check-in real soon. So don't miss it now. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Come on in. DC is in the building. I see you. What's up, Felicia? Haven't seen you in a little bit. Salute. Hampton, Virginia in the building. I see you. Come on, y'all. Let's check on in. Got to check on in. We got to do this thing right. We got to do it right. Got to do it right. Got to start this thing off while we checking in with the first super chat of the day. Right here, right in the check-in. This is y'all starting it off right with the check-in, and y'all starting it off right with the contributions. So the audio and visual quality can be enhanced for your listening pleasure, for your viewing pleasure. Notice I said the word enhanced. You see, when I use that word enhance, it just makes certain people mad for some reason. I don't know why the word enhance, makes people mad. All I'm trying to do with the super chat is enhance my performance to continue to grow the channel. Temple Hills, Maryland is in the building. I see you. New Orleans is in the building. I see you. Oh, yes, Texas is here in the building all over again. Come on, y'all. Let's check on in. So I got to acknowledge the first super chat of the day from my guy, Day One supporter, Many Face Publishing. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Many Face says, roll the tape. You better believe it. You know that's what I'm going to do. I see Greg in the chat as well. Greg, I received your email, my brother. And I'm working on what you talked about in that email. I'm working on it. Right as we speak, Greg, I'm working on it. Yeah, roll the tape. Come on, y'all. Come on in. Thing exponentially. The thing is, when the Town Watch check-in is on point, what happens is it begins to allow each and every one of you in the chat to enhance your performance as well. Oh, yes. We all about enhancements. Yes. We almost done our Town Watch check-in. We don't want to drag this thing out because the viewership is increasing exponentially, but I need one more. Can I get one more check-in? Just one more. Can I get one more? Somebody in the chat, please tell us where you're from so we can acknowledge where you're from or where you're located here in our Town Watch check-in. It doesn't matter. Any city, any state, any island and or country, we acknowledge it right now. Please tell us. This is how we get our energy, y'all. This is one of the ways that we enhance our performance. What up, band up? I see you. Seattle is in the building. Delaware is here. I knew we was going to have somebody from the Midwest here. Detroit in the building. Woo! I see you, Electric. Always a pleasure to see you all the way from Cali, California. Yes, we got the East Coast here. We got the West Coast, Midwest. I need somebody from down south. I didn't see nobody from down south yet. Can I get somebody from down south? We have all other pieces to the puzzle of the American map. Can we get somebody from down south? We have viewership from London, from the Philippines, from Australia. I'm telling y'all, the demographic is real. The analytics is real. Okay? America, of course. Can I get somebody from down south? Is there one person from down south here today? Just one. What I tell you, I knew somebody was here. Georgia, back in the building, I see you. That's what I'm talking about. We have people from all walks of life representing different geographical locations all around the world that view and support this channel and that learn something from this podcast through entertainment and education. I want to tell you right now, I appreciate each and every last one of your viewership. Thank you so much. If you missed it the other day, we had Jeff Mayweather here in a live interview. Very, 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 very humble guy. We had so much fun. Then the day before that, on Friday, I posted that we set our benchmark. Okay. I was so excited about it. If you're just new to the channel and you're just viewing us live and live in color, you might have missed the live broadcast on Friday, but we finally reached our benchmark of gaining 1 million views overall on this channel with under 400 videos published in under a matter of 1 year. 1 million views. So I want to thank each and every last one of you. If you missed the live broadcast on Friday and you're here today, I don't want you to miss out on your flowers. I thank you for your viewership. I really, really appreciate it. If you're watching live or the replay of this live, thank y'all very, very much. Now we got to get on with our show. Yeah, we're here now. Let me say this real quick because I do see that we have a minimum of at least one woman in the chat. I want to say this. If you're watching the replay of this live, ladies, if you're watching me live right now, ladies, let me say this from the bottom of my heart to the depth of my soul. I got to take my glasses off and lower my voice and my tone of my voice. Fellas, step to the side now. You know I do this every segment now. This is not for y'all. This is specifically for the ladies watching me live and live in color. Ladies, I want to say this from the bottom of my heart, seriously, from the depth of my soul. Thank you so much for your support, the contribution that you make with your time, the contribution that you make with your financial resources. Thank you for your viewership. You are a part of the 1 million views that this channel have cracked and reached our benchmark on. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you for engaging in the chat so respectfully, so modestly as you do, so graciously. And I'm talking to you. Don't look around, sweetheart. I'm talking to you. Yes, you. Don't look around now because you're going to miss your blessing. You keep looking around. So I thank you for being with us today. Salute to all the queens. And you know I got to do this every time I go live. I have to just move the fellas out the way and give you your own customized message from Manager Marty to you. So thank you to all the ladies out there. I really appreciate it. Now, fellas, come on back in line. Now let's talk some boxing. I don't even know where I want to start. Where should I start? Where should I start? Where should I start? Should I start with the content creators being silent, or should I start with the heavyweight division? Should I start with Errol Spence back in training camp? Where should I start? Hmm. Salute to you, Coach Amber. Yes, indeed, Coach Amber. Thank you for your support. And yes, I am a committed and dedicated member, just like you are, Coach Amber, of USA Boxing. Absolutely. Where should I start at? Hmm. The link's in the chat, by the way. We're going to start this thing off right. I flew the kite in the air. Link is pinned to the top of the chat. Just wanted to put that out there. Um, yeah. Hmm. 2 Cents Boxing, I see you in the chat. Salute. Oh man, what? I know where I'm gonna start at. Let's start about the heavyweight division. Let's just get that out the way real quick. Boom, 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 bow. Okay, the state of the heavyweight division. I mean, we seen with Big Bang Zhang. That's his name, Big Bang Zhang. We seen what he did with Joe Joyce. Now I didn't told y'all. Thank you, Brian. Great minds thinking. Like I was already on it, Brian. I just saw your just saw you in the chat. Salute to you, Brian. Big Bang Zhang. Y'all didn't see when he did the Joe Joyce. Now I didn't told y'all about a phone booth. What Joe Joyce needed not to do to get the results that he got from Big Bang Zhang, which is the results that he did get this time when he got TKO'd and knocked out. Really TKO'd, really. You know. Um Big Bang Zhang, man, he hit hard, man. I mean, he hit real hard. I mean, the guy hit so hard that even SNAC had to do a piece. And when I say a piece, I mean they had to do a small editorial piece on their Instagram. Yes, they did. On their website. Oh, they even had to talk about it. I just want to see how Big Bang Zane is going to fare with someone who has power, like Deontay Wilder. We don't know what his chin. Yeah, we don't know what Big Bang Zane's chin is like when he get hit like that. You know what I mean? We don't know. Somebody like an Anthony Joshua who has enough boxing skills. I mean, Anthony Joshua may not be able to stand up under that power either if he get hit. But I'm just saying at the same time, I want to see now Big Bang Zane. He's making a lot of headways right now in the heavyweight division. Hold on one second. I just want to add Amber to the live stream real quick. Amber, can you hear me? Coach Amber. You're on
Can you hear
mute,
me
Coach
now?
Amber. There she goes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes. I can hear you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you, by the way, Manager Marty. I don't know how I ran across you. Well, actually, I have run across you before at a national tournament, but that's neither here nor there. Um, I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to. Like, if you got anything to say before what I want to say to you?
Well, the only thing I want to say, Coach Amber, is that I do recall you um, acknowledging. This was like months. This was like a long time ago. You did acknowledge me um,
Yes.
sharing some very supportive words to you. I don't know if it was at a national tournament or if it was at a regular event. You were boxing at the time, and you had said that you remember me. This is before I became like this whole infamous manager Marty. So,
No, no. Actually, it was the other way around. Um,
oh, okay.
you actually pulled me and my co-trainer aside because you said that it was very rare to see two female trainers working corners at national tournament, and you were like, basically, you go girl. Like continue on, like continue doing what you're doing. You gave us a pep talk, like because female trainers, like we were all female training tournament, and that was at nationals, and that was still when Shakur was amateur. I don't know if Ryan was still amateur. So was Xander Zayas, and you stopped us and you were like, "Hey, like it's very rare to see, women involved in boxing," and you kind of gave us a shove, like keep doing what you're doing, and I really appreciated that.
Yes, ma'am. And I still stand by that. When I see women in the sport of boxing, I really, really enjoy it because a lot of times, not all the times, but a lot of times, women do not get the rightful credit that they deserve, nor do they get the encouragement because it is boxing is a male dominated sport, and so every time I see women training or competing as athletes, I always try to make sure that I do my best to give encouragement. And I always give encouragement to the fighters and different things of that nature when I can, but particularly with women to continue to continue to grow in the sport of boxing and continue to do what you're doing in the amateur boxing program. And it's an inspiration for other females watching that want to get involved with the sport of boxing. And so I always like to make sure I go out of my way when I can to encourage all the women that support the sport of boxing.
And our girl happened to win that year, won the national title, and there were two girls working her corner in a female bout. Like I'm sure, well, I don't know how men think, but we get looks, we get looks, and I've heard things like I've heard somebody be like, "You better not lose." She got a girl in her corner, and when you walked up to us and you were like, "Hey, that's dope. You got an all female team," and then we won. You were like, "Hey, keep on trucking," and I appreciated that.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Let me get this super chat real quick because I would love to hear what you have to say. You're live and living color. Finally got you up here. I know you're always active in the chat and you support the channel. So I'm so glad that you're here, Coach Amber. Many Face Publishing, thank you for your contribution again and your support to the channel. Many Face Publishing says, did Wilder knock him out in the amateurs? Many face, I'm not sure. I don't know if Wilder knocked out Big Bang Zhang in the amateurs, but I will tell you, I would not be surprised if Wilder knocked Big Bang Zhang out in a real professional fight. We'll, we sh- we shall see because Big Bang Zhang, he is making a lot of noise in the heavyweight division. Hopefully, he can breathe more life into it because we don't know where Tyson Fury is going to go after he fights. He seemed like he's not interested in defending the title. We don't know what's up with Andy Ruiz right now. We really don't know what's up with Wilder right now. I know that people are circulating rumors that Wilder and Anthony Joshua was trying to work out a deal through Matchroom over in Saudi Arabia. Don't know if that's true or not. But at the same time, Anthony Joshua, he's also been more active. So, if Tyson Fury don't want to compete, he got to step aside and let these other guys, come on in. KQKC Boxing Network is in the chat. Salute to him, my guy. Coach Amber, you're here. Let's talk, Coach Amber. You're here. You said, excuse me. You said that you wanted me to get out what I had to say first before you speak on it, and the floor is yours, Coach.
No, I just appreciate everything you do. Like I see you on social media. I see you in a white suit, and most people don't even know what that is. Like the dedication to USA Boxing, is it perfect? Absolutely not. But to get out there through the mud. I've been a member of USA Boxing since 99, 1999, since Prince. Yeah. So I know the hard work. I know um how do you say, unrewarding but also rewarding it is. I've thought about becoming an official, but hell, that's even more unrewarding, and that's what you are. Um, it takes a lot, and I'm very happy that you're shedding light on that, like truly, because once these guys hit the pros, they rely on people like us, because a lot of people don't know that they start scouting people like fighters, JOs, Junior Olympics, which is it changes every year. Correct me if I'm wrong. 16 and under, right? 16 and under, and then silver gloves is what, 15, 14 and under.
Yes.
Winning the JOs is a big deal. That's when you land on the radar. That's when you land on Colorado Springs radar. And then if you land on Colorado Springs radar, then you travel the world and do the world games, and that's when you land on, promoters radar. Like, there is a process. And then once they get pro, guess what? It's all the credit, which I have no problem with, because I would never train a professional fighter. Never, never, never. But I appreciate your contribution because I know how thankless it is. I know how thankless it is being a judge, being a referee. You're lucky if they give you a ticket to give you half off a meal. Like, like I understand. You exactly, you laugh because you know what I'm talking. You're lucky if they give you a free soda.
That is correct.
Like, I give you half of a plate.
That is correct.
I really do. Yeah, I really do appreciate what you do for amateur boxing, because that's where it all starts, and that's all I got.
Oh, I want to say thank you so much. Those heartfelt words definitely rung into my ears, and it definitely touched my heart. And I appreciate it because you're right. Being a part of USA Boxing as an official can be thankless, or at least make you feel
Y'all
like it's
work for
thankless.
free. Let
Oh,
me say this:
absolutely.
they work for free. This
That
is
is
out of the
correct.
goodness of the heart. They don't get paid nothing. And even if you do work up to a level where you're an Olympic level, all they do is pay for your flight and give you $10 a day to eat out there. So I appreciate you, Manny Marty.
Thank you so much, Coach Amber. Salute to you. I appreciate you. You're enlightening the the sport of boxing, the fans right now, because being a part of the amateur boxing program, even the fighters forget about us when they're moving up in the ranking system. It gets like that sometimes. We volunteer our time, we get extensive training. Yes, we are certified, but we're always up on point with the safety protocols, the rules of amateur boxing, Olympic style competition. I mean, we love the sport of boxing, and this is our way. And I'm speaking for every member of USA Boxing, irregardless of what LBC they represent. We give back to the sport of boxing by volunteering our time because we love the sport of boxing. We love our youth. We even love our masters who are the adult amateurs. I mean, we love it all. And we come in, we dedicate our time. Sometimes our schedules don't allow us to go to every single show, especially with my LBC. We, excuse me, we cover three different states. Um, you know, so it's a lot, but we love it. And it's a very rewarding opportunity because one of the great things that I love about it is watching the development of these fighters, seeing the fighters, judging them, shaking their hand, encouraging them, talking to them. watching how they respond to wins and losses in the amateurs, and then to go on year after year, and then all of a sudden now seeing the same fighter that I judged years and years ago, or one of the officials refereed a fight for this amateur years and years ago, and then to see them on television competing in the professional rankings, and then see them developing and learning on the job and growing in the craft of boxing to become a world champion. That's very, very rewarding. And I don't want that to go unnoticed. So thank you, Coach Amber, for coming on here live in living color, shedding light
That is
on, shedding
that
light
is
on,
very very true.
yeah,
Very true. There are some towns in BFE, Texas, that they have no LBC, which
yep,
is your local, yeah, your local boxing committee.
yep,
So if you happen to start a boxing gym in the middle of nowhere and is no LBC in that community, you have to attach onto another,
yes.
and that kind of makes you a redheaded stepchild. You think they're gonna give you fights? Like, you got to travel 2 hours just to get there. Like, I really appreciate what you do. Seriously.
Thank you so very, very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate the encouragement. Coach Amber, you're more than welcome anytime to come up on the show. Anytime. I know you're going to go back into the chat like you always do. Thank you for your support, sweetheart. And I want to say thank you again for just coming up and giving me my flowers while I can smell them, and then just educating the general public and the boxing fans and the boxing community of how dedicated our officials are all across the world for USA boxing, and the commitment level that we show volunteering our time to help these athletes develop, these young people, the youth, even all the way up to our masters, even up to the female competitors. We love it. And I thank you for that, Coach Amber. We have Diana, member of the channel. Salute, sweetheart. I see you. Member of the channel, Mr. Pragmatic is here. Salute to you, my friend. Uh, I just want to say that I love this stuff, y'all. I mean, I know that there's some entertaining value to what I do here on this channel, and there's been some quote unquote YouTube beef. There's people watching me live. Let me take my glasses off so y'all can hear what I'm saying, and I can hear y'all too. There's some people watching me live in living color right now. They're not watching because they support the channel. They saw the words content creators in this title, and they want to hear who I'm talking about. And we're going to get right into it. Not now, but keep watching. We're going to get right into it. Okay, because there's a lot of content creators right now. They're being silent. They've been silent all of a sudden. We're gonna deal with it. Okay. So I know some of y'all watching for the entertainment value, and I'm glad. But I know there's other people watching for the educational value that we provide here on this podcast. It's not about just entertainment here. It's all about education, and that's what we do here. Um, so back to what I was saying, Big Bang Zhang, he's coming in the heavyweight division. He's making noise. Okay, you can't say he ain't fight nobody because he done fought Joe Joyce twice, and he dominated. He took care of business. He can punch. He's an older guy too now. Okay, so all I'm saying is we got to give Big Bang Zhang his credit, because now he's starting to call out the big names. He calling out Andy Ruiz, Wilder. He calling up. He want to smoke with all of them. Now he gonna keep on barking. He gonna get what he asked for. And that's what you got to do in this business. You got to keep on calling people out. Even if you don't think they're going to fight you, you keep calling them out. You know what I mean? Because guess what? Big paydays is coming for Big Bang, because the bottom line is boxing fans like to see knockouts. That's why Javante Tank, excuse me, he shot up the ranking so fast. It's something about knockouts. Casual fans, I'm talking about casual boxing fans, want to see knockouts. Look at Mike Tyson. He rose through the rankings quickly. Casual fans latched on to the fact that, hey, this fighter go in there and knock everybody out. And I like that. Deontay Wilder quickly rose to the rankings. Knockouts. It's just something about knockouts that excite boxing fans, whether they hardcore or casuals, even if the person don't know anything about boxing and they watch a boxing match where somebody got clipped or got hit with a big shot and go down or just get knocked out, whoo, the excitement level increases, just like the viewership is increasing exponentially. Um, I'm trying to put something on the screen here because I had mentioned something just a few seconds before I let Coach Amber on. And that was, I was saying, Big Bang Zhang is making so many headwaves in the heavyweight division that he's actually uh, being recognized by the SNAC program. I know every time I say the SNAC program, people they act like I'm saying a curse word or something. You know what I mean? And then there's certain people, just certain people, certain people, they don't like hearing me use the words snack and program in the same sentence. Certain people don't want me to use the two words performance enhancement in the same sentence. But when Devin Haney used the words enhanced performance or performance enhancement in that Netflix documentary towards the end of it, I didn't hear nobody complain about it. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying is when I use the word snack program, y'all shouldn't be mad at me. When I use the words performance enhancement, y'all shouldn't be mad at me. Okay? But even if you are mad at me, it's okay. All right? Link in the chat though. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Come on in. I do want to speak to somebody that claimed that they don't like me. I want to speak to somebody that claimed that they don't agree with me. The link is in the chat. Come on up. I want to speak to people that do agree with me too. Link is in the chat. Yeah, we are equal opportunity employer on this channel. We do not discriminate. The link is in the chat if you want to come on up here. Okay? Let me see if I got that picture loaded up. I do. I should have. I'm sorry, y'all. I should have crowded out a little bit. Let me see if we can do this. Let me turn my camera off so y'all can see what's going on. That's Snack right there. Yeah, I know y'all can't see them words, but that's Joe Joyce on the ground. Okay? All right? That's Joe Joyce right there. And what they were doing is they were giving a shout out. They were giving a shout out to Big Bang in this article that they wrote on their website. Okay? And so it actually tells you right here in the caption, log on to snack.com to read the latest edition of Snack System, Snack Attack, Boxing. That's what this non-corner, this is the hashtags. Okay? They're highlighting the performance of what's my man name? Man, Big Bang Zane. Yeah, yeah. And they're not saying he's on a snack program. They're not saying that. They're just highlighting. You know what I mean? They do different articles. Read 215 from my city of Philly. What's up? I see you. You know, I don't know if he's saying he with the snack program or not. I didn't see him as a sponsor athlete on their website. I'm not sure, but we got Chance to Change. He's with us live in living color. Chance to Change. Welcome to the Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. What's going on, brother?
One question, boss. One question for you.
One question for you. How you doing today, brother?
Very good, very good. How you doing?
My man, I'm doing great. Shoot it, brother. Glad to have you.
One question. You ready for it?
Oh, absolutely. I'm always ready.
You positive? You sure you ready for it? The one question is, when did you and Crawford take that picture together? And what was the conversation like between you and him?
When did
And do
me
you
and
have
Crawford?
an interview? Do you have it like an interview or something where you was talking to him, brother?
You all right, hold on. Let me make sure I answer all your questions in the order that they were received for quality assurance purposes. So the first question is, when did I take the picture with Crawford? what was the conversation like? And you said, what was the third question?
And do you
Oh,
have
interview.
record of it? Did you guys record like an interview kind of thing when when y'all was interacting? How did that
I
come about? How did that picture? I saw a picture. Pull it up on the internet. I saw a picture with you and Crawford together,
yes.
bruh, right next to each other. Maybe your
Yes.
arm was around his,
I'm gonna try to
you
see if I
know?
can pull it up. I'm gonna try to see if I can pull it up for the people. You had mentioned the word little brother. Is Crawford your little brother?
Nah,
Oh, I
nah,
thought
nah,
that's what
nah.
I. No, no, no. Seriously, I thought that I heard you say. When did
Crawford,
you lost him?
Crawford made Spence look like a little brother. Hey,
Yeah, he
I
did.
was going for Spence. I was going for Spence. I was going for
What happened?
Spence.
What happened?
You tell me what happened. The snack program is what you told me is what this was. You said the snack program. But let's get back to your picture with Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Because that's I just want to know more about that, brother. Y'all look like shoot. That was your homie for real, for real. I should be asking you. I ain't got no picture
Lem-
with Crawford. If I had a
Yeah,
picture with
no,
Crawford, you better believe. Hey, you
yeah,
better believe I have a YouTube page with interview with him. If I get that close, I'm throwing the camera on. Like, look, bro, the camera's already on. I just got two questions, bro. You can't tell me no while the camera already on. I know
yeah,
trying to put you on blast. Ain't gonna be no crazy question, but whatever, whatever. Throw it
yeah. I
online
feel
and
you. I'm trying to
bomb.
get the picture up now. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm in my
Where's
phone
your
now,
what?
trying to
You walked up on him? Did you walk up on him? What was the fight? Was y'all the same fight, man? You walked up on him. What you say? I'm a fan.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna tell you the whole story. I just want to
Did you
point the
say?
picture
Did you
out.
say, Bud? I'm a fan. I'm 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 not a Bud buddy, but I,
No, I
let
don't
me
talk to
take a look
fighters
at
like
the
that.
application. Let me take a look at the
No,
application. Don't tell nobody. Let me take a
no,
look at the app. See what qualifications I gotta hoops I gotta
no,
jump through.
no. I'm not like that. I don't get. I don't. Can you hear me? Chance to change. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
I hear
yeah.
loud and clear.
All right. I'm not starstruck. I don't get like that with fighters. They're genuine fighters. Yeah, no, no. Fighters are genuine people. Professional boxers are very genuine people. So you don't have to do all that extra
Hey,
stuff. In fact, professional
they
boxers
got
don't like
pride.
fights.
They got more pride than any athlete in the world, man. You know how much
I
pride they
agree.
got on. That's
I
why they
agree
do
with
half the stuff they do, man.
I agree with
Pride.
you, but I agree with you. I'm just telling you right now from my experiences with a lot of professional boxers, they don't
Two
like rookies though.
barbarians.
They
Two
don't
barbarians.
they don't
Hey, they used to fight us as slaves. They used to do it for free. We were slaves, the toughest slaves. They have them slugging it out with each other. We do it for free, killing each other.
I feel you.
Bloody, blood to you, bloody to
I'm trying to
death.
find I'm trying to find a picture, but here's the thing. I want to answer your question. I don't want to lose none of the audience in translation. If I have to go and
Teach
edit
him
this
that.
part
Hey,
when I
manager, you want to teach him something? Teach him about the history of the fighting, all the way back
hold
to
on, I want to answer.
slavery.
No problem. I want to answer your questions first. I have the picture, it's in my phone, but I have thousands of pictures and videos,
Let's not
and I
even
don't
worry
want to
about it.
lose.
Just tell me
No,
your
no, that's okay. I
story
got it.
about it.
I
Them-
got it. I
You,
got it.
you don't
Chance
even
to
need the
chance.
picture.
I got it. I will tell you this: when I extract this part out of the live, I'm going to make sure I put the picture up on the screen for the new audience that's not here. So let's get to your question. So you asked me, when did I take the picture with Crawford? I took the picture with Bud Crawford in December of 2020. I was sitting ringside um, at the Errol Spence versus Danny Garcia fight. I was with a friend of mine at the time. We were sitting adjacent from the row in the section that Terrence Bud Crawford was in. I walked up to Terrence Bud Crawford. I did not say my name is Manager Marty because on YouTube I wasn't like a manager. I was a manager, but I wasn't like Manager Marty of what you see today. I did not have a YouTube channel, a podcast, or anything like that. I'm a fan of boxing first, and that's I'm a fan of boxing first, and I'm a fan of all fighters. Let me be clear on that. So when I walked up to Terrence Crawford, I did not say hi. My name is Manager Marty or none of that. Me and Crawford spoke like I always have with fighters. When I see them, you, I hear echo. Can you mute your phone? I don't want you to miss your. I don't want you to miss your answer.
I'm right up on you, boss. Go ahead, keep doing what you're doing. You doing good. You doing all right.
All right. Now, enough with the Valentine's Day cards, hugs, and handshakes. Chance to change. Let me get back to my story. So I talked to Crawford, and I said to him, I said, Bud, what you doing here, Bud? Now, the reason I'm going to say this to you, the way I'm going to say it to you, is because I was on YSM Sports Media's channel a year and some change ago when he first interviewed me. The same story I said there, the same story I put on my platform before is the same story I'm going to tell again today. So I asked Bud Crawford in a joking way, just joking with him. I said, Bud, what you doing here? What you here for, Bud? I know why you here. You here for that Spence fight, ain't you? And Bud Crawford had a smile on his face, and he said, "Yeah, I want to see how Spence look." That was that because that was Errol Spence's first fight after that car accident. Hey, look, they trying to put the fight together. I said, "Look, y'all gonna rumble? Are y'all gonna get it on? I love to see that fight. The fans, we all want to see that fight. You versus Errol Spence." He told me that he's having some issues with Bob Arum. Bob Arum, kind of like giving a little trouble in his opinion to make the fight happen. I told Bud Crawford, I said, well, hey, if Bob Arum or anybody, top rank, whoever, is standing in the way for you to make this fight happen, to make the biggest money of your career, to take care of your family, then you don't need to re-sign with him. Because the reason why I said this, because I think about 2 years prior, when he became champion, which I know the business of boxing. I didn't say this to Bud, but I'm telling you this so you understand why I said what I said, and the viewers that's watching live in living color at home, is because that when in standard in boxing, when it comes to the language of contracts, when fighters become champions, it could be a state champion, regional champion, and or world champion, their contract extends for a minimum of 2 to 3 years with the promoter automatically. So that's why I said to him, if Bob Arum is standing in the way of you securing this fight with Spence, then don't re-sign with him. You know what I mean? That way you can be a free agent. And then y'all can get this fight going on. And then hold up. You on mute, chance to change. You're talking, but you're on mute. What are you saying?
You said all this while you was there. That's a lot.
I always
You
have conversations with boxers. All the time. Whether I met him or not, that's how I am.
Hey, so what, was he on the SNAC program then? Was he on the SNAC program then?
To my knowledge, I don't think he was on the SNAC program then. But I keep hearing echo when I talk.
I'll let you go. I'm gonna let you go, bro. That's all right. You answer my question. I think you might be an informant though for SNAC, man. Yours.
You think I'm an informant?
Yeah, maybe they planted you. They might have planted you over there with Bud. You know what I'm saying?
Chance to change. Have you ever watched my? This your first time watching my show?
And I'm just poking at you, bro. I'm just poking at you. You're all right.
It's just a yes or no question. Is this the first time you watched the show?
No, I watch you all the time, bro. I watch you all the time.
I've seen your name in the chat before. So you know
everybody
I'm not
needs a chance to change.
change.
Hey, but listen, one thing I'm gonna leave you with, bro. I'm always try to bless you with something, bro. You, Manager Marty, I know you on the teaching thing, Go back to the history, man, the slavery, man. We was boxing and killing each other, bro, to the death, man. The history of boxing, bro. Go back, man, and teach us something, man. You don't see that on the internet. Nowhere.
Well, I'll say
Well,
this.
I think
My
this,
my
my
podcast
my podcast
is all
is
about
all
getting
about
fighters
getting
and
fighters
getting fans
and
out
getting
of
fans
slavery.
out of slavery.
So if you want to
So if
talk
you
about
want to talk
slavery,
about
I
slavery,
encourage you,
I
Chance to
encourage you,
Change.
Chance to Change.
Maybe you should
Maybe
start
you
your
should
own
start your
channel,
own
and
channel,
maybe
and
you
maybe you
be
be
Nah,
encouraged
encouraged
to do the
to do
slavery
nah,
the
thing.
slavery thing.
nah. I'm good, bro. But I'm gonna keep listening because you'll catch on to it later on, and you'll have to be bored. And you'll be like, man, let me go ahead and drop that video real quick.
I have a question
I
for
have
you
a
before
question
you
for you
go.
before you go.
Yes, sir.
Are you a Terrence
Are you a
Crawford fan?
Terrence Crawford fan?
Honestly, I was with Spence, and as the fight got closer, everybody started to really act like Spence was about to really knock him out, and I got worried when people got too confident, and I was just kind of skeptic. And when I saw him do what he did to him, I had to bow down. And I was thinking Bud was lying, the Avanesian thing. I was pissed off him for all that stuff, man. I was mad at Bud. But listen, end of the day, man, the way he worked him, I can't snack or whatever snack he had, man. He snapped him. It wasn't
Mm.
a snack, it was a snap, man. Listen, he was throwing that punch before Spence was throwing his, man. He was predicting it like that. And Spence couldn't even get the jab off. The whole game plan is done. He can't do nothing. And they said he couldn't do nothing. Everybody told him he couldn't do nothing. And then he didn't do nothing because there was no other plan B. And now we all blaming Snack. And he got snapped, man. Snapped.
Wow.
Snapped.
Well, I
Wow. Well,
appreciate
I
your.
appreciate your.
Can you
Can
mute
you
your phone real quick?
mute
Because
your phone real
the
quick? Because
echo, the
the
echo.
echo, the echo.
I want to make sure you hear me. Um, I
Um,
appreciate your courage, Chance to Change,
Chance to change
because you're like
because you're like
you gotta put it on
you got
mute.
to put it on mute.
There you go. You're one of the few people. I've never even heard this live before. You got a lot of courage, my brother. Oh, he got off. I know that's right. There you go. You got a lot of courage, Chance to Change, and I want to give you your flowers before you go. You're like one of the only people that came on this platform. You're number one that openly said you switched up on Errol Spence. You got a lot of courage, bro. You bowed down to Crawford and you switched up on Errol Spence, brother. Wow. Hey. You on mute again. You on mute. You gotta talk to the people, brother.
Brother,
You gotta clear
you
your
got to clear
name
your
up, brother.
name
You
up,
You
brother.
switched up
saw
on
the
Errol
same
Spence.
fight. Hey, you saw the same fight I saw, bruh. I'm gonna tell you like this. Before the end of the first round, Spence, one of his last punches, he was throwing at the air, bruh. He missed so wide. His whole game was damn plan was done, bruh. It was over, man, and he had no second game plan. And you tell the man from the beginning, from day one, I'm going in exactly how I'm going in at you. I got all day to play. Hey, you see round two, you see, hey, what's the name? The coach ain't say nothing. He won't say one word. I ain't telling you one thing we doing. And you can't do that, bro. You done set yourself up. Don't go telling what you're gonna
What
do
made
before
you
you
ask
get
me
in.
those questions about
what
what
made
made
you
you ask me
what made
those
you
questions
what made
about
you ask those
the
questions
pictures
about
I took with
You
Crawford?
look cool with him. You look like y'all was cool, bruh. Like
I'm
you
still
was.
cool with him. I ain't got
I
no
ain't got
problem with
no
the
I'm
guy.
talking about Coach Malachi cool. Coach Malachi cool.
Coach who?
Coach,
Coach
Coach who?
Malachi cool.
Who
Uh,
is
uh,
that?
Malachi. Yeah, I thought you was that cool with him. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
I thought y'all was that
you
cool.
said
You
Coach
know.
Malachi.
Malachi.
You brought up
Yes, sir.
the
You brought
word
up the word
slavery. Are you
slavery.
talking
Are you
about
talking
Coach
about Coach
Toby?
Toby?
You said it. I didn't. You said it. I
That
didn't.
what you talking
That
about?
was you talking
I'm done.
Man,
I'm
listen.
getting off here, bro. I'm
No,
getting
no,
off
stay right
here.
here. Don't move. No, don't leave now. You brought his name up. Don't leave. Stay right there and don't move. You said I look like I'm close to Crawford, like Coach Malachi. I'm more closer to Crawford than Coach Malachi. You want to know why? I can get an interview with Crawford on my platform way before Coach Malachi can, and he got his phone number. The man done went to the parade. The man done got his hair twisted like Crawford's. Did you see him lately? Did you see the man, Coach Malachi? He trying to look like Bud now. But guess what? Bud won't even give him an interview. Bud went over to the guy, what's his name? Harrisman? Whatever the guy named, 361 subscribers. You know, the white guy. He went over there and gave him an interview and didn't even give one to Coach Malachi. So I'm more closer to Coach Malachi. I'm more closer to Bud than Coach Malachi. I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, Coach Malachi said they should even fight again. Why hasn't nobody heard from Spence? Why has anybody heard from Spence? Is Spence alive? Has anybody got one snippet of Spence? Is it out there? Somebody, do they have it somewhere? What's
Why are you worried about it? You switched up on him, man. It shouldn't matter to you.
Hey, because I still hope he can give a man. I hate to see anybody lose like that, man. My worst enemy, I would want to see lose like that, man. It was horrible, man.
You sound like you an informant for Coach Malachi.
They brought you in when you took that picture. You ever see Gene Deal? He talked about LAPD and the Tupac and the Rampart scandal. And they brought you in when you took that picture with Crawford and the SNAC. You know Victor Conti, man. You know Victor Conti. I bet there's a picture of you and Victor Conti, man. And the SNAC.
I don't know Victor.
You know where the SNAC is? You know where the headquarters is at? Do you know where the headquarters is? Do you know where the headquarters where they train?
Victor Conti's headquarters.
Google it. Crawford was there training. They train there, man. They got a facility, bro. Look it up.
In California,
because they might have. You probably been there. You probably been there. Then they swiped your memory. They swiped it out, so you forgot it. They took it out, man. Bob Arum took it out before Bud left Top Rank. That's how that went down. Now put that on the top of your headline. Put that on the top of your headline. See how many clicks you get.
I couldn't hear you. Your echo, bro. I couldn't hear you.
It's okay. Hey, give Crawford his props.
I did.
Give Crawford his props, man. He spanked him.
I gave him the props.
He spanked. Listen, watch. When he would try to throw, Bud was already throwing a jab, is beating his every time, man. That's how he beat him, bro. He beat him to the punch, man.
Are you okay?
And he had.
I'm concerned about you. Are you all right? Honestly, are you okay?
I'm actually frustrated about the fight because.
No, but I mean, you're sweating profusely and your eyes is low and you saying crazy stuff. I want to make sure you're all right, bro.
I'm great.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
I got some water for you, brother.
I'm just telling you what it was, bruh.
All right,
I'm talking about the fight.
No. Just say no. If you don't say nothing else, just say no.
I'm talking about the fight, brother. I'm talking about the fight.
I want to make sure you're all right, brother.
I had a snack pack. I had a snack pack from Victor Conti, from the Victor Conti program.
I had a question for you, and I'm gonna let you go. You brought up Coach Malachi. Why haven't he brought up the SNAC program?
Because he don't believe in all of that, man. He saw what I saw. He saw Bud get spanked. This dude, man. Bud spanked him. He got a.
I had to let him go, y'all. The echo was just messing up my audio, and it was messing up the experience from you all, the viewer. I'm sorry, I don't know what was going on with that situation. we got Israel. Israel's in the background. Israel, are you there, Israel? I think that was Israel that was on my channel before. Israel, are you there? Israel, if you in the background, if you can hear me, Israel, turn your camera on so I can make sure that's you know what I mean, that's really you. I want to bring you onto the stream right now while we're talking boxing. Israel's that there you go. There you go. He's back for
Come
part
on, man.
two.
Ain't
What's up,
nobody
man?
about to be trying to perpetrate me, man. What is you talking about?
Huh?
Only one Israel bound. Can't nobody do it. You see that? You see that handle? Ain't nobody gonna fake you. You know what I'm saying? Do I'm gonna be on their top. Don't be trying to trick manager Marty on the show by bringing my credentials. You feel me? You know.
Absolutely.
So
Welcome
so say,
again.
hey, so I had a
I
chance.
made you famous. Hey, hold up, Israel. I made you famous, brother. We got some viewership. I done made you famous on YouTube now.
I was already famous, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know what I'm saying?
Apologize,
I'm
brother.
already famous in my own rhyme, though. As long as I'm writing the rhymes, I'm famous.
I agree with you.
Feel
What's
me?
up with you, man? How you doing today, brother?
I'm good, man. Hey, I had a chance to reflect on a couple things since we talked. Um, you know, nothing about the SNAC program because I think we pretty much came.
Why not?
Well, because
Why
I
not?
think we.
You don't want to talk about the SNAC
No,
program.
no. Only reason I say that is because I think we came to a sort of a conclusion to that. I don't think we really had any real disagreement on that because you say that the SNAC program works, right?
You did too. I got you on tape.
Okay,
You said it too.
yeah, and so I'm in the belief that you know what I'm saying. If it's a you know that nutritional programs work in general, so I'm not
No,
disagreeing
no,
with
no,
you.
no, 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 no. We're not going to generalize this. He's with the SNAC program, and we got to keep it real.
Okay,
It's the
fine.
SNAC.
That's
We got to
fair.
give Victor.
That's fair. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We got to give Victor Conti his credit. The man
That's
is a
fair.
scientist. He's done
That's
a
fair.
great job with his program.
But here, okay, okay. So that's fair. I'm gonna stand. I'm not gonna move the goalposts. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, I agree that the SNAC program works for what it's intended for.
What's intended for? What you mean by
What
intended
are
for?
nutritional programs intended for? Because in our last conversation, you said you believe it works, and
Yes.
you also said you believe that you're not saying that it's illegal because you yourself took some of the nutrients yourself, right?
Well, it was when I ordered the shirt. It came a small little packet of
And
the
you took them.
pre-workout. I drank a little bit.
All right, you drunk
Yeah,
the package, right? So we're in agreement that they're not illegal and that they work.
they enhance performance.
Okay, I'll rock with that.
So you're telling me in essence that you agree that if they enhance performance,
Nah,
that they
here's the
also
problem.
enhance.
That's what brings me to this issue, this point that I'm about to make. Because because damn it, manager Marty.
I
So
got you. I'm gonna
no
help
no
you
no
out.
no
I
no
know where
no
you're
no
going.
don't do that. Don't do that.
All
Don't,
right,
it's
all right,
coming
all
to
right,
me. It's coming to me.
all
So
right.
because the reason why my point was this, that if since the SNAC program works, why let's put SNAC to the side. If the SNAC program works, whether it did or didn't, are we not going to okay, do you agree that Terrence Crawford is would you put him in your top 3 or 2 pound for pound best fighters in the world right now?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna keep it 100. I usually do not subscribe to the words pound for pound. You've
Okay.
never heard me do it. I don't do like pound for. That's just me personally. I never
Okay.
do that.
But
But
when
I will say
you do agree that Terrence Crawford is a world class fighter.
what? Absolutely, I do.
Okay. All right.
Yes, world class competitor, world
So
champion.
and I'm not
Yes.
and so this is probably a little bit unfair to you. In fact, this is not even geared towards you. This is more towards the brother what's his name? The actor dude, senior Mr.
Who?
White,
Who was that?
Michael Jai White,
Oh, Michael J. White.
the white,
No,
yeah,
he
the
wasn't on my
actor.
platform.
What's his name? Am I saying that right? Ask the chat.
Yeah, Michael J. White. Yeah.
Okay,
What about?
because he was saying how Earl Spence he came up with the whole list of excuses. He said that he knew somebody personally with inside information that said that Earl Spence wasn't ready even before the fight started. He said that Earl looked drained. He said that Earl didn't look the same. My point being that if all of these things are true, why are we not considering that Earl Spence stepped into the ring under those pretenses against a world-class fighter? It stands to reason to me that if you step into the ring in subpar condition against a world-class fighter, you're going to get your ass beat pretty decisively.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's what I'm saying. That's the narrative that everybody's pushing.
Not me.
Nah, that's why I said. That's why I said this ain't directed towards you because of the clarification that we had last conversation. Because you did say you don't believe that the SNAC program is illegal, although you do believe it's performance enhancing. And I would argue that it's supposed to be performance enhancing, or it wouldn't be a good nutritional program.
So you're okay. So in essence, what you're saying is that, irregardless of what happened with Spence, you believe by you agreeing with me, you basically believe that Terrence Bud Crawford's performance was enhanced, and because it was enhanced, that's one of the main contributing factors that allow him to beat Errol Spence.
Nah, I mean that's where we kind of have a difference of opinion or a difference in theory, because I would go out to say, and this might be I might be even underestimating it, but I would say that 98% of all fighters are on some sort of nutritional program.
Well, I don't have any evidence to that, so I can't speak.
Me either, but I would be willing to bet that I won't even put a number on it. I would say I'd be willing to bet that most fighters are on some form of nutritional program.
Right. But the problem,
that being said, any fighter that's on any nutritional program is benefiting from enhanced performance.
Well, the thing about it is, I think I'm laughing at people in chat.
No, you good.
About Israel, the thing about it is, you can say 98%, or you can say most fighters are on a nutritional program. And listen,
right.
I'd be willing to say, okay, but 98% of the fighters are not on the SNAC program, where there's a cloud of suspicion surrounding Victor Conte based on the Netflix documentary. That's the difference.
But the cloud of suspicion is only subjective, though. Right? We can only say that's just like, like you had somebody on the show, I think, and they were saying something along the lines of, well, if you get out and you went to jail for selling drugs and you own the same block, okay, so since I paroled back to the same block, which I did, I'm in the exact same house that I lived in before I went to prison. I have not sold drugs since 2004. So you can't use that type of logic. So he's saying that since Victor Conte is back into the nutritional program formulation, or manufacturing, or however you want to put it, that means that he's automatically to be taken as somebody who is doing something illegal. Because unlike you're saying that you don't believe that it's illegal. You just believe that it's performance enhancing. Your constituency is saying that they believe that it's PEDs, like illegal drugs. Your boxing outlets. You know what I'm saying? These guys, you know what I'm saying? Like, this guy's really taking it way over the top.
Well, here's the thing that you're missing, and I have to say this because you brought me in it by saying, I'm only saying it because it's subjective. In other words, is Victor Conte did have a past, and he changed his life around after he did time in prison. But there's one caveat to that arouses more suspicion even after the Netflix documentary, and that is the fact that I had to remind people that in 2018, literally 3 years before Terrence Crawford went over to Victor Conte in the SNAC program, there was another fighter who was on the SNAC program who tested positive for a banned substance, and his name is Willie Monroe Jr. Do you recall that? You remember that?
I don't. I really don't.
Yes.
I don't.
So
I don't recall that.
So it's a little different when somebody's saying, well, he did mess up, he made a mistake, he did time, he came out, and he's doing something different. Then there's another thing is he messed up, he made a mistake, he did time, he came out, and the stuff that he got accused of back then, one of the fighters that's on his program tested positive for a banned substance. Not just one fighter, but two fighters. Because back in 2012, 2011 and 2012, Andre Berto also was with the SNAC program, and he also tested positive. This is literally 7-8 years after Victor Conte came out of prison. You see what I'm saying?
Got you. So good point. But my pushback to that would be, where did what was found in their systems, and were those because everybody's saying that, oh, Victor Conte is making undetectable performance enhancing drugs, so that wouldn't make sense now, would it?
Well, he
If
did
he's making undetectable performance enhancing products, then why did these two fighters get popped for PEDs unless they got it from another source other than Victor Conte?
Well, now you're just speculating right there.
It's all speculation.
No, I'm just saying when you were very definitive, but I found the picture the guy was talking about too with me and Carl. You were very definitive by saying we can.
You breaking up. All of that just broke up, Marty. I didn't hear anything.
See, we shouldn't have to go through all these extra theories.
But that's what I'm saying. Your phone is breaking up pretty bad. Yeah, your audio. Yeah.
Damn. I'm trying to find this pic.
Can you hear me? Man, where you at, in a tunnel somewhere, Marty? Man, go somewhere where you got some reception.
Israel, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. No, I was just trying to find a picture.
I saw that picture that he was talking about actually the other day, about like 3 days ago. It's funny he brought that up because I just seen that picture.
What picture? Which one?
Picture of you and Terrence Crawford?
No, yeah, but I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the picture of Willie Monroe Jr. when he was with the SNAC program and he tested positive for a banned substance, and Andre Berto tested positive for a banned substance while he also was with the SNAC program.
Okay, so what came of that though?
Nothing. The two fights that they had, especially both fights, were going to be big fights. Charlo was going to be was scheduled to fight Willie Monroe, but they suspended him. He couldn't fight. And Andre Berto as well. He was going to fight in a rematch against Victor Ortiz.
I kind of wanted to touch on. I just wanted to kind of shoot that out there. It really wasn't the emphasis of what I was clicking in for. Okay. I said in the chat earlier before you let anybody on. I said that Tank Davis. You mentioned Tank Davis, and I'm saying that Tank Davis's star power is grossly overrated. Would you not agree with that? Whenever you get back, I want to know, do you agree that
I'm here.
Tank Davis's star power is being grossly overestimated?
Terrence, you said Tank Davis's star power is being overly
estimated? Grossly overrated.
Before I answer that question, I'm sure my guys here, DC Jeroy, salute to him. He's back. I don't know if he want to comment on some of the things that you said because I just brought him in. DC Jeroy, are you there, sir? You
You're
hold
on
on,
mute, I
DC.
think.
You on mute, DC. Hold on,
Brother
DC.
Marty, how you doing? Can you hear
Oh,
me?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great, sir. How about yourself?
Hey, man, I can't complain. Overcast down here in DC.
So
Um,
you heard you heard what Israel was talking about, DC, and I had brought you on because I saw you in the background. What's your take on what he said, bro?
and, so whenever I come on your panel, I'm always wanting to hear everybody out. I guess the biggest thing for me on the subject of Victor and Terrence and the SNAC program, it's all about perception, right? And that's the part that no one is talking about. The unfortunate part about perception is it holds true to whomever, it becomes a reality to whomever is in possession of that perception, right? So we can argue all day back and forth. And I've heard some of your programs over the last, couple of evenings. I haven't been able to catch you live, but we've had a couple of brothers that's come on. I'm talking about some of the trouble uh, and scenarios that they've been in previously down, back in the day where they may have caught some type of charge or such. Um, and I mean, I get it, right? I think a lot of us, unfortunately, one way or another, has had to go through the penal system for some reason. I don't necessarily think that's the challenge, right? The challenge is once you come out and the company that you keep and what that company has a reputation for, and then the perception that things start to present themselves as. So I'll give you a case in point. um, I had family members, that have Puerto Rico charges. And unfortunately, sometimes when we do things in this world, you can't get that stain off as much as you want to scrub. And I'm not saying that it's fair. I'm not saying that it's the right thing to do. I'm saying it's the reality. And what it really boils down to is the way people perceive you or what type of perception that people have about you. Some people can't forgive, some people can't forget. That's true. But at the end of the day, that's the challenge with doing things that you're not supposed to do. A you open the door for people to potentially always bring that back up in your face. I heard a brother talking about redemption. Um, if we lived in a perfect world, redemption would work and we wouldn't be having these discussions, but we don't, right? So when it's time to talk about Victor and Terrence, the perception is you're hanging with a cat that has been known for some behaviors that wasn't flying right. And he's also come out and stated that I also happen to know there are ways to get around the radar that would catch that. Does that mean you're doing something wrong? No. Does that mean you making those statements coupled with your background is going to erase doubt? Absolutely not. And so that's the conversation that people aren't having. What's the perception of Victor Conti? And why is that the perception? Right? We're not talking about anybody else because they haven't had that heat attached to them. So I think it's fair to be able to look at it and say, from that perspective, we're dealing with the perception of the reality of Victor Conti and then a perception of what goes along with being associated with him, especially when you start looking at things like performance. And I think it's a reasonable discussion and a reasonable question without accusing anybody, but raising suspicion is always going to be something that happens. And that's really the bottom line for me when it comes to the SNAC program stuff.
Got you. Got you. Very well stated. And the thing is, you know, I think what the real problem is that people have with me is that they say, not me, this is their words, not mine. I started a trend on YouTube talking about the SNAC program after Terrence Crawford fought Errol Spence. And I must agree, Inadvertently, I did. I wasn't trying to start a trend, but hey, everybody started talking about it after me, and it's good for boxing. It's good for the YouTube community. It's good for entertainment. Everybody's winning. But the thing about it is, most people don't want to touch on it. You see, and my thing is, if you know it's right, you have to do and say what is right. Because here's the thing, Israel Bound, and all Terrence Bud Crawford fans all around the world can hear me and hear me clearly. When the situation happened with the gloves of Terrence Crawford when he fought David Ebenezer, I did not see not even one Terrence Bud Crawford fan come on my platform and say that that was not right, that something should have been done to prevent that from happening, that those gloves were defective before that fight, during the fight, during the fight. He knocked David Ebenezer out with one punch. I didn't hear not one Terrence Bud Crawford fan come on this panel to hold him or the Nebraska Athletic Commission accountable for them gloves. I didn't hear one Crawford fan. All of a sudden now, when we talk about the SNAC program and all these other performance enhancements that could have possibly been a determining factor of him beating Spence, all of a sudden now we talking about excuses. So Israel, I have a question for you and all of the Terrence Crawford fans all around the world, and I want you all to engage by saying yes or no in the chat, and if you're watching the replay, it is live in the comments section. Quick question, Israel Bound, in your opinion, was David Ebenezer making an excuse when he lost to Terrence Crawford?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
How?
I mean, you didn't see where his camp was petitioning to have the fight reversed or Terrence Crawford stripped or whatever the case may be because of the gloves?
You call that an excuse?
You asked me. Yeah, it's an excuse because at the end of the day, those gloves did not help him or hurt him in his knockout.
How you know?
Tell me how. Where did the gloves bust at? Hold on. Where was the gloves? Where geographically, as far as the glove is concerned, I should geographically is a bad word. Where on the glove?
Israel.
Where is it? Where was it defective? What part of the glove was
Israel.
defective? Yes, sir.
Israel. You're using a tactic that used to traumatize me. It's called deflecting. I asked you a question and
No,
then you asked me a question.
no, I did.
How
I
do you
answered your question. You
know?
asked me a question and I said yes.
No, I said, how
Oh,
do
so
you
you're
know? No, listen, how did you know that it didn't affect this man one way or another? You made a statement. How you know that?
okay. I could ask you the same question though. How
See,
do you
there
know?
you
How do
go.
you know that it did?
Just
Listen.
answer. Just
I got
answer.
you.
I'll answer your question. I'll answer your
Okay.
question, but I want you to answer
Okay.
mine first. How do you know?
Because according to me and what I witnessed, the glove was defective around the thumb area. I think we can verify that. David Avenesian hand on the front pad of the glove. So it stands to reason to me that the defective part of the glove played no part in the knockout.
So what did play a part in the knockout then?
Terrence Crawford's hands,
And what else?
like all 31 of the other knockouts.
There was something else that played the part in it. Say it. The SNAC
The
program.
SNAC
Don't be
program. Oh,
scared
yeah,
now.
I forgot about that. I forgot the SNAC program.
There we go.
Of course. But once again, like I said before, you can't be a part of any. Listen, you have to stay. Listen, you stuck with that, Manager Marty. You're stuck with that argument. Now, that means that every single fighter that's on any nutritional program that's legal is yes, sir, is benefiting from performance enhancement.
I don't know. Those other things
Yeah,
may not work.
Let me tell you how. Because necessarily, if you you know what I'm saying, certain things that are put into your body are designed or have been scientifically proven to cause certain enhancements in your performance. Whether you're a power walker, whether you're a weightlifter, no matter what you like. For instance, there's a product that I used to take called Carbo Surge. It's not illegal, and but it did enhance my performance when I was working out because it gave me a lot more energy. You see what I'm saying? It gave me a lot more stamina when I worked out, but it's not an illegal substance. So I'm saying that if you take nutritionally balanced programs put together for fighters and athletes, then they're all benefiting from performance enhancement.
Right, but we don't know who's taking performance enhancements or not. We just know that if you at the SNAC
Yeah,
program,
all fighters take SNAC.
hold
All
on,
fighters take nutritional programs.
hold
All of
on.
them.
I do not know if that's true or not, so you can't do that. All I'm
Until
saying
proven
is
wrong, that's my stance.
I agree with you. That's your stance, and that's cool. We can't say that all fighters take. We don't know. But what we do know is that Crawford is on the SNAC program. See,
Right.
y'all trying to lump everybody else in it. No, don't. We not doing that, bro. All I'm saying is, why did you use the supplement? You said that you used the supplement and it gave you those benefits. What did you use that stuff for?
Because I wanted to get extra energy for my workouts.
So you didn't have energy before.
Yeah, I had energy before, but it
I'm
was a
talking about
notice.
not the same type of energy that you had when you was
Right,
using the. You
right,
didn't have that
precisely,
type.
precisely,
Okay, so you
precisely.
didn't have that type of energy that you gained from taking the supplements before you took the supplements, right?
Right.
So it makes sense for you to take the supplements, correct?
Yeah.
All right, mute your phone and you don't interrupt me on this one now. Because I walked you right into it, Israel. So if
Okay.
Crawford don't smoke, he don't
Okay.
drink, he's a gym rat, he don't have sex before the fights all the time. The
Yes, he
man
do.
is in tip-top. Hold on. The man is in tip-top shape. The man is a world champion. The man has power, he has stamina, he has agility. He has all the ingredients of world championship level competition. Before he went to SNAC, we know why you use the supplements, but the question I have for you is, well, what did he go over to Victor Conti for if he had all of the stuff already?
You asking me?
Hello, is my mic on? Testing 1 2. My lavalier.
You are. No, I'm saying you told me don't say nothing, so I didn't. You done?
Oh yes.
Do I do the brother? You want to? You want to
No,
take
no,
a
no,
word
no, no,
in?
no, no. This for you.
Yeah. No. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Cool. So this is what I'm gonna say to that. Just like I told you the last time. If because I know for well, I'm not gonna say I know for a fact, but I'm pretty certain that Terrence Crawford was on some form of nutritional program before he was on the SNAC program.
How you know this stuff, bro? How
Oh,
do
I'm
you
saying
know
though,
this?
I don't know these things, but what I'm saying is that I believe that all or most fighters are on nutritional programs.
Well, it looked like his.
It wouldn't make sense that they wasn't. Like you have to watch the food you eat. You have to watch the carbs you take in.
Right,
And you
so he
have
was
to
already right, but he was already. If you're saying based on your belief system that Crawford was already on a nutritional program using supplements before he went to SNAC, which gave him the opportunities and benefits to have all those TKOs back to back to back to back, everything was working then. What did he go over to the SNAC program for based on your theory then?
so what's what I'm saying. So no matter how I answer it, you're gonna hit me with how do I know that? Which I
No, no, no.
cannot
I just
know
want
that.
your answer.
My
Don't tell me what I'm
answer
gonna
is
do.
like I told you before. The only way I can see, or the only rational conclusion that I can draw from that is that if I was already on a nutritional program and I'm looking to switch to another program, and not only am I already on one, the one that I'm on, I've never lost a fight according to, you know what I'm saying, to what I've been taking in already, right? So it stands to reason to me that he felt the program that he was on was not superior to the SNAC program, but vice versa.
Okay, so if you're saying that it wasn't superior, if everything was working for him, there's no real reason. If it's not broken, you can't fix something that's not broken. So
Yeah,
I'm
but
trying to understand.
we don't know that it wasn't broken though. We don't know what
Yes, we
his
do. The man had all these TKOs back to back to back to back. Never got tired in his fights. Never got, embarrassed in these fights. He really won these fights.
Okay,
On the first,
but based on I'm gonna use your own words against you because
please do.
you said the SNAC program works, right?
Oh yes.
All right, so that's how we know that it was better than the last nutritional program because he's never performed like this before, according to all of y'all.
That's correct. DC
All
Jeroy,
right, so there you
speak on
have
it.
it. So we know that. So we know it's superior to the last nutritional program that he had because in the last 3 fights that he had on the SNAC program, he's done things. These are your words, not mine, and those are your words, not mine. Hey, he done
So
what 3 things that he's never done before. He knocked a man out cold. He dropped Sean Porter more than once in a fight,
Facts.
and he beat the monkey snot out of Earl Spence. So there you have it. That tells us that the SNAC program is superior to his previous nutritional program if we gonna go by the logic that you presenting to us.
You said that he's on a you said that he had a previous nutrition program. I didn't say that. That's what you
Yeah, I
said.
believe that because I would bet $5 to a bag of shit that all fighters are on some form of nutritional program or another.
Okay, no problem. DC Jeroy, what you got for us, brother?
yeah, a couple of things. So you hit on it. It's a tough argument to make about what we know Terrence Crawford was doing prior to the SNAP program, unless you have some inside information that's dead on accurate. Because right now, to say that he was on a different program and then switched over to the SNAP and that works better, that's I mean, hyperbole and I mean, it's almost like pulling it out of the air. So I can't even get with that debate. But I do have a couple of points. So one, nutrition. So it's different between being on a nutrition program and being on supplements, right? So I'm a vegan. I've been a vegan for almost 20 years. I watch my carbs. I watch everything that I take. I work out every day. I don't take no supplements. So the point or the way I'm going with this is, how can you stand on the fact definitively that almost all boxers take some type of supplements, but then you can't stand on the fact that from the Avenesian fight and Crawford fight, that the man glove splitting open could have had some type of impact with the knockout. I don't help connect those two. You can stand firm on one that is a hypothetical and an unknown, whereas the reality of one has come about and said, okay, at least we can look at it and say that we know gloves aren't supposed to be busting open in the middle of a fight. We know that, right? Can we agree with that? And so if that ain't supposed to happen, and that was reality, then we have to ask, and we're back to that perception. Well, what's the perception of your gloves busting open? And then ultimately, what's the impact? So I guess I'll say it this way. It sounds like there may be some convenience in the stances that you're taking when it comes to Terrence Crawford, is ultimately what I'm trying to get to. So I wanted to ask you about that, if you see it that way. You on mute, brother. You on mute.
Go ahead.
I think he would have had to be present for the last conversation that me and Marty had because we based all of this on a hypothetical. So I agree with you totally. But
So
we,
no, but I'm talking about that. It wasn't hypothetical that the man glove split
uh,
open.
but you didn't just mention the gloves. You mentioned two things, and I'm addressing them as you mentioned.
Hmm.
You mentioned you first addressed what I said about the nutritional supplements or lack
Right,
thereof.
right,
So what I said was, I never said that I believe all fighters take supplements. That's not what I said at all.
What
I
you say?
said I said that I believe that all fighters on some form of nutritional program.
Well, Crawford's taking supplements.
But once again, I said that I believe that all fighters are on some form of nutritional program. Let's
you
put in
Which
did, but
program
perspective
here's
is
to
the
what I
supplements?
thing.
said.
But
That's
here's
it.
the thing, though. You associated the nutritional program with supplements, though.
Yes,
You're
we
No,
looking
no,
at
did.
no,
those as
no,
one
no,
and the
no, no, no.
same.
Listen. You said
Yeah,
you're a
yeah,
vegan. You said you're a vegan, right? You work out. You don't take supplements.
correct.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that do you not find a way to add protein to your diet?
I do not.
So you
Dr.
don't.
Sabi
So
actually,
huh?
Dr. Sabi denounces protein. So, as
Okay.
someone that's in the gym every day, that's not my focus. My focus is replenishing the minerals that my body depleted.
Okay. Replenishing the. Okay. Okay. So what are minerals?
Listen, let's not
Minerals:
get too
zinc,
technical here.
iron,
The thing is,
calcium. My fault. I mean, I
no, it's
can
all
run
good.
down a
Listen,
list.
Yeah, I
But go
got you,
ahead.
Sean, because I'm leading this to something. You talking minerals are iron, calcium, zinc, and so on and so forth, right? That's what
Correct.
supplements are.
So, what I'm saying to you is, when you associate a snack, or excuse me, a nutritional program with supplements, that's not one and the same.
Because I never associated nutritional program with supplements. Y'all did. I
No, that was
said,
the whole argument, brother. You
oh
said,
no, listen. I'm gonna say it again, and it's therefore there's no need to argue because it's recorded. I
okay,
said that I believe that all fighters are on some form of nutritional program. I never mentioned supplements.
but did you not go into, when you explained about yourself, you were talking about how you used to work out, you didn't have the energy, and so part of your nutritional
So I
program was
took
you
yeah,
taking
so I took a
supplements,
so I took a product called Carbo Surge, right?
and that's a
But
supplement, right?
but I'm not a fighter, and we're not talking about me. I'm
but you
saying that
brought yourself up. We didn't.
no,
I didn't
I
ask
no,
you.
I
You
listen.
brought
I
yourself
brought
up, bro.
myself up in this example to say that when you're on a nutritional program, whatever you're taking in, whatever that nutrition, because Carbo Surge is not a nutritional supplement. It's an energy supplement. So it's not like a zinc or a calcium or any of that. You see what I'm saying? So, but
Right.
my point in bringing that up was that I took it to enhance my performance when I was working out. So therefore, when you talk about not weightlifters, but fighters, what sense does it make to believe that fighters don't have a nutritional program?
It's not
Like,
about that. I want to let me clear. Let me clarify. 'Cause I don't want to go in the deep end.
okay,
There's nothing wrong with a fighter having a nutritional program. Let's be clear on that. That is not what I am saying. We're talking about one fighter and we're talking about one program. And
okay,
that's Terrence Crawford and the SNAC program.
right.
And we know that the SNAC program provides, let me put it back on your screen. Every week I got to go through this every time y'all do this. So here we go. SNAC offers products. Now remember, the products is the supplements. Now,
Right.
the products that improve your level of fitness, help you lose fat, build muscle, and enhance performance.
Right.
You see?
We never argued
So,
that though.
right. So that's what we're dealing with. Now I got a question for you on that, brother. It said in the snack program that the products help you lose fat. I question on that. Why Terrence Crawford say he having trouble making weight at the 147-pound division?
You said why? Did you say why?
Terrence Crawford said he had trouble making the weight at 147. He's
Yes.
been on the SNAC program for 2 years,
Yes.
and according to the advertisement, it helped you lose fat, build muscle. So my
Okay,
question
but
is,
what you not understanding
hold
though
on, let me
is
finish the question, brother.
okay. All
Then
right,
my
go ahead.
question is, how is he having trouble? Devin Haney said the same thing too at 135. He having trouble. Why they keep
Because
having all this trouble
I'll
making
tell
weight
you.
when they on the
I'll
SNAC
tell you
program?
why. I'll tell you why. I'll
Just a
tell you why.
question. It's
I'll
just a
tell you why.
question.
I'll tell you why. I'm gonna clear it up for you.
Please do.
So that's just like a person who just starts out on a weight loss journey. You can lose a lot of weight fast, right? Like within that first couple weeks or first couple months, that's when you're gonna have your biggest weight loss. But when you get down to where you starting to have more muscle than fat, you're not gonna lose weight like that. Terrence Crawford don't have fat to lose. So your argument is moot because he's not going to lose fat. He don't have none.
Why he can't make the weight then?
147 pounds of muscle. Where is he going to lose it at? Right.
So
Next question.
no. I'm glad you
Yeah.
brought that up.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Because great, but you're proving my point. Then
No.
what did he go? Then what did he go over there for in the first place if he don't have these problems?
But who said that? Who said that who said, listen, if you can't make weight, you know what I'm saying? That's not a supplement or a nutritional issue. You see what I'm saying? He outgrew 147. That's why he can't make the weight. At a certain time, at a certain point, he has his muscle density versus his fat content in his body weight is severely lopsided. He doesn't have any fat to lose.
All right. So what you didn't realize is that I was walking you into something, and I'm
You
glad you
keep
didn't
saying
see it.
that.
I know, but I'm gonna walk you into it. So,
All right.
and that's why I'm glad you brought all of that up, because now you got to ask yourself, then if all of that what you're saying is true, if he really can't make this weight at 147, then why is he asking to fight Errol Spence again at the same weight?
Okay, did you not see the interview where he said that if one of us say that we cannot make 147, we have to put that in writing, or the fight happens at 147. Earl Spence didn't put into writing that he wanted to fight to be at 154 because he couldn't make 147. So the fight by default happens at 147 per the contract.
How do you know that Errol Spence did not put this in
Whoa,
writing?
whoa, 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 whoa. Let me. Whoa. Why didn't Bud send a writing then if he can't make
Because
147? Because he
Bud
said
never
either
said he could. Because Bud never said he couldn't make the weight.
Yes, he
he did
did.
after the
No, he
fight. Right
didn't.
after
He
the
said,
fight.
"Hold up, stop." He
Right after the
didn't
fight.
say no such thing. He said it was hard for me to make the weight as well. He never said I can't make the weight. Stop trying to play semantics and using that man's name like that.
What made him bring that up in the first place? Hold on, DC, I got him. What made him say that in the first place?
What made who say what, bro? What
Don't
made
gaslight me, Israel.
no, seriously. I'm asking you.
What made Crawford bring those words up about his weight in the first place?
I'm saying we just spoke about two different things. Are you saying about him being able to having problems making the weight?
What made him say that?
He said,
Something
okay, listen,
happened.
because oh, okay, I got you. Because there was the conversation that Earl said that he hoped the fight could be at 154.
For what?
Terrence Crawford
Why?
then Terrence Crawford in response said that I had trouble making the weight as well. But he never said, as y'all keep trying to put out there, that I can't make the weight. He never said that.
He had trouble making it.
That's what he said. That's a difference between,
And
that's
you
a
said,
whole difference between I can't make it and I had trouble making it.
great, but you said he should not have trouble because he has no fat on his body anyway.
No, I said that's what's causing it to be hard to make the weight because you don't have fat to lose.
No problem. So basically, he was well aware of Errol Spence saying that he wanted to fight at 154 pounds, correct?
Right, right. If Earl wanted to fight at if Earl wanted to fight at
I didn't
154,
ask you about Earl.
okay, go ahead.
Listen,
Uh-huh.
Terrence Crawford was aware of Errol Spence publicly saying that he wanted the rematch at 154 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then. So then he's made aware that Spence wanted this fight at 54.
Right.
Then he acknowledges that it was hard for him to make the weight at 147.
Right.
So my question still remains with those two facts that you just agreed about. Why would he be advocating for Spence to fight this fight at 147 in the first place with those two facts existing?
You didn't just hear what I just said?
Because he trolling.
Spence had to put that in writing, Manager Marty.
How do you know he didn't?
Because Terrence Crawford said that he didn't.
You
But
want me to
Israel,
believe a guy that keep contradicting him? Hey, Israel,
Hold
stop.
up, listen. Terrence Crawford said that, right? Nobody in Earl's camp, Earl didn't, the sanctioning bodies, nobody has said that Terrence Crawford is lying.
Okay, I didn't say he was lying. What I'm trying to get you to see as a fan is that you will believe the words that Terrence Crawford say out of his mouth, but you don't believe the words that he don't say. You know how when it was time for him to tweet and he said, "Now I'm juicing," all of a sudden, you won't find not one illegal substance in my body anytime, anywhere that you test me. You didn't believe the fact that he didn't say that he was a clean fighter. But you telling me you believe the words he do say.
Hold up, wait. I didn't understand what you just said. That didn't make sense to me. What are you saying? For clarification, I'm saying run that by me again. Am I the
like
only one that didn't understand that?
Oh, I know you don't. Y'all never understand when I
No,
talk.
I'm saying no.
But
Don't
what
do
I'm
that.
basically saying is
I'm being
this.
honest. I'm being honest. I'm
Wait,
not trying to play with. I'm like, if I didn't understand it,
this
what more can
connection
I
keep
say
the
that I
connection. See,
didn't
every time the
understand what you
truth
said? Huh? I'm saying you're not making yourself clear what you're trying to ask me is what I'm saying.
hey, Israel. So he's
Yes, sir.
probably having some technical difficulties. So let me ask you this. And so I will concede the point that um, Terrence Crawford didn't say he couldn't. He definitely stated that it was hard for him to do so. One could and would make an argument when someone says that it's hard to do something. You're talking about a
Yeah,
challenge,
I see
right?
what's going on.
Right.
So, but let me ask you this though.
Can y'all hear me?
Would
I'm back.
Yeah, we can
And
hear
now
you.
we can hear you now.
All right.
would you agree that Bud Crawford, since he won, the rumors states that the winner of the fight got to pick and choose what weight the next fight or the rematch took place at? Would you agree that that's the rumor that's been going around?
Yeah, that's what's being said.
Okay, so with that being said, and I'm only asking because it doesn't make sense to me, if Spence did write a letter saying that I want to fight at 154, Bud does not have to oblige that, right?
No. Listen, the way
Wait.
I understand it, from what he said, if one or the other fighter felt that they couldn't make the weight, they would have to put that in writing. And
Right.
if neither one, and listen, this is what he said. He said, since neither one of us petitioned that we couldn't make the weight at 147, then the fight happens at 147.
No,
Let me ask y'all
I
something.
got that part. But I'm gonna circle back around and ask the question because you didn't give me an answer to that.
Okay.
since you agreed that, and I haven't seen the contract, so I use the word rumor. Since it's rumored that the contract stipulated the winner of fight one gets to pick and dictate the rematch weight, and you agree with that. And so
Right.
then there's this argument that says Spence should have written a letter to say, let's take it at 154. And what I'm saying to you is, if Spence wrote that letter, isn't it still the discretion of Bud to say that, nope, I want to do it at 147 since he won the first fight? So if Bud knew where Spence was and he ultimately got the say so of what weight the rematch took place, why are we even playing those games?
Do we know that? Do we know that Crawford said that the fight is absolutely happening at 147?
So no, I've heard, and those are all
So we
rumors.
don't even know that this man is not going to fight Spence at 154.
Well, can I ask y'all a question? Can I ask y'all a question seriously? Because this whole conversation since the fight been over just been crazy to me. Shout out to manager Marty. Philly, we in the building. But my question is, ain't boxing a one-on-one sport? Everybody agree with that, right? It's a one-on-one sport, right? Earl Spence is a world-class fighter. Wouldn't y'all all agree that Earl Spence is a world-class fighter?
We thought he was.
All right, so my question is, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Earl Spence accepted to fight Bud Crawford at 147. Earl Spence could have put in the contracts to have VADA testing and all of that BS. This is stuff that he had control over. So you can't just be looking at Bud, and I'm the person that picked Earl to win. I'm the same person that calls out Bud for willing to fight at 147 with Spence, but not willing to fight Boots Ennis, but that's a whole nother thing. But my problem is, let's say he is taking supplements, and are they illegal? Then it doesn't matter. If they're not illegal, if y'all can't provide a positive test for me that Bud Crawford is taking something that is illegal, then it doesn't matter. Because if it's legal, then it's fair. Then there's nothing to even talk about. It's nothing to even talk about. If Earl Spence is not on his platforms going off, accusing this man of that, saying this, and the craziest part, let's say he is on the SNAC. Earl still wants to fight him again. So obviously it's not that big of a deal. It ain't for none of us up here to decide what's best for Earl Spence Jr. That's for him to decide. If Earl Spence think he's a dirty fighter, they could get provided testing. Floyd Mayweather used to do it every fight. So don't tell me you don't have control over it, especially when the fight took place. You was the A side over that. These are grown men. He chose to get into that ring. If you choose to get into the ring, get in the ring. No different than Stephen Fulton making sure that he checked the gloves of Inouye. When it was all rumors that Inouye was doing this, that, and the third, Stephen Fulton made sure that the gloves was right. So at the end of the day, if it's not illegal, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. If it's not going to stop the next fight, if it's not going to stop Terrence Crawford's career, if it's not no positive test, if Earl Spence, the main person that's involved, it don't matter what nobody else thinks. If Earl don't think he a dirty fighter, that's all that matters. If Derrick James is not saying that, that's all that matters. Because all of this is speculation. Literally all of it. The same way I think Bud Crawford is just trolling everybody about the 147 thing. He don't really want to fight Spence again. That's my personal opinion. But the thing is, we can't talk about, let's say he is with Victor Conti and he's on the SNAC program. And so manager Marty been putting this out to the world. The whole world knows about the SNAC program, all the sanctioning bodies, all the building events, all the promoters, everybody that puts this stuff together. They all aware of this stuff. And nobody gets the man tested to see if it's true. And then if they say, well, there's stuff that you can't detect. Well, then we could, well, if that is the case, if we can't detect it, then what's the point to talk about it? If we can't even find out if it's true or not, then what's the point? And I'm a Spence fan, Tank Davis fan, Philly in the building. Yeah, Terrence Crawford is wrong because he said that he was willing to fight him at 154. That's what I'm holding him accountable for, his words. That man said that he was willing to make that fight at 154. So if Earl Spence asks for it at 154, just hold your word, bro.
Nah, dog. Now, I agree with you on everything you said up until that point.
All right, well, hold on. Before y'all get into that, I want to respond to that. But before I do, let me get these super chats real quick. Joseph Swab, salute to you. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. As always, Joe. Joe says, if Bud was not using PEDs, taking the test and passing it would have been the best advertisement for Conti's SNAC program. That was the words of Joseph. Then we have Coach Ambler. Thank you for your contribution and your support, Coach Ambler. Coach Ambler says, Bud said, I'm not a dirty fighter. And he said, you will never catch anything in my blood. People will tell you the truth in plain sight. I just want to add a correction. Bud Crawford never said that he was not a dirty fighter. In fact, if he did, I didn't see it. Maybe it was something more recent. But I did not see Terrence Crawford say that he was not a dirty fighter. Many Face Publishing. Thank you for your contribution again for the third time today. Always supporting the channel. Many Face says, did Conti make steroid use undetectable? Of course, Many Face Publishing, that answer is a yes. I just wanted to shed light on a few things that Deem said that I did hear as I was coming back into the fold here as the technical difficulties continue to happen. Dean, you kept saying the words, let's just say. Let's just say that Crawford's with Victor Conti. Let's just say that Crawford's on the SNAC program. Let's just say. Well, we don't have to let's just say because it's not an assumption. It is a fact. And the thing about it is that's raising more suspicion. It has nothing to do with manager Marty. I want to be clear on this. Yeah, I'm getting the credit for it because I'm talking about it and people are asking me about it, but this don't have nothing to do with manager Marty. What it has something to do with is this. Terrence Crawford already had all of the skill sets in place as far as him being a world champion skilled fighter way before he went over to the SNAC program. He goes over to the SNAC program with all of the skill sets and being a world champion before he went to the SNAC program. I'm not talking about no other program, no other supplements, no other workout regimen, no other nutritional program. I ain't talking about none of that. I'm being specific about the SNAC program. When Terrence Crawford went to the SNAC program, 3 years prior to him going to the SNAC program, he actually witnessed, just like each and every last one of us witnessed, that a guy by the name of Willie Monroe Jr. tested positive for a banned substance while he was on the SNAC program back in 2018. That did not concern Crawford or his team. They still went over there. Even though Crawford had all of the skill sets that we know he had, and of course the commitment level it takes to be a world champion of how he took care of his body outside the ring, he still went over to the SNAC program. Now, he goes over to the SNAC program. 3 years prior, Willie Monroe tested positive for a banned substance while he was in the SNAC program when he tested for VADA. Those are facts. Now, moving forward, according to Terrence Crawford's friend LC, he specifically was on this platform, and he said, when I asked him, why did Terrence Crawford go to the SNAC program in 2021 if he was going to fight Spence? And because he said we all knew in Nebraska that he was going to eventually fight Spence. He said, his words, not mine. He went over there because Terrence Crawford believed, and everybody else, quote unquote, his words, not mine, were saying that Errol Spence was the bigger and stronger fighter. And that's why he went over there to the SNAC program, because he said, LC said this, not me. I can roll the tape again. He said he don't need no SNAC to beat no Sean Porter. Because when he went over to the SNAC program, a few months after that is when he fought Sean Porter. So he said he don't need no SNAC to beat no Sean Porter. So in essence, he was saying that he obviously believed that he needed SNAC to beat Errol Spence. Now, moving forward from there, even, remember, I start bringing the SNAC up 3 days after the fight. But what I did not know, what none of us knew, on this panel, everybody watching me live, and those that are watching the replay of this live, and even spies that are watching me right now did not know that on August the 18th, there was a Netflix documentary that was produced and published and aired on the 18th of August. It was called The Hall of Shame, where it talked about Victor Conti's resurgence and his rise to the top from 1984 until he was indicted in the year of 2003, I believe. It talked about all of the fighters that one fighter that he worked with was Devin Haney at the end, but they did not talk about Sugar Shane Mosley. They didn't say that in the Netflix documentary, but all the athletes, that's what I meant to say. They discussed all of the athletes that Victor Conti worked with. He was himself talking about it. It wasn't like nobody was reading the script. Victor Conti himself was talking about the athletes that he worked with. And he talked about all of the things that these athletes did when they were with him, being on the calendar, all of those things. Tim Montgomery himself, an athlete that broke world records, just like all the other athletes that Victor Conti was working with, they all broke world records. Tim Montgomery said himself that Victor Conti made a living off of the products because people was under the assumption that all the athletes that was working with the SNAC program back then, they were under the assumption that Victor Conti was giving them the very supplements that he was selling for them to enhance their performance, when in all actuality, behind the scenes, he never gave them not one piece of any of the supplements or any of the things he was selling in stores, GMC, and even online. He was actually giving them the steroids. Victor Conti himself confirmed that the steroids that he was giving those athletes were HGH, EPO, insulin, and then of course he created the substance of the cream and the clear to make those performance enhancement drugs undetectable when they tested, including Barry Bonds. Every time they tested for a random style, Olympic style drug testing, their testing always came back negative, even though they really was technically positive with steroids in their system. So what happens is, after that, now the cloud of suspicion that people already had before the Netflix special came out, it started to heighten because Victor Conti was basically airing out what his business model is. Tim Montgomery was airing out what the business model is. And not only that, but Victor Conti said himself that branding is how he wins. Well, we see what he means by that, because back in those days, and he's doing the same thing now, where he allows the athletes to promote his SNAC brand by wearing the shirts, wearing the hats, wearing the paraphernalia to brand and market the product. And so that's where this whole thing is. It's not just about, well, all fighters or all athletes use performance enhancement.
But Manager Marty,
and
that's not also answering my
hold
question.
On, Deem. Let me finish, Deem. Let me finish, Deem. I got you. And it's not just about, well, if he's with the SNAC program, so what? If he had performance enhancement against Spence, so what? Well, we can't just say that like that, because there's a cloud of suspicion that's been following Victor Conti all the last 30 years. Now, if Terrence Crawford was on another strength and conditioning program of somebody else, I don't think the publicity would be attached to him the way it is today. But he's over there with a guy who funds VADA. Who knows the testing protocol, who's tweeting, if not every week, definitely every month for the last couple of years. Victor Conti is tweeting, and he's actually saying, hey, there's drugs and performance enhancement drugs that the most stringent testing of VADA won't be able to detect. He's saying it out loud. He's naming the actual drugs. He said they're powerful and undetectable. These are the words of Victor Conti. Victor Conti is tweeting a lot of things that's helping people arouse their own suspicion, even on top of all of the facts that I just said.
I get that. But that still don't answer
the issue is.
But that don't answer the question, though, Manager Marty. The question
What's the question?
The question is, Manager Marty, out of everything that I said, you my guy, and you one of my favorite guys on YouTube because you're a thorough dude, and I know that you know what you're talking about. But you're one of also the main people, Manager Marty, that's about holding people accountable. Am I correct about that?
That's absolutely correct.
Holding men accountable for their decisions, right?
That's correct.
Earl, so if it's Netflix specials and all this stuff, Earl Spence is not aware of none of this stuff. He's just oblivious and blind. A guy that's a world-class fighter.
It don't make, but you're talking about, hold on, Dean, let's be clear here. You're talking about the effect. I'm talking about the cause. You're talking about how someone should respond to something. Let me give you an example.
I ain't talking about responding. I'm talking about prior to the fight, Manager Marty. If you going off of hold on. Let me say this to you, because I need you to be clear about what I'm saying. If you're going to talk about Sean Porter and Evan Nesian and all that, that means Earl Spence, I've heard him say he's watched those fights. So all of these things, if he ain't just get with SNAC, that means Earl Spence was aware of the SNAC program, Victor Conti, all of that prior to all of this. I don't want to hear nothing about it. Hold on, Manager Marty. I don't want to hear nothing about that after the fact when Earl Spence is in control of all of this. And Earl Spence is not saying nothing about it. Earl actually said, can y'all please stop making this case that Bud is on something or all this stuff. He don't need the excuses. My point is, I'm not saying that it's not wrong if Terrence Crawford is doing something. Of course it's wrong if he's doing something. My point is, if we can't prove that it's legal, we don't have no real evidence that is illegal. Earl Spence, the main culprit that's in the fight, is not saying anything. We have nothing to go off of just what we feel and what we think. But the fact of the matter is, nothing changes. It's not illegal. He hasn't been busted for it. Earl Spence could have negotiated. Earl Spence negotiated everything else. He gave concessions about everything else. But y'all didn't talk about testing? Manager Marty, can I ask you a question? If you was a boxer, would you not talk about testing if you was fighting with your life on the line?
But Dean, let's be clear on something. We don't know if he said something about testing. We don't know that though, Dean.
No. But thank you. I'm glad you said that.
We don't know.
If we don't know, but Earl do. So if Earl don't care that much and he's willing to fight that man again, obviously Earl don't think it's that big of an issue. So what's the problem is what I'm saying. He's the one that got to step in there. He's the one that got to make the fight go through negotiations. And like I said, I'm pretty sure Earl Spence has heard of Victor Conti's name prior to that fight. I'm pretty sure that Earl Spence knew that Bud Crawford was working with Victor Conti prior to that fight. So I hold men to what, if I think a fighter is dirty, the same way, because the reason why I can't let Earl get off with that or let anybody else even bring it up if Earl is not, because Floyd Mayweather was called the duck for years for demanding the same thing with Pacquiao, and Pacquiao was actually busted illegal before. Floyd would not fight that man until he got Olympic-style testing. So don't tell me this is not nothing that you can't implement or put into the fight.
I didn't say any of, Dean, I never said any of the things that you're...
I get that. My point is, Manager Marty, is the responsibility is on Earl Spence.
But it don't make no difference. But Dean, it don't make no difference because we don't know what Errol Spence and Crawford and the team negotiated in the fight as far as testing. We don't know because let me share something.
Go ahead.
I know. Let me finish. What I'm saying to you is this. I spoke with someone at the fight, live in living color, and I will not reveal the identity of the individual that's very close to PBC. And I asked the person, and when I say close to PBC, they should know the answer to the question that I asked.
Definitely.
And the question that I asked was it any VADA testing in this fight? And the person told me, and this person is a very reliable source. It's not just no random person. Told me, I don't know. So for that person who's in a position that they should know, who's in a position to basically put the scheduling together for these fighters to be where they're supposed to be, when VADA have the sheet that they complete with the fighters and athletes to find out exactly where they are this time during this day, and that person tell me they don't know, what that tells me is there was no VADA testing in this fight.
Right. Me too. I agree.
So what I'm saying is we don't know if that was a part of the deal for it to be VADA testing in this fight or for it not to be VADA testing. We don't know if that was the case. So I can't go speculate and say Errol Spence didn't do A, B, and C. I don't know. What I'm saying is it don't make no difference how Errol Spence responds today because he ain't been saying nothing lately. I ain't hear him say nothing about anything. So that's not the point. The point is that has nothing to do with Okay, let's say he did respond to something. That ain't had nothing to do with the facts at hand, with the suspicion that follows Bud Crawford, because he made a decision within himself to go
Oh, I
over there
agree with the
to counter.
suspicion, Manager Marty. I agree with the
So,
suspicion.
so
I'm not
I
knocking
shouldn't.
nobody on that.
So I shouldn't be criticized if we all should be entitled to our opinion to be suspicious if his performance was enhanced.
Okay, I
You
agree.
know.
I agree with you,
So
man. Now let me say this, because
now
where I'm coming
let
from
me
is
give you
out
a
of
quick.
love.
Hold on, Deem. I got
Go
you.
ahead.
Hold on. Now
Go ahead.
let me give you an example of why I'm saying what I'm saying. When I
Okay.
asked Israel, because you brought up if Spence ain't saying nothing about it, then it should be cool. I brought up to Israel. I said, Israel, in your opinion, I asked the brother on the panel right there earlier. I said, Israel, in your opinion, was David Ebenezer making an excuse for the busted gloves that Terrence Crawford knocked him out with? And Israel said, yes, he's making an excuse because him and his team was advocating for a no contest or some kind of justice to happen on his behalf. Why? Because Terrence Crawford, his team, and so did the Nebraska Athletic Commission, mainly them more than Crawford and them, but they dropped the ball because before he got knocked out, they checked and inspected the gloves right while they all saw it being busted. And Terrence Crawford knew those gloves were busted as well. But my point is
I agree.
the responsibility was more on the commission. So what I'm saying is they still allowed that fight to continue. So what I'm saying is, how can it be an excuse for a man like David Ebenezer to come out and say, wait a minute, I need justice because something happened that wasn't right. And so
Right.
if Errol Spence come out and say, well, I think he should have gotten tested now, all that don't make no difference of how Errol Spence respond or how David Ebenezer respond. The bottom line is that doesn't change the facts that remain about Crawford and Errol and Victor Conti and the
But
SNAC
Manager
program.
Marty, I'm talking about prior. You still haven't answered that though.
What's your
To the
question?
fight.
What was your
Prior to
question?
the fight,
Yeah.
Earl Spence knew about Victor Conti and all of this stuff.
But we don't know, Dean, if he asked for testing in the negotiation or not. We
But
don't know
stay right there. Stay right there, Manager Marty. You know how you keep saying we don't know? You right. We don't know if Bud's doing anything illegal. But we're still speculating.
I never said he was.
Okay, so my thing is, Manager Marty, if you're not saying he's doing nothing, if you're not saying that, I'm glad you're saying that. Because if you're not saying that he's doing nothing illegal, then it doesn't matter then. Because if it's not illegal, hold on, Manager Marty, if it's not illegal, but hold on. But okay, it could be enhanced. But if it's not illegal, it makes it, we're not on the right or wrong.
We don't know if it's illegal or not. I'm saying I never said it was.
But what I'm saying is, let's stick to this.
We don't know.
Has Bud Crawford tested illegal for anything in the sport of boxing?
We don't know if he tested. Wait, time out. I love when y'all ask the question of did he ever test? Two things. Number one, he never tested for VADA that we know of since 2020. So we don't know because he never tested in the last 3 years. And number two, even if he tested, he's with a guy that's telling people that he knows how to circumvent the VADA testing protocols.
But I get that, Manager Marty. That's the part I'm with you on. Victor Conti is suspicious. Bud, all of that, anybody saying that they're suspicious of it, that's not my issue. My issue is to everybody that's stating you're suspicious is that's going down a dead end to nowhere. It's not going to stop Bud Crawford from getting his next fight. It's not going to stop any of that.
So
and then it really won't be no. But then it really won't know. No. What I'm saying is I want to speak on things and deal with things that we can actually change. If there's not, if the commissioners and sanctioning bodies and Earl Spence and everybody is aware of these things and they still allow that to go on, I'm not going to blame the guy that's letting, if you're letting a criminal get away with crime, then that's your problem. If you let somebody walk through your house, Manager Marty, if you let somebody walk through your house, slap your wife up, fondle your kids, that's on you. But they have control over these things. This is my point.
They may not know. Victor Conti said there's things that's undetectable that
okay, but
is not aware of. So nobody may not know.
But this the part that I have a problem with. Victor Conti said, okay, Bud Crawford said, Earl Spence said, what difference does it make on what somebody says? My point is what actually we can prove. I'm not mad at being suspicious. I'm mad, Manager Marty, just coming out of love because I love your channel and who you is as a person. There's no need to keep going on with all of this stuff when there's not no end of the road to it. I can see us being suspicious, Manager Marty, if we could get to the point where we could really find out if Bud Crawford is dirty and all that, so where Earl Spence could get justice. But if Earl Spence can't even get no justice in it, if there's no way we can even find out any of this, then it's just grabbing at air. We're drowning at sea, grabbing for water. Bud Crawford's still gonna go fight, and if Earl Spence fights him again, then what does that say? Like that, because he really can't say he's not aware of none of this now. So, and we haven't heard Earl say anything. So I'm gonna hold the fighter that has to get in the ring with him. The same way Floyd Mayweather's was very, very vocal about getting testing for Pacquiao and everybody else because of suspicions. Then Earl Spence could do the same thing. You're not going to convince me that we all know about Victor Conte. We all seen the Netflix special, but Earl Spence is oblivious to all of this. I don't believe that part.
I got you. Let me get these super chats because I want to respond, and I got my man Detail here. Many-Face Publishing, thank you for your contribution again. Many-Face Publishing. Wait, hold up. One more. Wait a minute. I don't want to miss nobody. I already read that already. Actually, it was Kamal Oz. That's why I put it on the screen. Sorry about that, Kamal. Kamal Oz, thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Again, as always, Kamal. Kamal says prediction for Shadoja Green and Franchise WBC title. I like Franchise Cruz. I think she's a really good fighter, so I'm rooting for her. I hope she wins. Aaron H. Muhammad says, Manager Marty, the gentleman that just said it doesn't matter doesn't speak for the people who want fighters to be clean when we pay to watch fights. I have to totally agree with that, Deem, and I understand you may not care about it. The thing about it is this.
No, it's not that I don't care. It's not that I don't care. My point is that we have to hold people responsible. I'm not letting people get away without being responsible. These is the commissioners, the promoters, the managers, the trainers' job to protect their fighter. If they're not doing that, then that's on them. Earl Spence need to protect himself. The same way Floyd Mayweather's did. So why could Floyd Mayweather's make sure that fighters wasn't dirty when they fought him, but Earl Spence is not capable of the same thing? That's all I'm saying. I put the responsibility on the fighter and his team. When they assign a contract as a man and you walk into the ring, it's no more, it's nothing else after that. The same way we held that guy responsible that did that to Cotto because we found out what he was doing. I would be the first person up here, Manager Marty, if Bud Crawford came out positive or anything like that and fry his ass. But I can't fry a man and I don't have no proof or no facts that he's doing anything wrong. And the other fighter is out there saying, don't make no excuses for me. Earl Spence did say that part. So I'm going to go off of what Earl's saying because I'm pretty sure that was in response to all the stuff that was coming out. So that's just my whole thing. If we could speculate, if we know about Victor Conte, I'm pretty sure that Earl Spence does. I'm pretty sure that Al Heyman does. Pretty sure that Showtime does. That's all I'm saying.
I got you. Now let me ask you a question, Dean.
Yes, sir.
If a person comes out and say, Terrence, if a person comes out and say, I believe that Terrence Bud Crawford is on the juice, he is on steroids. Look at his last 3 fights. Are they wrong for saying that? Yes or no?
I wouldn't say that you're wrong because I can't say nobody's wrong for their opinion, and I just can't say nobody's wrong for their opinion. If you like grapes over oranges, that's your opinion. Oh, okay, if you think that. My thing is it's just not a fact. It's just that, an opinion.
No, but are they? I got you. But are they wrong if they come out and say?
I can't say that. I can't say that. I can't say nobody's wrong for their opinion on whatever they think.
Got you. So if that's the case, that a person in your opinion is not wrong for saying, hey, I think Crawford's on the juice. I think he's been using steroids from his last 3 fights. If they're not wrong for saying that, then I don't understand the argument that nobody should say anything. We should just move on.
No, that's my point. That's my opinion. They can have an opinion that he's doing that, and I have an opinion that you shouldn't even. I have an opinion that that's a crazy opinion to have when you have no facts. Opinions are supposed to be made off of some type of factual information. Is it a fact that Terrence Crawford is with Victor Conte? That is a fact. Is it a fact that Terrence Crawford is part of the SNAC program? That is a fact too. It's also a fact that he hasn't been found to do anything illegal. It's also a fact that we don't have no proof that any of those products or any of that, even the stuff you took, you said probably wasn't illegal. So that's two things could be true. So it's not just because I'm an Earl Spence fan, but what I don't want to do and for him is make excuses after the fight that we wasn't talking about prior to the fight.
But wait a minute, you just said, but see, that's the issue I'm having.
I look at it as an excuse. That's my opinion.
But how? You can't have it both ways, Deems, and I got respect for you too, bro. But you can't have it both ways and say everybody's entitled to their opinion and then say it's an excuse when they're using an observation.
That's my opinion that you asked me. That's what I think. It's not, we can't prove
But
it.
you call it an excuse though. If a man has an opinion, it's not an excuse, it's an observation.
No,
you see what I'm saying, bro?
Man, I get what you're saying. You can have an opinion, and it could be my opinion that you're making an excuse.
Okay, got you. I respect that.
That's all I'm saying. You can have whatever opinion you want. I have my opinion that I think that's asinine.
Right, but that's not an excuse when we see the facts remaining. See, that's the difference, though. See, if it's an opinion, it's based on, hey, I'm just assuming or I just think. But when you have facts in place, it's not an opinion anymore. You see my point?
But then that's like me saying, well, if we're going to talk about facts being in place, the facts is Terrence Crawford is not the dirty fighter. We don't have no proof that he is. Errol Spence is not saying anything about that.
I don't know if he is or not, though.
But guess what?
Say that.
So hold on. So let me ask you this. If a fighter go through boxing for how long Terrence Crawford been fighting? For 15 years, and he's never popped dirty, then I can't say that he is. Yeah, you can have an opinion.
Why not? But why can't you say he is? You just said a man can say that Terrence Crawford was juicing on the last 3 fights. You said there's no problem with that.
No, that's an opinion. I'm talking about the actual fact of the matter is Terrence Crawford has never been tested positive for anything.
Right.
That's the only thing that's factual.
But why can't you give an opinion though? That's what I'm.
You can give an opinion. That's like saying, okay, I'm gonna give you a better thing. Is LeBron James not a 4-time champion? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
LeBron James is a 4-time champion, right? There's people opinions that he could have more. It's people opinions that if Ray Allen don't hit that shot, he would have less. They can have their opinion on. There's plenty of people that don't think that LeBron should have as much or be with super teams. That's their opinion. The fact is, what's going to go down in the history books is that LeBron James is a 4-time champion. The fact is, from this day forward, what's going to go down, Terrence Crawford still has not been busted positive for anything. Errol Spence and him probably will fight again in another rematch. That's the facts. So we could talk about suspicion all day, but our suspicion is going nowhere. It's not stopping nothing. It's not changing nothing. It's not doing any of that. So I'm just basing it off of that.
I got you. Go ahead, detail.
I just want to say, how do you know by us talking about it that it might not bring aware to Errol Spence to check out or do things, on another level in this rematch? You know what I'm saying? Like Errol Spence, I know he watched a lot of things, but some things he might not watch. Some things that we might see that he don't see. You know what I'm saying? That's like me. I'm a construction worker and I'm a boss. So when I'm standing on the outside watching the workers, I can see things more clearly than what they can see while they're in the mix working. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, by us talking about it, might bring aware of things that Errol Spence did not see or know. You know what I'm saying? Because he's seen things that Terrence Crawford did in other fights. But it's different when it happened to you. You know what I'm saying? I might see somebody that passed away, with another. I'd be like, dang, man, I feel sorry for him. But I don't feel the same effect when it happened to my family. Now I'm like, oh my God, help. Like, excuse me. I mean, I'm like, man, So what I'm saying is, by us talking about it, how do we know if Earl Spence be like, no, because I seen Derrick James checking on them gloves. But
I see that too, detail.
But that was after the fact. So me personally, what I'm saying is, I can't tell how a movie go in before the movie. I can only tell after I watched the movie. So Earl Spence went through the motions. We didn't know. Now, me personally, in the first round, I knew something was wrong with Earl Spence.
Yo, real rap.
And I was the one who said that that's not the same Earl Spence. And come to find out, what I was seeing, and I didn't get a video, he had a rib injury, and in my opinion, that he was drained. That's my opinion. I don't think, and I'm not saying that Terrence Crawford not a great fighter, but Terrence Crawford knew themselves that Errol Spence was not the same Errol Spence that they knew him to be, because they said, I thought this fight was going to be harder. And when I say that, I'm saying that Bomac knew what Terrence Crawford bring to the table, and he said, I thought the fight would be harder, even though he know Terrence Crawford has great skills. So what I'm saying is they didn't know that Errol Spence was going to, react that way or whatever happened to him in the ring. So what I'm saying is, I believe by us talking about it and maybe things that Errol Spence didn't see, because we was all in the hype of the moment. I'm like,
Right.
We didn't see it, so we had to actually watch it again and again and again. Every time you watch it, you get something new. So what I'm saying is, by us talking about it, we don't know if something going to happen in the rematch. It might. I don't know. Like you say, we don't know, but it's a chance that Errol Spence and Derrick Young will be like, you know what? I've been seeing videos. I didn't think that stuff or whatever would have happened like that. And I seen what happened. No, we got to do something this rematch. We got to do this. We got to do that. So all I'm saying is, it might be doing something or it might not be.
Can I rebuttal that detail? No, my thing is, we all men up here. I got to keep going back to this. In the court of law, I got plenty of friends that's behind the wall, and I got plenty of friends that's doing very great in life. In the court of law, ignorance, you can't tell a judge I didn't know. They don't care. It's your job to know. Detail. That's Errol Spence's job to know.
I'm talking about for the rematch. For the rematch.
Oh, no, for the rematch, no. And I brought that point up. I agree with you there. If he walks in there, Manager Marty, with Terrence Crawford again, and don't test this man, I'm really going to come up here and say what I'm saying. Because that's crazy.
But Dean, you got to keep it real, and I know you always do.
Always real, Andrew Marty.
We can't bring up testing in this situation when the guy that he's with knows how to circumvent the testing and know how to create substances that will make whatever you're using substance-wise in your body undetectable.
So I'm glad you said that, Manager Marty.
So that's what makes it hard for your argument to say, if he don't test positive, then the guy he's with has the resources and the expertise to make it appear. Tim Montgomery said it. The whole Netflix documentary pointed it out. So it's really hard to use that argument.
So hold on, Manager Marty. You my guy. You my guy. I got so much respect for you. So you want me to believe that Victor Conti is smarter than every scientist out there? So if let's
yes, I want you to believe that. If you don't believe that, you're being very naive, Dean.
No, hold on. But the reason why I say that, let's say he is. Let's say Victor Conti has found the way. No matter of fact, forget let's say, because you got me for that before. He has found the way, right?
Yes.
For it not to be detected, right?
That's correct.
Correct. Then isn't that the responsibility of VADA and all these sanctioning bodies that you have to go through testing for to come up with ways to detect these type of things? That is their responsibility. If you know that your fighters out here in the world where people die in the ring, Manager Marty, they die in the ring. They die in the ring. Anybody who's control of putting two fighters inside of a ring, from the arenas to the promoters to the sanctioning bodies to the people testing, then they should be coming up with ways to find out how to detect that. No different than in the jewelry industry, where the diamond tester say something is a diamond. Well, they made better diamond testers now to circumvent that, to really find out if it's a real diamond or not. My point is,
who should find that out? Who should? You said they. Who?
Sanctioning bodies, the people who are in control of testing, who owns the company and testing. If I'm a fighter, right? Because this is how law works. If I'm a fighter and we are sanctioned by the sanctioning bodies to do a certain testing, right? But there are illegal drugs that the testing company can't detect, and I go in there and get hurt, then I should be able to sue that testing company. Because how are there things out here that you can't detect when your whole company premise is to detect illegal substances?
But that's not the truth, though. So okay. So let me reframe
What's not
that.
Go ahead.
Let me reframe that. So the sanctioning bodies. Let's be clear on this, because I want to make sure we all are educated here. The sanctioning bodies. Let's start with the state commissions. They do not have the resources or the protocols to test for illegal substances such as PEDs. They do have the protocols for marijuana, barbiturates,
Right.
cocaine,
Cocaine and stuff like that.
different things, right? Different things. They're very limited, right? This is how fighters are able to beat that testing as far as
Right.
the athletic commissions, right? So we're talking about the testing agencies, right? The associations that's all they do, like Quest Diagnostics, right? Just to
Yep.
use that
Yeah,
as an example.
absolutely.
Now, you got a guy who is saying, hey, these drugs that's out here, they're undetectable and powerful. I'm gonna ask you this question, Dean, because you said they. Is Victor Conte responsible for finding some kind of protocol to test those undetectable powerful steroids as well?
No, Victor Conte is a crook. So I don't
No.
expect the
Hold on
crook
for a
to
minute. Victor Conte is a crook. Got that. But he's not equally responsible to find testing.
accent. Manager Marty, that's like asking, is a robber responsible for your things after he steals it?
So that means no, he's not responsible.
Yeah, he don't care. Why would Victor Conte, his whole job, if everybody else tell it, what he's been on Netflix and everything for, right, detail, is to have illegal stuff. So why the hell? But guess what? Victor Conte's not the one getting in the ring.
I got him.
Earl
Deem, I
Spence
got
is.
you, brother. I love you.
No,
but
I would admit that all day. Why
Deem,
would a crook? Why would a crook? No, Manager Marty, I'm glad because I agree with you there. I'm with you right there. Of course. Why would a crook? That's like the casinos going to tell you you got a real chance of winning here. Yeah, they let some people win here, but we all know the house wins. We all know this.
Deem.
It ain't the casino. It's not the casino responsibility to tell you to gamble responsibly. They could put the sign up, but if you want to spend all your money, that is your prerogative, sir. So I'm not putting. Go ahead. I want to see where you're going with that.
I got you, Demon. I love you, but I got to tell you, my brother, I got you.
Philly.
Hey, listen, brother. Hey, Philly in the building. I got you, brother.
What's up, baby?
I asked you, was Victor Conte responsible for equally finding out testing protocols and him being a scientist and all, building a protocol to test the same illegal, undetectable drugs that he's saying, you told me no. You said he's the crook. Now I got two things to say. How I caught you. Number one,
SNAC
how can you say no, he's not responsible when Devin Haney, Terrence Crawford, and the rest of them say they go to Victor Conte because he's the one that's an expert to make sure nobody else is cheating. He said on the documentary and every interview you found him after he came from jail, oh man, I just want this to be a clean sport. I'm here to clean the sport up. Terrence Crawford was on Joe Rogan and he said, yeah, I'm with the SNAC program, but Victor Conte's trying to clean the sport. So how is Victor Conte trying to clean the sport if he's not responsible with building a protocol to test the same undetectable drugs that he
used to put out there, that he claimed he put out there?
That's correct. He's equally responsible if he's trying to clean up the sport, like Crawford and them say. And point number two, if he is a crook, now I know you said, oh, nobody should worry about it. Errol Spence should do all this. If he's a crook, then what did Crawford go over there for with him in the first place?
Oh, I can answer that. Guess what, Manager Marty? I never said I thought Bud Crawford was honorable. I never said that I thought Victor Conte was a stand-up guy. I never said I didn't think Victor Conte was guilty of doing these. Hold on, I'm responding. I never said none of that. That's not where I'm putting the
So why shouldn't we worry about it? Why shouldn't we speak on it then?
No, what I'm saying to you is that it's already been spoken on, Manager Mark. It's a Netflix series.
Well, I've been saying this before the Netflix. I've been saying this before Netflix came out. Remember?
No, but guess what? You're right about that, Manager Marty. That's not the part. Remember earlier, I never said that you're just wrong for the suspicion. I said everybody who's suspicious of Victor Conte is right in being suspicious of him. Bud Crawford, the same person that said he will fight Errol Spence at 154, but then turn around and said it's going to happen at 147. I can't just believe because he said it. Devin Haney, the same person that said he was staying at 135 to fight Tank, and 9 days after the Loma fight, he was negotiating with Regis Program. So, okay, they said it. And I don't care about fighters lie. Victor Conte, I know, is a liar. So I'm not worried about that part.
But why did Crawford go over there with him, Dean?
Because you know why? First of all, Manager Moore, I'm gonna say this. because I'm with my brothers now, I'm gonna say this. I think Bud Crawford would try to gain an advantage. I don't think that Bud Crawford is this stand-up, honorable guy. Because if he was, he would have stood on everything that he said in the negotiations the first time with Earl Spence. So I'm not knocking y'all being suspicious of Victor Conti and Terrence Bud Crawford. The part that I am knocking, Manager Marty, is that us as men, no matter how suspicious you is of another man, like Floyd Mayweather's did, you make sure you protect yourself. You dot your I's and cross your T's.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You don't wait for nobody else to put the towel over your face. He already got you in negotiations. He already got you with a coin toss. Y'all done talked about everything else but testing. Y'all done talked about coin tosses. Y'all ain't talked about testing. Y'all ain't talked about Victor Conti. You was on the phone with him, Earl Spence. That is a fact, Manager Marty. Didn't he say he talked to this man for a half an hour? You ain't asked him what me, you, D-Town, and everybody else probably would have acting. What's up with you and Victor Conti, man? So I got to give the fighter just as much responsibility as I gave Floyd Mayweather's and others for protecting themselves. Protect yourselves at all times. This is boxing.
I'm confused, Dean. But Dean, I'm confused because you're saying you're agreeing with everything I said. You said that Terrence Crawford is not as honorable as in your mind. You said that Conti's a crook. So if all these things are true to you and you're agreeing, how can you then say that people are making an excuse because Errol Spence lost?
No, what I'm saying is why I say that, because everybody wasn't bringing this up prior to the fight, and I ain't.
You want to know
maybe
why I wasn't bringing it up?
No, it don't matter, Manager Marty. Stop.
No, yes, you do.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I was not. Who I was talking to on the phone? My man Lump the other day, and I told him I never told nobody this, but since you said, like everybody keeps saying, Manager Marty, you wasn't saying this before. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm going to tell everybody that's listening live in living color right now why I did not say anything about the SNAC program until after he fought Earl Spence. But I'm going to let D-Town go because he been trying to get my attention, because I want to pull up something that Victor Conti said, and then y'all will be able to understand why I waited. D-Town is on you, brother.
Well, the movie, did you say this, Manager Marty, that the movie or the movie about Victor Conti or whatever, the Netflix, that came after the fight, right?
Yes.
So that didn't come. They published it after the fight, but not before the fight.
That's correct.
So they didn't want nobody to know what was going on until after the fight. They didn't want us to be suspicious until after the fight. And then number two, you let me know if it's right, Manager Marty. Victor Conti actually had to tell the boxing association or the people who do the drug testing about certain drugs that was undetectable, right?
Yeah, he took to VADA.
Yeah, to VADA. So he had to school them on something they didn't know. So how is it possible for you to try to get
I'm so glad you said that.
How can you get the upper hand on something you don't know nothing about? That's like me making a new product that never been seen on the market, or nobody knows about it. I don't say new on the market because he probably been used or whatever the case may be. I don't know. But it's hard for me to test for something I never know. You know what I'm saying? So I could do all of
that. That's their response. That's their job. You're right. Maybe let's say they didn't know. That's their problem. That's malpractice. Y'all are scientists. Y'all went to school for this. Y'all get paid the hundreds and hundreds of $1,000s a year to know this.
But they don't.
But D-Town, I can't lay on the excuse that they don't know. Victor Conti is how old? How long Victor Conti been doing this?
He ain't been sharing his products with them. It's not like they're in the lab.
No, D-Town, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the world has known about Victor Conti and his ways for years. This ain't nothing new.
But not his product.
Victor Conti been out doing what he was doing way before VADA even existed, bro.
Right. I'm glad you said that. So if he was out doing what he was doing before VADA existed, and y'all know this man is involved in boxing, if I'm VADA, don't you think that the main thing you would be trying to do is find a way to start detecting these things? That's just me.
They were.
If I'm a testing, hold on, Manager Marty. If I'm a testing company, the way to ensure my fighters that they are getting the best testing, that I should be able to test for that. So Victor Conti knows the sauce and nobody else in the world does. Nobody else in the world.
Yes, Dean.
I don't believe that. I don't, but no.
Dean,
No.
Listen. The reason why, Dean, listen, hear me out. The reason why they brought Victor Conti in as a consultant is no different like the movie Catch Me If You Can. You remember that? The guy was doing all this illegal stuff with the checks, right? Then
they brought the guy in.
Right, he got caught, and they realized like that he can be an asset to us since he's claiming that he changed his life around. Well, it's no different than Victor Conti. He came out of jail. He's told everybody time and time again he changed his life around. So based on those, prerequisites of VADA bringing Conti in, they were under this same assumption that we all are, even today, that Victor Conti changed his life around. So he brought him in as a consultant. He volunteered his wisdom to USADA, WADA, and now VADA. Now he's funding VADA, and he learned about the protocols.
But you just made my point, Manager Marty. If y'all know this guy a crook, y'all chose to bring him in. That's a choice.
No, he changed his life around.
Okay, but hold on, Manager Marty. I got y'all. He changed his life around.
That's what he said.
Okay, that's all good. My thing is, why are we putting more on Victor Conti than the people who advertise that this is what they do? They get paid, Manager Marty, to test fighters, to make sure that they don't have illegal substances in their body. Why aren't we saying VADA? If y'all know it's illegal, y'all need to do a better job at detecting stuff that they say is undetectable, because we know if y'all try hard enough, you can find a way to detect it.
The man,
because my thing is, Manager Marty, if y'all are a testing company and can't ensure that people aren't dirty, then what is the point? Then what is y'all services for?
Because
why are y'all needed?
No, that's not true. Okay, so there's an element that you're not including, and I want to include it right now. Dean, here's the thing. So if Victor Conti himself is coming out saying I think it was LF-1 is a powerful drug and undetectable, there is no VADA. He said the most stringent VADA testing, there is no protocol. The most stringent VADA testing won't even catch this. So what I'm saying is, if he's saying that, that means he knows something about it. So even if VADA knew about it, and the man is telling you, the world, on Twitter and VADA, of course, I know about this substance, the most stringent testing you got ain't gonna find this substance in not one athlete. If he's telling you that, and you're doing all the extensive research and you still can't find one, that's not your fault if they keep on modernizing drugs every day. You know for a fact that back in the day, heroin was a very powerful drug. But let's keep it 100. Modern time to these days, people are not doping with heroin with needles. What they're doing now, it is very sophisticated, where the heroin or the fentanyl is laced in pills now. You see how drugs continue to evolve. So we can't
Manager Marty,
say,
I agree with that, but then police
so
will tell you. But police will tell you, no, hold on, you got to stay at one point. Stay right there.
Well, you just cut me off. Let me get this.
Go ahead.
So you can't say, well, they're incompetent because they don't know all of the. I can
say that.
No, but I'm saying, in essence, you're saying that because they are the agency that should be expected to know each and every one of these protocols to find this stuff. But we know,
because that's what they advertise, Manager Marty.
But Dean, let's be real here. There's so many different sciences that modernize and modernize so many different drugs. This is why Victor Conti couldn't get caught all the other time. He invented the cream and the clear. They didn't even know about that.
So, Manager Marty, what you saying? They should just give up then. Fuck it. Don't just make sure everybody just go out there dirty.
No,
whatever.
You know that's not what I'm saying, bro.
I get that. So my point is, all right. So if you're not saying that, then my point is the opposite. Then they need to get better at what they doing.
But
I'm not wrong for saying that. I'm wrong for saying. Hold on, Manager Marty. I'm wrong for saying that VADA and all the other testing agencies are wrong because they aren't doing their job to the best of their abilities. I'm wrong for asking VADA testing to be able to make sure that fighters who put their life on the line walk into the ring 100% not dirty when that's what they advertise. Because if I'm a fighter and you can't assure me that the fighter across from me is not dirty, then why am I doing this?
How can you? But it's not that they can't do it. What it is you have scientists out here that knows how to modernize and be very sophisticated in manufacturing and
Then
distributing
hire
drugs.
one of them scientists to work with your company to find ways to do it. I don't care what they got to do. That's like sitting up there saying that drugs get modernized, but it's not police responsibility to still crack down on it.
Hold on 1 second. There's a guy in the chat. I have to salute him back. I did not know he was saluting me, and I have to salute him back. My guy, BFTB, is listening live in living color. BFTB, always a pleasure, my brother. I see you in the chat. My fault, Deem. Had to give my brother his, you know what I mean?
What I'm saying is police can't sit up there and say criminals is so good, it ain't nothing we could do about it, so they don't patrol no more.
No, it's not.
No, that's why. No, hold on, Manager Marty. Nah, because that's why certain police chiefs get fired. They hire more police. They try to do something about it. They don't just sit back with their hands tied and say, well, Victor Conte is so much smarter than the rest of us, and we can't do nothing about it.
That's not what they saying, though, bro.
That's
not what they. That's not what I'm not saying. Vada's saying.
I get that, but my point is, Manager Marty, is y'all sitting up there talking about Victor Conte and what he can get away with.
Yes,
I'm saying,
he said it.
Of course,
himself,
I agree. But I'm saying that it's the responsibility. You can't just put he's over there doing something wrong. Can I respond to Dean real quick? Their responsibility to protect fighters from in testing. That is what these testing companies do. That's their job. So I'm not wrong for saying that they need to do a better job. If you said that there's scientists in this world that knows about it, you know what the FBI do when they can't find criminals? Sometimes they go ask other criminals. You know how they catch serial killers? Sometimes they go talk to other serial killers. It's their responsibility still, though, Manager Marty. We can't have it one way. It is still their responsibility. It is still the other person's responsibility that get in the ring. You can't tell me Floyd Mayweather's could do this for all these years, but these other fighters can't.
Nobody said. Dean, let me respond to you real quick and give you some information that may change your perspective. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We got you.
Okay, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but Victor Conte funds VADA.
I just told him.
Victor Conte writes the protocol for the testing. Victor Conte let the sanctioning bodies know what to add and what not to add to the list. See, so when you know that information, what we're saying doesn't seem that far-fetched. These fighters are failing other testing that work with Victor. They're not doing the VADA testing. So if you're with Victor and you're also thinking best that Victor wrote the protocol, it's going to be kind of difficult to for you to
repeat what you just said.
Pop dirty. And even if you do pop, they're even going to release those.
2 cents. Run it back. You was going in and out, baby girl.
2 cents boxing. Can you hear us?
But she brought up a great point though. But
I've been saying that he funds testing. I already told you when he got out, he said he changed. He has been a quote unquote advocate for clean boxing. You heard Terrence Crawford say that in the Joe Rogan interview.
Right.
So did Devin Haney in the documentary where he said that it is performance enhancement without the drugs. Those were the words of Devin Haney. What I'm basically saying is that everybody is acting like Victor Conte is not responsible. You just said he wasn't responsible to build the protocol, but yet I can pull up an interview where Bill Haney and everybody else, even Crawford, is all saying that he's trying to, Victor Conte himself is even saying in interviews that he's trying to clean the sport up. Well, if he's trying to clean the sport up, the very undetectable, powerful drugs that he's tweeting about, he should be responsible with building a protocol to basically catch the drugs from being surfaced around in the sport of boxing.
Well, Manager Marty, that's if you believe he is a changed man. I don't believe
it. Don't make no difference if I believe it.
But hold on, Manager Marty, you didn't tell VADA and them to hire him.
No, Dean, listen to what I'm saying. It don't make no difference of what I believe. He's on record saying he's a changed man and he wants clean boxing. He's trying to clean the sport up. Terrence Crawford is on record saying that. So is Bill Haney and the rest of them on the SNAC program.
I agree with that part. But my thing is that's another choice. Can y'all hear me? Though. Yeah, but that's another choice, Manager Marty. If y'all know this man got out of jail for doing illegal stuff, most companies don't even hire felons.
Exactly. So why is
So
he
my thing
involved
is, if
in
y'all going
sports?
to, again, that is on VADA. That is on these testing agencies. If you're going to hire a man that's telling you that he makes stuff that's undetectable and have him run your stuff, then that's definitely
Well, no,
incompetent.
he didn't say no. He didn't say he was currently doing that when they
Of
hired
course,
him.
he ain't say that now, but y'all know that he got the capabilities because he's able to tell you what to not detect for, what not to look
So
for.
okay, so why wouldn't you have a problem with Crawford being with him? You said it ain't no problem if it's
No,
not.
I didn't know. I didn't say I didn't have a problem with Crawford be with. I never said that. I said, remember earlier, I said I
You
think
said if
you are
Crawford didn't
no.
test positive, you said if Crawford didn't test positive, then what is everybody talking about? And you
That's
also
two
said
different
if he
things,
didn't
Manager
do,
Marty. You said I didn't have a problem with him being there. That's two different things.
well, you
I
said if
said that I think Victor Conte is a crook and that Bud
no
Crawford is
before
not a
that, no,
stand-up
no,
guy.
Deem, I got you. Before that, you said if Crawford did not test positive, then there is no reason why people should keep on talking about this because he's going to fight Spence in a rematch. If he didn't test
Yes.
positive, then there's nothing. There's basically you're
Because what
saying
is it stopping, Manager Marty? Manager Marty, what is it stopping?
there's nothing to see. You're basically saying there's nothing to see here, folks. If the man didn't test positive, we need to just
Because
move
Manager
on.
Marty, when we talking about something, we have to get to an end point of it. We
Well,
could be
sometimes there
suspicious
is.
all day. We could be
We're
suspicious
talking
until the
about corruption. We're talking about
okay,
corruption.
and I'm glad 2 Cents said that. We are talking about corruption. So if there is no end to this corruption, then what are we going to do about it? What is going to happen? If they still
We're
letting
just bringing
Victor
an
Conte
awareness.
around boxers. Hold on, they still letting Victor Conte around boxers. VADA is still letting him be in control of all this stuff after the Netflix special. Earl Spence still wants to fight Bud Crawford with all this information out. So what me as a fan about to sit up there and bang on a wall for about this when Earl Spence himself is not banging on a wall for it?
Well, you're not banging on the wall. Remember, you're not saying anything, Deem. It's
I'm
not
talking
on you.
about fans, period. I'm talking
Right.
about period.
But you said earlier that every person should be entitled to their opinion, bro.
No, I get that. But my thing is, but remember, y'all brought up facts. Y'all
Right.
brought up facts. My point is, the fact is, Earl Spence is the only one getting in that ring. Earl
It
Spence
don't
is
make no.
aware.
Hey,
Earl
and
Spence
guess
is
what? Only reason why Errol Spence getting in that ring, only reason why Terrence
because of
Crawford is
his
getting in the
choice.
ring it's because the fans are paying hard-earned
So
dollars
it's not his choice, Manager Marty. He don't sign the contract.
Hey man, it's his choice, but I think
Okay,
you're missing
there
the.
you go. It's his
But
choice. It's his responsibility. Can't nobody make me do something that I don't want
I
to do.
agree, but you're talking about on the side of Spence. The part that we're talking about really has nothing to do with Spence or not, because we seen David Ebenezer try to get justice. So you can't go on there. What we talking about is, and it's the question that I asked, and we're still waiting for the answer to that is, if Victor Conte's a crook, your words, not mine, why would now I know you said he's not an honorable guy, but why would Crawford go over to him in the first place? Like you saying Vada,
I told you why.
hold on, Dean. You saying Vada brought him around, they knew his
They
past, they knew
did.
that, right, but so did Crawford. Crawford brought him around too. So what the
And that's because,
problem be?
and I like Spence. The reason why Crawford did it is because Crawford is always going to
Say
look
it,
for an
Dean.
advantage.
Don't be scared to say it, bro. You my man,
No,
dog. Say it.
hold on.
What he bring him
Crawford's
over
going to
there for?
always. I said this detail when you run this back, and when I first got on, I said y'all believe Crawford. I don't believe that man. I don't believe Victor Conte.
What did
That boy,
Crawford go over there
he a
for,
changed
Dean?
man. No, Manager Marty, he said he a changed man. In my
Yeah.
opinion, I would have called bullshit as soon as he would have said it to me. That's like a thief steal from me. Get out of jail talking about, I'll never steal from you again. Well, guess what? You might not, but you won't be allowed in my house. And I
I
damn sure
agree.
won't have you.
Hey,
And I
Dean.
damn sure won't have you. Hold on, Manager Marty. And I damn sure won't have you at the manager of my burglary company, my security company. I can
But
tell you
Dean.
that.
But Dean, I agree with you. But remember, you said that I started a trend on YouTube
You did,
about this.
Manager Marty.
Yeah, and guess what? I've been criticized widely for it, and I'm still getting criticized
But I'm
for it,
not
even to this
criticizing you for
day.
the same
No, not
reasons,
you.
though.
No,
Okay.
not you, Dean. But I'm just saying in general, people are criticizing me for bringing up the SNAC program, like the SNAC program didn't enhance his performance against Spence. So what?
It did.
Everybody's calling an excuse, an excuse. Blue Blood Sports TV said it. I heard you earlier say it's an excuse. So what I'm saying is, if we know all this is true, I'm still waiting for the answers to this question. And I asked you as well, why, if Victor Conte's a crook, your words, not mine, why did Terrence Crawford Now I know you said he's not honorable, but why did he go over to Victor Conti in the first place?
Because birds of a feather flock together, Manager
So
Marty.
then why are you saying it's an
He's
excuse
a
if we
thief too.
talking
Did y'all
about
see
this,
how he
bro?
just stole from Earl Spence?
Huh?
I said Crawford's a thief too. Did y'all? He became the A side when he was the B side in the fight. Tell me when the last time y'all seen that happen. He's a damn thief too.
So you got to hold Bud accountable the same way you talking about Bud and Spence, bro.
But guess what? The reason, see, all right.
You agree with me? Hold on, before
I
you
think this whole time we've been getting misconstrued. My point is, Manager Marty, I'm not knocking Bud Crawford if he's wrong for doing what he's doing. I hope one day we can find out if he is or if he ain't.
Well, you said he was wrong, Dean. You already said he was wrong.
I think so too, because I wouldn't work with nobody like Victor Conti. That's my opinion.
Right. You said that he was a crook. You said Victor Conti's a crook.
Victor Conti's a crook, and I also don't think Bud is just a stand-up guy and a man of his word. I don't believe that. That's not what I'm sitting up here saying.
So it's not an excuse then if people speak on it, then is it?
No, I'm not talking about that being an excuse, Manager Marty. That's not the part that I'm talking about. The part that I'm talking about being an excuse is Earl Spence got in the ring with that man. So whatever was going on, whatever's happening, you decided to get in that ring. I gotta hold you accountable for that. If you know the guy is a crook, you think the guy's dirty, why would you get in a ring? Floyd Mayweather's refused to get in the ring with Manny Pacquiao. Am I lying, D-Town? Refused for years to get in the ring with Manny Pacquiao because Manny refused testing, strict testing, day of testing. So what I'm saying is Floyd didn't leave it up to no testing and Victor Conti and all of these other guys. He didn't leave it up to none of that. And Pacquiao was actually busted for illegal substances.
When?
Actually,
when?
Back in the day. I don't remember exactly when, but back in the day.
I never heard one time he failed the test. But I will tell you this. The reason why Pacquiao was able to take the testing, let's be clear on this whole Mayweather business. The reason why is because he was not with Alex Ariza anymore at the time that he was testing with, to fight Floyd Mayweather. Before that, he had somebody in his camp that was highly suspicious, Alex Ariza.
I agree.
That's why he did not and that's why he didn't want to take the test. You see?
I agree.
But guess what? When Alex Ariza and Freddie Roach had that issue, and Freddie Roach told Alex to leave the gym, and guess what happened? Alex Ariza started working with Brandon Rios. Check your history now. He started working with Brandon Rios. Guess what Pacquiao and them did when Brandon Rios was going to fight Pacquiao? They said, we want Brandon Rios to take random style testing because he had Alex Ariza in his corner. And guess what happened? Brandon Rios tested positive for a banned substance. You see my point?
Guess what? I'm glad you said that.
Yes.
But Floyd Mayweather was aware of all this, right? And made sure it didn't happen to him.
Right, but
that's all I'm saying, Manager Marty. I gotta hold both sides.
But nobody. I'm not saying that
because when people were saying that Floyd Mayweather was a duck, I was one of the main people saying he's not a duck. Tell that man to take the test.
Right, I got you. What I'm saying is I'm basing off of your words. I never said that Terrence Crawford is using or doing anything illegal. I never publicly said that.
No, you just said that SNAC worked and his performance is enhanced.
Of course, the SNAC program worked. Everybody knows that. That's no secret. What I'm saying to you, Deem, is you call Victor Conti a crook. So that's because you called him a crook and you said you believe that Crawford's not honorable, that's what you said. I didn't say that. You said it. So what I'm saying is if Victor Conti's a crook, why would Crawford go hang with a crook then? Because you said
he's a crook too.
He dealt with he dealt with
I said that 3 times, Manager Marty. He a crook too. He's not a stand-up guy. He's not an honorable man.
I'm not saying Bud is a crook.
He a cool dude, but I believe Bud will throw rocks and hide his hand. I believe Bud the type of guy that'll take your cake in the refrigerator, have chocolate all around his mouth. You ask him who eat it, he gonna say he ain't do it. That's the type of guy I believe Crawford is.
But I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Crawford's a crook. I ain't gonna put that man.
Why I say a crook is because he goes into negotiations. The things he did with Earl Spence, he didn't keep his word. That man sat up there and said, Earl, thank you for making this fight. It wouldn't have happened without you. Then you sat up there and said you was gonna fight at 154. Then you come out here and troll this man talking about it gotta be put in writing and we only gonna fight at 147, and then have your friends come out here doing interviews that you know that they doing. So that's my opinion that Terrence Crawford is aware of all that stuff. and he know he wrong for that. He might not think he wrong because crooks don't think they wrong when they trying to get over on people. So I'm not expecting the guy to be honorable that wasn't honorable in the first place. But I expect Earl Spence to know better, to do better, to negotiate the right way, the same way we held him accountable for giving Cassie and everything to Bud Crawford. That's all I'm saying, Manager Marty. We got to hold both sides accountable. Victor Conti's a crook. Why would Vada put him the head of y'all testing stuff?
He
guy,
said that
don't make sense to me.
He said he changed his life around. He changed life around after prison. He changed life around after prison, bro.
Guess what?
Bro, that's what he said. He changed his life around after prison, and he's trying to make this sport clean. That's why they don't bring him around.
How can one of the best cheaters of our generation, even when he got caught, he still wasn't necessarily caught. He basically had to tell who he gave the undetectable stuff to. So now you got one of the best cheaters of our era, all of a sudden an advocate for cheating.
Yeah, that
just
don't
doesn't make any
sense.
I don't know, man. I'm just trying
that's all. I'm coming from where 2 cents comes. That's the part. If I'm Vada, Victor Conti, the guy that gets away with everything illegal, come work for our staff. Yeah, and then you still working with boxers. That would only make sense if he wasn't still working with boxers.
I want to ask you something. But see, the deal is, you know what they say: if you can't beat them, join them. They probably looking at it. Look, if he's not on our team, we show loss. So if we got him with us, at least he might tell us something. You know what I'm saying? Even though he might be above them on everything, he might give us the breadcrumbs. You know what I'm saying? But if he's not,
let a thief come in your crib, right? He's
no.
from you.
No. I'm talking about.
You got Picasso's on the wall.
I'm talking about them. I'm talking about them because what I'm saying is, me personally, I wouldn't have him working with us. That's me. But I'm just saying what they probably thinking because look, it took somebody to squeal on him for them to even find out that he was doing illegal stuff. Without that, ain't no tell this man would have been still roaming free and still would have been doing what he had to do. So what I'm saying is that this man is out here making stuff. So how can I test for something I don't know nothing about when this man is the one making something? So I'm gonna test for oranges when this man is making grapes. I don't know how to test for grapes. I don't even know grapes even existed. So how can I test for this when I don't know nothing about this man making stuff on the back end that like we don't know nothing about? So this man.
Detail, can I ask you this, Detail? I agree with you, brother. I agree. But wouldn't that be incompetence on Vada's side? If you know this man is still making products, he's still working with boxers. Making it. So y'all just going off his word. No, what I'm saying is, Manager Marty, Vada just went off his word, huh? If you would just go off a crook word, again, that's incompetence. I'm sorry. That's incompetence. He's still pushing products. He's still working with boxers. Hey, Victor Conti, can you please tell us how to bust you? Can you please tell us how to catch guys like you? We would like to know. Good luck. Okay. I mean, if you want to go that route, go that route. But I don't think that's the route. You're wishing on the star, hoping that a crook tell you how to catch a crook. That's all. I'm sorry, man. And like I said, I think he a crook. I think that Terrence Bud Crawford would do anything to get an advantage. I think Terrence Bud Crawford is out here trolling right now, everybody, because I think he still feels as though he's not getting the respect he deserved after that after that Bud Spence fight. So he out here trying to throw salt in the wound, which is not doing nothing for his popularity. It's not helping sell fights, and I don't think he's gaining no fans. I think Terrence Crawford thought that after he beat Spence, all us Spence fans would just automatically go to his side. And it don't quite work like that, especially when you don't stand on what you say. He's actually being a more negative to himself than he realized. But I also got to be fair. He whipped that man ass. He's a true world-class fighter. And yeah, I just got to go with that. So until I got any other information to go off of to nail that man to the cross, I can't quite do that yet. I would love to, trust me. Because I ain't going to lie, Manager Marty, I ain't seen nobody get beat like that in a long time.
But it was things that happened in his training camp. See, people keep saying, people don't want to talk about that. If you listen to what Blu-ray said, he said it was things that happened in his training camp. Now, it has nothing to do with Crawford. I'm just talking about what happened with Earl Spence.
With Earl Spence, yes.
He showed his ribs over here, and you see other
Yeah, I
people
seen
making.
that.
So what I'm saying is, and then also too, Errol Spence been telling us about 147 division for a while. He been saying that. So what I'm saying is, he was already letting us know that at 147 he had problems, with the weight. Now I'm not
Right.
saying it has nothing to do with Terrence Crawford, because Errol Spence was the one who actually, signed the contract, made the contract to fight at 147. So that's on Errol Spence. That's on him. That has nothing to do with Terrence Crawford. What I'm saying is that we just need to see the rematch and see what happened at 154. That's all I'm saying.
I
What I'm
agree.
saying
I
is,
agree, detail.
that people keep saying we taking credit away from Terrence Crawford. We're not taking credit away from Terrence Crawford. We just telling you the obvious, that Errol Spence looked at drain and he had a situation that happened in his training camp. That's all we saying. We're not saying take Terrence Crawford belt back. You know what I'm saying? He didn't beat Earl. We're not saying that. We're just saying that it was some things that happened to Errol Spence, and we want to see what happened when he fight at 154. We want to see what happened. That's all we saying.
I agree. I want
All
to
right,
see that
well,
154 too.
hold on, everybody, real quick. I want to give this young man a proper introduction. He's come on this panel before. Um, he is a friend of Crawford. He's a best friend of Crawford's nephew. He's very logical. There's no bias here. I want to give the brother opportunity to speak his piece. I would assume he's representing Crawford here. He's back with us. He's the gentleman we know as LC. LC, thank you for joining the panel again. What's going on, brother? How you?
What's up, man? I'm all right, man. Appreciate you for letting me come on. I just
Absolutely.
tapped in. I seen you going live, man. I tapped in, been listening for the
Well, I'm gonna
last.
tell you something, LC, real quick before you speak. We were supposed to be talking about something else, brother, but they keep coming on here. Hey, they listen, bro. I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm not trying to talk about Bud every day, but when the fans
Right,
keep going on the panel, I got to speak on it, brother. This what
for
the people
sure,
want.
for
Most
sure.
of Terrence Crawford fans watch this channel, bro. So
Yeah,
I got to give the people what they want. So we here now. It's
yeah.
on you, LC. Talk to us, brother.
I just know those guys. You know what I'm saying? Omaha ain't very big. I wouldn't say uh, anybody in this camp is my best. We're best friends, but we know each other. We friends. I would say we friends. I wouldn't say best friends though, but we cool.
Right.
Uh, But the Deem guy, it was just something he said that I just had to join the live when he mentioned why isn't Earl saying anything, and I thought that was interesting. Uh, in regards to Earl not saying anything about the pets. Obviously, he's been clear about uh, not uh, making excuses. Now, here's my thing, and I think everybody's thing here in Omaha. You've had his trainer, the guy who Earl was training with the last 10 fights. I think his name is Blu-ray.
Yeah,
He's
Blu-ray.
done
Yep.
he's done interviews. He hasn't uttered any words about him possibly being on steroids.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, he said that they used to start their workouts with 700 push-ups. He said people thought that Earl was on steroids just because of the work that he had. You start a workout with 700 push-ups, you probably
Yeah,
gonna look like what I'm saying. You're gonna look like a strong fighter.
yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Then you had his best friend, uh, Yellow Beezy, on First Take, and they asked him why, what I'm saying, about the fight and how it went. And he just said Earl was off. So basically, what I'm saying is, I understand Earl ain't making excuses about what happened, but no one in his camp is accusing him. First of all, I'm gonna be clear. I'm 1,000% sure uh, Bud ain't
Ain't
messing
dirty.
with nothing illegal. He ain't dirty. I
Yeah, I
I would
believe
bet
that. I
my
don't believe he
house.
dirty neither.
I would bet my house, my car, everything, my kids on. I would put the. I mean, obviously, I've been knowing him
He
for.
still be out here capping though, bro. I don't think he
Nah,
dirty, but he still be capping.
Bud is one of the realest dudes I've ever met. And that's before he even started boxing. He always been the same. He always been the same dude. He one of the realest dudes I ever met. And that's straight up. And I would have told you that before he even became Terrence Crawford. That's why I can say with confidence, like ain't no way. I think that's part of the reason, because Coach Malachi was up here. He came up here for the Bud had a thing at his gym, um, a send off for training camp. He was up here for that. Uh, then he came up here for the parade. You know what I'm saying? He even uh, when Sean Porter and them came up here, and the guy he do his podcast with, they came up here. They was all at the all at Bud's um, mom house. Malachi was there. So I think everybody in Omaha, like that's why none of them would come on the podcast, because I think they so annoyed by the fact that, you know what I'm saying, y'all think that he basically uh doing pets. That's why he sent that tweet out like, hey, y'all must be crazy. Y'all can touch me any day of the year. And I'm thinking when he read that tweet, I'm thinking like, well, of course, uh, they can test you because Victor Conte got some stuff, some illegal performance enhancing supplements that can't be detected. But I think Malachi and all those guys were so like, what's the word, like annoyed by the fact that that's even the people. You guys think that that's even a possibility, that they just basically tried to. Uh, he basically tried to discredit uh, Marty,
Who?
if that makes sense. Like Malachi, because I saw
Try to-
when I was going back and forth,
Yeah.
I think he was so annoyed by the fact that, you know what I'm saying, the whole Victor Conte stuff,
Why
that
was he annoyed? But LC, let me ask you, why would Coach Malachi or anybody for that matter be annoyed? All because I'm saying Bud is with the SNAC program and the SNAC program works. That's the main two things that I've been saying. Why would people be annoyed by that? That's true. He's with the SNAC program. It works. And even you said that he was over there 2 years prior to fighting Spence because Spence was stronger and bigger. I don't see what the problem is.
yeah, I just don't think that he's with Victor Conte for performance enhancing drugs, knowing his history. You
Well,
know
I
what I'm
didn't say
saying?
I didn't say drugs. Let's be clear. Uh,
I mean,
performance and
that's what you're saying. But my thing is, if
performance enhancement. That's what I said. It enhances the supplements that work out all the stuff that the
right,
snack does. It enhances performance. Did
right,
it
but
didn't say nothing about
if
drugs per
if you
se.
got,
Are
I
they
know, but
annoyed with Netflix? Are they annoyed with Netflix also?
apparently not. If they're with him, they don't care about that. If they're
No, no,
with
she's talking
him,
about the documentary,
No,
LC, like the
how are
Netflix.
they annoyed with Netflix for dropping the
Right.
documentary?
I don't think they care with that. I don't think I've seen Terrence on there. I know Devin Haney
No,
was on
He
there.
was
But I
on
don't.
there. He's on there.
Who?
That's the Terrence is on the documentary with Victor. It's a picture of
Yeah,
him. He talked
yeah,
about
but
how he
he's
went
not.
boxing and this and
Did he say? Is he talking on there? I didn't see
no,
that.
no, he's not talking on there. No,
Yeah,
he's not
I
on there.
know I saw Devin Haney say something, but no, they're not annoyed because I don't see them on YouTube talking about it every day. So why would they
it's
be
a
annoyed with Netflix?
Netflix documentary. More people seen that than the people, a couple thousand people on here watching YouTube.
I
So that's
under,
why I'm asking.
I understand that, but them making that documentary about athletes that got caught cheating, what, 15 years ago, I don't see why they would be annoyed by that.
Because
I,
that's what brought more attention to the situation is the documentary
Right.
right
right,
after the fight.
right, but I don't think you understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is people here. I live here. I know I've been knowing Bud 25 plus years. We feel very confident that he is a clean fighter. So to hear someone pretty much every day questioning that, yes, it's annoying. I can see how it gets annoying sometimes.
Well, you know what, LC?
You
You
see
know,
what
I
I'm
have to,
saying?
yeah, I have to agree with you. I'm gonna tell you, I would have to agree with you that it can be very, very annoying for somebody to keep hearing, even if I'm not saying the words, people might be on my panel saying the words that he's on PEDs. It can be very annoying. But there's two things that I think needs to be acknowledged at the same time. That even though it might sound annoying, I appreciate their viewership because they're still watching me, even
What'd
though
you
it
say?
sounds annoying.
Exponentially.
Exponentially. That's right, my brother. Their viewership in Omaha, Nebraska is increasing exponentially. And the second thing, LC, that we all have to say, and I know this might not sound favorable, but it's the truth. When you line yourself up with a guy with a history like Conti, honestly, this what comes with it a little bit. You go
Yeah.
and get people that say this, say that. Even if I don't say nothing, they're gonna come on the panel and say, they're gonna come in the chat and say it. That's just what it is right now
So
because he's with the guy. I told you the last time you was up here, I really don't want him around the guy. Not saying the guy didn't change. I'm not saying that Conti didn't change. I'm not
right.
saying Conti's doing anything. I just don't want the suspicion to keep following Bud every time he wins because people are not going to give him the credit that he deserves, nor do they give the credit to Devin Haney because they're in the program with Victor Conti.
I think he is. I think he is getting that credit he deserves, though. I don't see any major media outlet mentioning anything about Victor Conte. You know
So
what I'm
why is he annoyed with people on YouTube then?
because that's the conversation that you guys keep having, and we feel like you're beating a dead horse.
The SNAC program works, LC. Everybody knows that.
I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not. That's not my argument. My argument when you guys, I'm not gonna say you guys, when boxing fans, okay, and if I had to guess, I would bet it's a very high percent of fans who had Earl Spence winning that fight say the reason why he won is because he was dirty. It's not true. And we just don't think it's true. Now, I think the problem is that how it happened, people were so shocked at how they thought it was gonna be this classic, old school, slug 'em out type of fight. I didn't personally watching Earl's uh, fights, his previous three fights. Uh, I wasn't really shocked. I wasn't shocked with Terrence's performance. I was shocked with Earl's performance. But everyone said it's more so of it was more of an Earl thing. Earl just wasn't on his game. You know what I'm saying? For whatever reason. Also, like, and I said this last time, I think it's too many variables that y'all ain't considering. Yeah, he's with Victor Conte, but what about running the 5 miles 4 days before the fight in the Vegas heat? What about, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, the drinking, the car accident, his fighting style. Styles make fights. I I thought uh, that Yuga's fight, if you go back and watch that fight, even the Danny Garcia fight, Earl was throwing the same flat-footed punches exposing his head. A fighter like Crawford is going to expose that. And then the other thing, I'll be watching your guy from Philly, what's his name?
YSM Sports Media.
No, but the guy he always interviews. I watch him.
Jerron Boots Ennis.
No, he talks. He
Oh,
used to box. Dark skinned dude who be smoking a vape.
oh, that's my man, Greg Hackett.
Greg Hackett. I'll be watching him, and they asked him about it. The YSM guy asked him about it, and he said, "Oh no, I don't think Crawford was on performance enhancing drugs." He said because the things he was doing, performance enhancing drugs, don't help with that. And I said, that makes sense.
What don't it help with?
Counter punching,
Well, it doesn't enhance skills, is what you're
getting out the
saying there,
way,
but
your
like skills,
defense.
yeah, like basically what you're saying is it don't enhance Bud's skills. Bud already had the skills, and I asked you the last time you were here, and that's the part that I've asked Deem as
Why?
well. If he has these skills, you said Spencer's flat-footed, the drinking that he does or he did in the past, the car accident, all these variables that were not being considered, LC, then that basically says that, like I've been saying, that Crawford don't need no snack program to beat a guy in those type of conditions. You would agree with that, right?
I would agree with that.
So the question becomes again, I asked Deem, I can ask you, why is he over there with the guy if he don't need him?
Why not? if he has a program, that that helps you get stronger and you can do it the clean way, why is that a crime?
Because it's tarnishing your brand.
Yeah, but I don't think it's tarnishing his brand. If it was tarnishing his brand,
Then what are we talking about?
every major media outlet would be going across the ticker.
What? What would be going?
Crawford working with
Do
Victor
you think
Conte.
Tyson Fury cheated?
Oh, hey, 2 cents. Hold on.
I
Hold
don't
on,
know
2
much
cents.
about that. I don't know much about
Hold,
Tyson Fury's situation.
hold on 1
Are you
second. I
talking about
wanted.
with Deontay Wilder?
Yeah, she was talking about with Deontay Wilder.
Oh,
I wanted to get your perspective. You said the major media outlets are not doing what? What? It?
they're not questioning that partnership.
Oh, well, LC, you got to understand something. You know that YouTube runs boxing, not the mainstream media. And that's why all eyes have been becoming on me because they've dubbed me as the trendsetter because people are not watching mainstream media when it comes to boxing. They're watching YouTube.
Yeah, because that
Right,
mainstream media don't cover boxing
right.
like that
I
until the fight
understand that.
actually happens.
I understand that. But last time I checked, he had interviews on pretty much every
Yeah, he did.
major
Yeah,
podcast,
Right.
if
You're
I'm
right.
not
Million
mistaken.
dollars, million dollars, $1 million worth of game. He was
Breakfast
on
Club,
the Breakfast Club.
Good
He was
Morning
on.
America.
Yeah, Good Morning America. You know what's interesting about the LC?
And before you start, Marty, sorry to cut you off, but
Yeah,
okay, you just mentioned all of those platforms on YouTube
yeah.
that he was on. How many of them asked him about his relationship with Victor Conte?
Only one, Jim Rogan. He was the only one.
Joe Rogan, yeah.
But it was Dad, you know what, D-Town? 2 cents boxing. Hold on. LC, damn, you brought his name up. I forgot it's one more media outlet that didn't interview Bud. That's one more that didn't. Coach Malachi didn't interview the guy. I'm just saying, you said he been up in the parade. He playing cards with him. He even got his hair done like Bud too, LC. You seen him lately? He didn't even interview Bud. What's up with
Yeah,
that? Coach Malachi.
that's
LC,
one of the
hold on,
first things I would have did.
LC, the guy has a problem with me for no appearance. Well, you said he's annoyed because I'm talking about all of this. But the guy said he's using me to promote his platform, but he can't get Bud on the phone. That's the first thing, LC, I agree with you. That's the first thing I would have did, having a relationship with the undefeated welterweight champ of the world. I'd have said, listen, I know you're a busy man. Can I get at least 10 minutes of your time? Just 10 minutes. And I'm sure Bud would have said yes, like he did the white guy, Harshman, the guy that had 361 subscribers. He gave him an interview. So I'm sure if Coach Malachi asked Bud for
Well,
10 minutes, it's
right.
like the episode of Martin when he went on the Barnell Hill show. You remember that episode, D-Town and D? When he went on Barnell Hill said, I'll give you 3 minutes if you just come to LA. He finally goes to Hollywood, and then guess what? Martin did not even get his 3 minutes. So that's all.
Oh, he got his 3 minutes. Martin came out there with Joe to see.
Hey, you know that's interesting.
Like he wanted to.
That's interesting because they got to be cool. You know, you don't just let anybody come into your mom's house.
Yeah, that's
At
true.
the parade, Bud did this whole fishing thing. He had on like fishing, and he was on a boat. He was on his boat, and his boat was getting pulled by his truck. Malachi was on the boat. Wow. He was on the boat with him. So I wonder why that's interesting.
I can tell you why. You ready? And and guess what? You know Bud Crawford better than me. But I'm gonna tell you something, LC. I've been around boxers half my life. Me being an amateur, me being a judge, official for USA Boxing, and now me being a professional manager. And let me tell you something about boxers. They don't like groupies.
Oh,
they don't like groupies. Hey, and guess what? When you talk to Bud, just ask him. Don't ask him about Coach Malachi. Just ask him, hey Bud, what you think about groupies? Boxers don't like groupies because you know why? Groupies are not genuine. Just know that my experience with boxing, they don't like.
I agree with that. That's a fact.
I tell you what, he sure he sure is beefing with you, obviously for obvious reasons.
But
So
I didn't do nothing to the guy.
they got to be pretty
Man, cause
close if he talking reckless like that about you on there.
Hey, tell him to get Bud on his. I can get Crawford on my platform before he can. LC.
Hey, that'd be a bad look.
that'd be man, I'll watch that. Listen, it'd be what's the word, manager Marty, about the views?
Oh, the views.
Estimate?
Oh man, the viewership is
It
going to
would go.
definitely increase exponentially.
Oh
But see,
my
the
God,
thing.
it'd go through the roof.
But
So I got a
LC, you
question.
think? But LC, you think that I would get Bud on here to do all this? Snack this. No, I wouldn't. I would treat him like a professional because I'm a professional in this business. I'm not. We ain't gonna do no hanky panky stuff. I told you that the last time. I wouldn't do that with Bud. With no
No,
fight.
that's a
If
fact. Manager
if
Marty definitely
I'm not
saying
like
that.
that, bro.
if I know him, and I've talked to him since, but not about just about little stuff like he
Yeah.
building a house out here and stuff. Talked about that a little bit. Asked him some questions about that, and talked about some other random things just via social media.
Mhm.
But if I know him like I think I do, he probably seeing all this as hating, and like y'all said, not giving him his credit. But I do got a question though.
For me,
Why for everybody, and
okay.
maybe 2 cents boxing, since 2 cents boxing, because I know she kind of fights you. I can see that already. But why, with the Netflix, you see Devin Haney, on there even talking. He even did a little interview on there. Uh, he's undisputed. He's moving up. Uh, he's obviously with Snack. Why not the same energy with Devin Haney
That's a good
as it
Well,
is
question.
with Terrence Crawford?
well, I go ahead. 2 cents in detail. I got an answer for my answer personally, but
I have the same energy with anybody that's dealing with snacks. It ain't no difference. You know what I'm saying? With me, I think that if once again, if you associate yourself with somebody like that, then you get the same energy. You know what I'm saying? So they can't be mad. They can't be mad at people who talks about it. If I'm not mistaken, I seen you on Manager Marty show a while back when I had actually jumped off. And so salute to you anyway, my brother.
Yeah, for sure,
But
respect.
yeah, so I think you said something about that Terrence Crawford don't care what people think about him dealing with Victor Conti, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
And 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 by right he don't need to care.
yeah.
But
He's kind of He got that stubborn, kind of like that stubbornness, that nastiness
Oh,
to him.
for sure. We could
He
all
like,
yeah,
see that.
I don't care what nobody think. I know I ain't doing it.
yes, and by right, he's supposed to think like that. Whatever he want to do, let him do. But what I'm saying is that comes with the territory of how people think about him dealing with Victor Conti of his past. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So I didn't say that Terrence Crawford was using illegal drugs. I'm saying that whatever products that Victor Conti has, it works the same way as Manager Morty said. You know, I'm not. I don't. I can't find out. You know what I'm saying? He ain't pop dirty, none of that. So all I'm saying is that I believe that Terrence Crawford went to Victor Conti for a reason. I don't believe that man would spend his money with Victor Conti for no reason if he didn't think that his product or his whatever he does didn't work. So evidently Terrence Crawford believes that whatever Victor Conti brings to the table, it will help him, you know what I'm saying, prepare for whatever fight. So what I'm saying is that Terrence Crawford should. Like I said, I'm not blaming him for being mad. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that come with the territory of people being suspicious, especially when they drop that video after the fight instead of before the fight. So something seems suspicious right there. So once again, I'm not saying Terrence Crawford took anything illegal. What I'm saying is that whatever he took, it helped him in that fight. It helped him in his fight. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
But anybody that deals with Victor Conti, any fighter, I stand the same way as I do with Terrence Crawford. And you also have to remember too that Victor Conti, he has stuff over the counter, he has stuff behind the counter. Now I'm not saying Terrence Crawford took anything behind the counter. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that guy alone, Victor Conti, leaves a bad taste in your mouth. That's all I'm saying.
I love to answer that, but go ahead,
okay.
y'all.
And
So real
so
fast.
if
Hold on,
oh, go
because
ahead, Dean.
I wanted to kind of ask a follow up question. because he said he D-Town Boxing said he keep that same energy with everybody, right? And I actually watched a couple of your videos, and I see you with your little man down shirts in the background and stuff. Uh, but
Hey, hey,
how
I got
many?
a Terrence Crawford. I got a Terrence Crawford shirt too. I got a Terrence Crawford shirt
Oh,
too. Did
okay,
you see it?
for sure, for sure.
Okay.
So again, I want to ask y'all two questions, and he answered the first one. So one, what's the difference between Devin Haney being with SNAC and Terrence being with SNAC? And then how many videos have y'all made about Devin Haney needing SNAC to be uh, a legend like Lomachenko?
I look at Terrence Crawford as a higher level than Devin Haney. So that's the reason why I talk about Terrence Crawford, because I look at Terrence Crawford on a whole other level. You know what I'm saying?
Even though they both was undisputed.
No. I'm just saying, Terrence Crawford. This the deal. I was a Terrence Crawford fan before I was an Errol Spence fan. See what I'm saying? So I know some things about Terrence Crawford. What I'm saying is, I have no problem if Terrence Crawford decided to deal with Victor Conte. I have no problem with that. But what I'm saying is, I don't believe that Terrence Crawford needed Victor Conte. But for him to say, "Hey, I want to deal with Victor Conte," I think according to your words that he knew that Errol Spence was a bigger and stronger fighter, so he needed Victor Conte. What I'm saying is that whatever products that Victor Conte has, evidently Terrence Crawford believed that it would help him in the fight. So that's all I'm saying. Now, as far as Devin Haney doing it or whatever, I still hold him to the same standard. What I'm saying, I look at Terrence Crawford as higher standard than Devin Haney. So that's why I put more emphasis on Terrence Crawford. Devin Haney, I don't think he's on the level of Terrence Crawford. Now, even though he became undisputed, I still don't think he's on the level. So that's the reason why I look at both of them a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? But I still look at them in the same category about both dealing with Victor Conte.
Okay, that makes sense.
I, my thing is, I just want to say this: accountable, like y'all said, for sitting up there and dealing with Victor Conte. Then Kadeem, I cannot be wrong, Manager Marty, about holding VADA and all these other testing platforms for dealing with Victor Conte. That's all I'm saying. If we gonna sit up there and say we gonna keep that same energy with everybody who's associated with Victor Conte, and y'all told me that VADA and all these people are associated with Victor Conte, that he's a consultant for them and all that, then that's what I mean by holding them responsible just as well. It can't be one way. It can't be we holding Terrence Crawford accountable for dealing with Victor Conte. We holding Devin Haney accountable for dealing with Victor Conte, but not VADA and all these other people when they got more of a responsibility to the sport of boxing. That's all that's just my whole point. I think Victor Conte do be doing some illegal stuff. I'ma just be honest. Once a crook, always a crook, in my opinion. Yeah, and then to troll the world and put it out there. Yeah, y'all know we got stuff out here y'all can't detect. Why would you even say that? So that let me that got my ears up right there. Why would you even say that? And like I said, that's just what it is. But I believe that they doing a lot of trolling. But at the end of the day, we got to hold everybody accountable for dealing with Victor Conte, and that's why I hold the fighters responsible that fight Terrence Crawford. If y'all are suspicious of you, I'm not knocking nobody for being suspicious. My thing is, why aren't we holding other fighters accountable for being strict with the testing? If y'all think these guys exist, if y'all
Hey,
think it's so much
here,
stuff out there that you can't, we got to hold these testing agencies just as responsible because they are actually responsible for that, literally.
hey, I
So,
just want to say this so I don't forget. Isn't Earl is a PBC fighter, right? And
mhm.
Floyd says you can't do business with Al Heyman and not be doing business with Mayweather Promotions, right? And Floyd, I just don't think Floyd let that fly. I don't think Floyd will let that fly with Bud, you know what I'm saying, being dirty and fighting against his fighter. I just wanted to throw that in there. That just goes into why I think uh, Bud is as clean as they come. But
Well,
go
I
ahead.
want to make sure I answer your question about Devin Haney and Bud Crawford. and I'm gonna keep this very simple. And I have no problem whatsoever talking about the SNAC program or anybody else that's associated with it. I've given several examples of how the SNAC program works. I'm gonna give it to you again here, and I'm gonna give you my answer based on your question that you asked me. Caleb Plant, SNAC program. He fought Anthony Durrell, knocked him out clean with one punch, something that he's never done before, knocked him out unconscious. SNAC program. It works. Devin Haney, in the last couple of fights that he's fought, particularly the last 4 or 5 that he's fought, Devin Haney in the rounds 9, 10, 11, and 12, in all of his performances, SNAC program, he doesn't get as tired as he technically should. When, like, if he was not with the SNAC program and he was going round for round for 6 rounds straight, he'd be way more tired than he does, but he picks up his levels in the championship rounds, and it's very impressive.
Not that last fight though. Not that last fight. Lomachenko won those last couple rounds.
Look at the 10th, 11th, and 12th round. He had a lot of
Lomachenko won those last rounds though, but I see what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. SNAC program. When you look at Julian J. Rock Williams, SNAC program. He went to the DMV in the hometown of Jared Hurd, and he dominated him, took his belts. Very great performance. You look at Terrence Crawford. He's the only one in the history of this sport that knocked down Sean Porter more than once in any fight. He knocked out David Evanesian, cold, unconscious, one punch. And he also dominated Errol Spence. SNAC program. What I'm saying is the SNAC program works. What I am also saying is, and to answer your question, the reason why I don't speak on too much about Devin Haney compared to Crawford is because Devin Haney needs the SNAC program. I'm not saying he's not talented. I'm not saying that he's not a skilled fighter, because he is. I like Devin Haney as a person, as a young man, and as a fighter. But if you comparing Devin Haney to a Terrence Crawford, in my personal opinion, Devin Haney needs the SNAC program. Terrence Bud Crawford do not. And that's why I keep asking why he go over there, because I believe that Terrence Crawford is who we know he is. He don't smoke, he don't drink. He is a very skilled fighter. He is a world champion. Not saying Devin Haney's not. Devin Haney's a world champion too. What I'm basically saying is I don't think Bud Crawford needs the SNAC program. I know you said before, when you was on before, that that Crawford didn't need. You said Crawford don't need the SNAC program to fight no Porter. I agree with you. But to fight Errol Spence, apparently he believed, Bomac or whoever else believed, that he needed the SNAC program to dominate Errol Spence. And I believe that. And I do believe that this fight would have been a little bit more competitive. When I say competitive, like you talk about the Leonard Hearns type of thing, if he wasn't on the SNAC program, and of course if Errol Spence was up to par, I think it would have been. But hey, that's not Bud's fault. That's on Spence. That's his fault for whatever reason. Right. But what I'm saying is, as far as Crawford's concerned, I believe that when you look at the level of competition he faced and the level of competition that Devin Haney's faced, we can't tell if they need the SNAC program or not until they get in there with guys that are on their level. Then it's like, you know what? Wait a minute. The SNAC program actually works. They're getting all the fights I just mentioned are against fighters that should be more competitive. I'm not, with the exception of Anthony Durrell. He was kind of like over the hill just a tad bit. Yeah. So people was like expecting Caleb Plant, who's more experienced, got more better skills as a boxer, you know what I mean? But as far as like Crawford, as far as like Devin Haney, like the guys that they fought, they don't need no SNAC program for those guys. They can beat those guys, you know, straight up. I'm not disrespecting Sean Porter. I like Sean, but it's Terrence Crawford, you know what I mean? Terrence Crawford and Sean Porter did very well in his fight. In fact, I think Sean
he was
Porter,
winning a lot in the round.
Yeah, I think he looked better in that fight than he did with Earl.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Bomac actually said, like, hey, they got you down. You got to pick this up.
And you see how Crawford was like, huh?
Yeah, and he turned it up.
But Manager Marty, I'll say this: I'm a Tank fan. I ain't trying to hear about those SNAC. when him and Devin Haney fight. I ain't letting them get away with none of that. If we gonna keep it with Bud Crawford, we gonna do the same thing with Haney if he fight Gervonta. I don't want to hear none of that.
Well, he's at 140, so he's going to fight Regis Prograis. He's not going to fight Tank right now.
Wouldn't be now.
Tank might be at 140 in a couple months too, Manager Marty.
I want to hear what 2 Cents Box. I want to hear her response.
But I'm out of here, y'all. I'll holler at you, Manager Marty.
You got salute, my brother.
All right.
Well, to answer your question, it's really timing also plays a part here. It was a big fight.
This nigga, son.
750,000 people watched it, right? Bud performed in a way that nobody's ever seen him perform, and nobody has ever expected him to perform. So some people say, oh, well, it's because your favorite fighter got beat up. Okay, well, now those people want to know what's going on. Earl looked different in that fight. Crawford looked different in that fight. Okay, boom. Then for the people that weren't aware of the SNAC program, because a lot of people aren't even aware of the SNAC program.
Yeah, I wasn't.
You wasn't? Okay. So then they dropped the documentary. And to me, if you ask me, that is what caused all the concern and all of the suspicion. So now you got people that are aware of the SNAC program talking about it. And then you have people that know about the SNAC program, hearing the people talking about it, learning more and connecting dots and putting 2 and 2 together. See, when Crawford got with Victor, that, and even Earl tweeted out, he tweeted some, I'm paraphrasing, like, why you with Victor, blah, 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 blah. This was like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. So it's not like people weren't already saying this. It's just that once you had a big fight in front of 750,000, 800,000 people, however many it was, and then they dropped the documentary, and then you got people talking about it on YouTube, it's like a snowball effect. So let's say Devin Haney fight Regis Prograis, and he goes in there looking like boxing Jesus. He's going to get the same type of attention that you're saying that Crawford is getting. So to answer your question, that's why people are suspicious and people are talking about it. I think it's just that simple.
But I will say Devin Haney and Lomachenko is a bigger fight than Haney and Prograis.
But I'm just saying that because the suspicion is raised now. You get what I'm saying? So from now on, moving forward, any fighter associated with SNAC, I can guarantee you they will receive this type of attention, especially if it's a big fight.
Yeah, I just don't think. Well, I'm not sure. I know it's about 10 or more, 8 to 15, I would say, fighters on the SNAC program. I just don't think that they're using performance enhancing drugs. That's like going to go rob a bank and there's a bunch of police cars sitting in the parking lot. Everybody know who Victor Conte is. Everybody know.
No, they don't. No, they didn't.
I mean,
now
they do. Now they do.
See, you got to understand that documentary opened. That documentary was presented to a whole new generation of people. Like you said, that stuff was 20 years ago. But then they dropped the documentary. Now they have opened that information up to a whole new generation of people.
Everyone knows. That's you making my point. Now everyone knows who he is. So you would be a fool to go with this guy, do performance enhancing drugs, knowing his history. That just
you actually would be smart to go with this guy because he gives the drugs and he funds the testing. Why would I be dumb? If this is what I want to do and I don't care what people think and I'm willing to tarnish my brand.
Because people would try to discredit what he did. Who was that? Blaxican shaking his head, shaking it. What you shaking your head at, man?
Well, Blaxican Bruce, LC, Blaxican Bruce is from Nebraska. But before I let Blaxican Bruce on, there's a guy. Before I let Blaxican Bruce on, I want to give everybody a proper introduction, like I always do. Caps, and Full G. This is your first time on the panel. I know that you heard a lot that was going on. You know what I mean? What's your take on everything, brother? Welcome to the podcast.
All right, thanks a lot, man, Marty. Can you hear me? Loud and
Yes,
clear?
sir.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
So let me ask you a question. When if that fight ever happens between Boots and Crawford, if it ever
Is this
happens,
question to me? Is this question to me?
yeah, because I
All right.
think Boots is one of you like Boots, right? You like
Do
you like
what?
Boots Ennis, right? You like Boots Ennis?
Yeah.
Do you like
Mhm.
Boots Ennis? All right. So if Boots Ennis and Crawford fight, would Boots be taking the over counter snack, or would he take the one that's behind the scenes? Who would take what snack if Boots and Crawford was to fight?
I
I
don't.
just
I
want to
don't
know.
under. I don't understand your question. You said
He
over
said
the
he's
counter.
saying Boots basically gonna snack too.
Yeah, is
Well,
Boots on
Boots.
snack? Yes or no?
All right. So let me answer your first question. I don't know what kind of snack anybody over at snack is taking. That's number one. You
Okay.
said over the counter and you said behind the scenes. I
Well,
don't even know if there's a behind the scenes one or not. I don't
all right.
know.
So I'm just
But I
asking
will.
you because snack Boots is with snack. So are we gonna give the same energy to Boots when he fights Crawford? If he fights Crawford, well, how would this work?
Well, I'll tell you how it would work. It's going to work the way it's working right now. Jerron Boots Ennis is not a sponsor athlete of SNAC. In other
I
words,
saw
he
snack
is
on his
not.
shorts.
Hold on. Let me
Yeah,
explain,
yeah, right.
Caps. He's not a sponsored athlete of the SNAC program. What I mean by that is like Terrence Ball Crawford, Boo Boo Andre, Devin Haney, and those guys. They're under the sponsor athlete uh, advertisement on snack.com's website. Jerron Boots Ennis is not a sponsored athlete. He endorses the product. That's why you see it on his trunks like everybody else, but
Right.
he endorses the product. He's not on a workout regimen. He doesn't go to California to work out in Victor Conti's gym. To my understanding, he's not really using the supplements. I'm not sure if I can confirm that. I'm talking about the over the. Let me talk about the over the counter ones that you see him in the picture. Like the same product that I was using on this channel, the pre workout. So I don't
But
know
why
if he's
why he
using that or not.
associating
But
himself with him
hold on
though?
for 1 second because I asked you earlier, LC, why Crawford go over there and nobody can answer. So hold on, LC, but since you asked me that question, Caps 4G, let me ask you the question. You apparently believe that Victor Conti has an over-the-counter snack, and you also believe not only does he has an over-the-counter snack, but he also has the behind-the-scenes snack. Correct?
Well, by watching your videos and you'll say, you know,
No, it's just a yes. It's
no,
just
no,
a
I'm
yes or
giving
no,
you.
Caps.
Well, let me give you the answer. Let me give you the answer. In
It's
my
just
in
it's
my
just yes
court.
or no.
No. I'm not in court, brother. I don't do that BFTB shit. I don't do
No,
that
this
court
not
shit.
BFTB.
I'm
This
gonna give
manager
you my
Marty.
answer because it's a great part to
It's just
this.
yes or no.
I'm,
Do
I'm
you
going by your
believe he has
video.
two
I'm
programs?
going by your video. If you tell me snack
No, not
and
by
you
my
drinking
videos. I'm
juice
talking
like
about
this,
you,
you drinking juice
Cap.
like this, it's like you saying one thing up your neck here and doing it right here. You just trying
But
to be
Caps,
slick, brother.
no,
That's all you
Caps, hear
trying to
me
do.
out. But Caps, hear me out. I didn't ask you about me. I know why I'm doing it. I'm asking you about you. Do you believe, since you brought up over the counter and behind the scenes, you brought it up. So since you brought it up, not what I say and do in my videos, since you brought it up, do you believe that there's two snacks, one over the counter and one behind the scenes? Do you believe it?
Well, the reason why I believe it is because you've been telling me it.
I
You've been
didn't.
telling me it. No,
You
no,
keep
because
talking
your
about me.
videos. Yeah,
I'm
your
asking
videos.
about
1 minute you say
food.
the snack is
4G.
just
You're
a
not answering my
performance.
question.
Then you drink juice like this and say, "Oh, that snack is really good. It's really working." And the thing
It
about
does work.
Booth is
It it do-
that
it does. But Caps, it does work. And everybody on this panel and everybody watching me live in living color know the snack program work. But that's not the question I asked you, bro. I asked you twice. I'm gonna ask you again. Do you believe, Caps and 4G? Do you believe
no,
that there's two different types of snacks, one over the counter and one behind the scenes?
nope.
So if you don't believe it, then why did you bring that up and present that to me about boots?
Because somebody on the channel said there's one behind the counter and there's one that's on the counter, and I was being sarcastic. Got your answer?
Oh, well, I didn't
Got
say
your
it,
answer?
but you posed
So let me
you.
ask you
Yeah,
a
I did,
question. Let
but
me
you
ask you a
asked me
question.
the hold up, Caps. Let me respond. You asked me the question, and I didn't say it. You said somebody else on my panel said it, but I didn't say that. But you
Mhm.
posed the question to me instead of the person that said that.
Yeah,
So
but
go
you
ahead.
didn't
What's your
address the
question, bro?
person. You didn't address the
Hmm?
person saying it. You didn't address the person saying it. So I just wanted to repeat it and see what you had to say about it. But
It's
now
a
let me
panel.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a
Yes.
question.
Yes, sir.
Hackers, the feds, right?
Huh?
Don't the
The
feds
what?
sometimes federally, you know the feds, the feds,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Sometimes do they just get hackers that been in jail that did a lot of conspiracy and a lot of convictions about doing things with computers and all this shit, and then they use them. They use them on their side to find new hackers. Is that a true or false? Yes or no? Yes or no? Do the feds use hackers that's been convicted? Do they use hackers that's been convicted? Do the federal government do that just to beat the other hackers that's coming up that know how to go around the system? Yes or no?
Before I answer that, I want to point something out real quick. I had to ask you 3 times a yes or
You
no
going back
question
to
for
I
you
asked you
to
the
finally
question,
hold on.
brother.
Let me finish. Don't let me finish. I'm gonna answer you. I had to ask you a yes or no question a total of 3 times before you finally said no. But here it is. You're trying to press me to answer your yes or no question immediately. Boy, I
Exactly,
tell
because
you,
you
this
do
is
it to
so
me.
funny to me.
The
So
only
go
reason
ahead.
why
I'm
I
going to
did
answer
it,
your
no, no,
question.
no.
I'm
The
a,
only reason why I did it is because you gave me the yes or no, and I told you I don't like doing yes or no's because I like to
but you
say
did
it
it to
my
me.
way. But I did it.
But you did it to
I
me.
bowed down. I said,
But you did
okay,
it to
I'll do
me.
the yes or no. Yeah, I'm
But
doing it to you now.
but you don't like it though. But you're doing it to me.
But I did what you asked.
Yeah, I
So
know.
I gave you a no
I know.
answer. Can you give me a yes or no?
I, I got you. After 3 times me asking, I got you. Yes, that's what the feds do.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
What's,
So now
what's
they're
your point?
affiliated. Now the feds are affiliated with criminals that used to do hacking, right? Are they? Or what's going on with the feds? Are they corrupt too?
What? What are you saying? The feds? No, no, no. What are you saying? The feds? What?
Listen, man. All I can say
What are you?
is,
The feds? The
let me tell you
feds?
something.
The feds? Hold up. The feds
You
work with criminals. Hold up. Let's be
to
clear on the
get
feds. Since
criminals.
you want to bring the you bringing law enforcement in this. Law enforcement has nothing to do with nothing we talk about. But since you
No,
brought
no.
it
As
up,
an
I want to
example,
clarify it.
the
Hold
feds
up.
use criminals to get other
I got
criminals.
you. I'm with you. I got you. So the feds use active criminals and criminals that's not criminals no more. That's why they call them confidential informants. Confidential informants, they get paid by law enforcement to do what they do. But I'm trying to understand your point because we're not talking about the feds. What are you trying to say? So I want to be a part of this conversation. What are you saying about the feds and including criminals in their process to catch other criminals? What are you saying to me? Are
All
you
right.
referring to VADA? What are you saying?
All right. So Vada is a part with Victor Conte. Let me give you an example. Um, no one is saying anything about did Errol Spence and Crawford was on Vada for 8 weeks. We all know that. But the only person that came out and said it was Victor Conte, where usually Vada will post. They will post and tell you, yes, congratulations, you successfully finished Vada. Pre and post or whatever. They will come out, but BBC, they do not come out and let you know that. But Victor Conte say that. Now, I know Victor Conte is an asshole. Yeah, I know that. But at one time, he did this. But now, someone like Vada has enough confidence to say, you know what, I'm going to use you. You know what, I'm going to use you because you know the in and outs. You know about HGH. You know about peptides. You know about SARMs. You know about EPO, whatever you know. And we need to know what you know and in the future what's coming out. So that's what I'm saying. I'm comparing the feds and the hackers, that's criminals, and they use these hackers to get new hackers that know how to beat the system. That's all I'm saying, bro. So I don't know. 1 minute you're talking out your neck here, and then on this
What are
side
you
you're talking out
saying
your
to
neck
me?
here.
I don't understand your point. That's what I'm trying to understand. What are you bringing?
No,
Tell me
you
what
don't
you're
want to
saying.
understand my point. My point is that this whole big thing about Crawford and this Crawford and Porter was on SNAC and they fought each other. Crawford been getting knockouts way before, and he even got a better knockout. He got good knockout when he fought Victor Postal. That was the boogeyman at one time. So people say, "Oh, this
He
man,
did not.
is
He
better."
did not Victor Postal out though. That went to distance, bro.
It went the distance, but he handled that man. He handled that man, son.
Oh yeah,
He
he beat
handled
him.
that.
He beat him, but he
He
ain't
he
knock
had
him out.
listen.
It went
Who's
the
that?
distance.
Oh, that's your boy Crawford's friend. That's
Yeah,
boy
this
Crawford.
LC.
Come on, man. Come on, son. Come on,
So
So
man.
I'm just
So
saying.
4G,
you gonna tell me
I'm just.
the
No,
performance of
I'm
4G.
just saying he
Crawford?
didn't. No,
Come on,
I'm just
son.
saying he didn't. All I'm saying is
Yeah, yeah.
he didn't knock
You
him
looking
out.
real
That's
good
all
like
I'm
the
saying.
Crawford fan, yo. You looking real good like
No,
the
no,
best
no.
fan
Hold
of
on.
Crawford,
4G.
yo.
4G. Hold on. Respect the brother LC. Don't do that to LC. That's he's cool with Crawford, bro. You can't do that to LC, bro.
Come
I
on,
gotta take
son.
it from my man.
So
You
you
can't do
feel
that.
come on.
Here's the thing, bro. The thing is this. I guess you're trying to say why would Vada have Conti around him? Is that what you're trying to say? I want to get what you're saying. Is that what
Why
you
would they
mean?
use
Like,
him?
huh?
Why would they use him?
I don't know. I don't think that's a part of the point that everybody's been making.
Why is Boots using him? I don't care if he's you got these comparisons and stuff in the middle about he don't really use them, but all I see is Snack on his shorts. People that don't know better and don't know all those details you're talking about, they see Snack on his shorts. Just like I saw Snack on Porter when he fought Crawford, and I saw Snack with Crawford with his shorts on. So
I'm
where are
glad
we
you brought up
going
the
with this?
I'm glad you brought up the Porter fight because you are actually proving my point. You see how competitive that fight was when they both was on Snack?
Excuse me? Do I know
Did you
what?
see? Now you can hear. No problem. Did you
No, I got
see
cut
how
off. Listen.
competitive? Did you see how competitive the fight was when Crawford for Spence? You liked that, didn't you? It was competitive when both of those guys were on the Snack, right? Now stop right
See?
there. Don't move. Oh, don't move. You said you watch my content. You said you watch my content. Did you hear me say that Errol Spence should go to Snap in the rematch with Crawford? Did you hear me say that?
I know I don't care about Errol Spencer what he do. I
I
don't care
didn't
about that.
ask you what you cared about. Did you hear me say that, bruh?
No, why I need to hear that? Why I
You
need to hear
never
that?
heard me say that Spence need to go on Snack if he got weight problems and all this stuff?
No, I didn't. I must have missed that part. I
I'm
don't
sure
listen
you
to
did.
everyone.
You
I
know
don't
what?
listen to everything.
Because you have selective hearing,
No,
bruh.
no, no. I don't listen to all your stuff.
Well, not
I don't
all
listen
of
to
it.
every
No,
series. I don't listen
not
to
all of it.
everything.
I mean, not all of it, but since you asked, let me ask you a question now. Since we playing a question game, we playing a 50 Cent 21 questions game. Let me ask you a question. Do you have a problem with Victor Conte yourself?
Oh yeah, I made videos about him at one time. I did
Oh,
on my
okay.
channel.
So you're a content creator. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Oh,
brother. Yeah,
okay, awesome. So you know Conte's history.
of course. I didn't have to wait 15 years for it to come back out and know it. I know him. I know what's going on with him, Mary Jones and all these other people that he did with. I understand that.
Respectfully. So do you think he changed his life around, or do you still think he's the same Victor Conte that you were reporting on years ago?
I don't think he's the same Victor Conte. The only way
Oh,
I
so
know
he's
that he's the same, the only way I know he's the same Victor Conte, if he gets caught and busted on doing something that he was supposed to do. But until then, um, I'm not gonna make that man guilty, just like
well,
every
he's
other
never
brother. Huh? Go ahead.
well, he's never got busted before though. None of his athletes tested positive before.
Well, I heard you say Willie Monroe and stuff like that, and
No, I
they
mean
got
back
busted.
before that. Yeah,
Huh?
Willie did get busted, but I'm talking about before that. While when they were talking about the Balco skin, when he had Balco, none of the athletes ever tested positive for being something. None of them.
So how did he get busted then? Yeah. Tell me how
The
you got
Well,
busted.
document.
the
He
Netflix
fell into it with
documentary
a
showed that.
coach.
Yeah,
Huh?
they snitched on him.
He he got into it with one of the trainers of the athletes he was supplying the Balco to, and they basically ratted him out, and they
They
came right
snitched
to
on
his
him.
office, found all the
Okay.
documents, but no
Right? They
one ever
snitched on him.
tested because he had a calendar. He literally had every athlete on the calendar to
Right. Hit him on
where
a cycle.
he
He
had
had
them
him
on the
on a
cycle
cycle.
to when they dropped, they wouldn't get caught.
Okay. So it's a cycle, and
But
what
he
we
never
going?
got. You said you will believe it be, until you won't believe that he's in the past, the same one in the past until he gets caught. But he really never actually got caught. Honestly, neither did none of his athletes.
But he
They
got
all
caught.
passed the test.
Okay, but he got caught, so now everybody know that what he did with the past was wrong. So now what he gonna do in the future? I ain't gonna stick in the past. I'm talking about the future now. If he gets
I
caught,
don't know.
a lot of boxers it's going to go down, basically. But until then,
Well, they're gonna go down because he gonna tell on them like he do everything else.
there's nothing really to talk about. Just like this Mayweather and Pacquiao. They're saying Pacquiao's the one that hold up the fight, but then you got Mayweather before the weigh-in, put an IV in his arm, talking about he was dehydrated or whatever. He could have pop a couple Gatorades. He never had a problem with weight. Never had a problem with weight, man.
Are you
Well,
are you are you implying that Floyd Mayweather is a cheater?
no, but guess what? If you had okay, let me ask you, if I put an IV in my arm before the win, and I was Manny Pacquiao, would you think Manny Pacquiao was a cheater? Because he ain't never get popped, and they still think this nigga's a cheater.
Well, the reason why people think that Manny Pacquiao was a cheater was because two things. Number one, Victor Conte himself said it, and number two, he was rolling with a guy named Alex Ariza, who brought a lot of suspicion. Sort of like what everybody's doing with Victor Conte now. A lot of suspicion around him. It's the same,
So let me
basically the
ask you
same.
something. You're right. But what's more credible? If I'm about to fight somebody and I put an IV in my arm, don't you think that's reasonable doubt to say, or to say that that's a masking agent, and he took more than what he's supposed to take?
I don't
Vitamins,
know. I never
minerals.
seen Floyd do that. I don't know. I
Oh,
never
so
seen
you're
him
not
do it,
saying
so I'm
it's a
not
fact.
sure.
You're saying it's not a
Huh?
fact. You're not saying it's a
What?
fact that he did that. What you saw them.
I didn't see it, so I can't tell you he did that. You've seen it, so
Oh,
you
okay.
can say that. You saw
I
it.
can. No, it's a fact. It's a fact.
But did you see
It's a,
him do that?
it's a fact. It's a fact,
I didn't
brother.
I didn't ask you
Don't.
that. Did you see Floyd Mayweather inject himself with an IV? Yes or no?
No, but Ellerby and them said, well, this is the reason why he did it. So where we going with this now? Because I'm in Brooklyn and he's over there in Vegas or wherever the hell he is. Yeah, of course I didn't see it. But the Ellerby, he has a video saying, well, the only reason why he did that is because so and so and so, and he was dehydrated. But I always heard Mayweather say, man, I can make weight. I can wait. I walk around 154 and this and that. But all I'm saying, Canelo, Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao, Boots, Crawford, all this is, if you ain't got no proof, we could talk out this neck and make it look like, Victor Conte, he got performance enhancing supplements. You could get
He
out of
does.
GNC. Yeah, he does. And you could take it and
He
drink it,
does.
and you can enhance yourself and blah blah blah. But at the same time, you're talking out this neck, making assumptions, but you making it, you playing these games, son. You playing these
I ain't
games.
got
I
let me
know
tell
you
you
playing
something.
these games,
You've watched enough of my
brother.
content to know I don't play games, brother.
Yeah, it sounds like it, man. Sounds like it.
No, sir.
Sounds like it.
I got Terrence Crawford. Look, I got Terrence Crawford friend here. He's been on here twice, and I'm sure he can
Yeah,
tell
I
you
seen
that
him on
whatever I
here.
said, whatever I said about Bud, uh, what I stand on that. I never said he did anything illegal. I'm telling you
Of
straight
course he
up,
did.
he don't relax. He don't need the SNAC program. He's too talented. He don't need him. So I don't want him around the crook. You got me? And guess what? The bottom line is that guy Victor Conte, and I'm not saying nothing bad about him, but if you've seen the documentary, you know he's gonna snitch on everybody. So why do we have to have one of our black American fighters got to go through their reputation being tarnished, being around this guy? What's wrong
Black
with me
America.
saying that?
Black
I
America.
don't see what the issue is. Because
Black
every time
America.
something happens in a big fight, everybody gonna say, but you know he was with Victor Conte. You know they was with the SNAC program, but because guess what? All of the Crawford fans, when I asked them who's gonna win this fight before this first fight between him and Spence, they all said, "Oh, because Spence ain't got this, Crawford do this very well." Not one Crawford fan came on this platform and told me it was because he was with the SNAC program that he was going to win. Now all of a sudden, now the SNAC program has been coming up. Now it's an issue. But nobody brought up the SNAC program about Bud winning or using that to enhance his performance before the fight even happened. And Blackstock and Bruce was here all the time. He been on the panel. Nobody even brought it up like that was going to be a part of the keys of victory. So now all of a sudden now it was a part of the keys of victory and it's an issue. It's legal. So it shouldn't be nobody have a problem with it.
There's no problem with it. If
But it
it's
is a
keys of
problem.
victory, what is
LC
the
said
problem? If
everybody in Nebraska hate my damn. I can't even go visit these guys in Nebraska. They hate me, man.
but you said you could have an interview with Crawford, so why would they hate you?
Huh?
You can have can't you have an interview with Crawford? Didn't you say you could have an interview with Crawford? Didn't you say Coach Malachi, he never had him up there? He's on the floor. He's in Crawford's house, but how come this guy could never get Crawford on his show? Maybe that's not the move he wants to do. I don't know.
I mean,
Maybe you could get Crawford on.
Well, I was being sarcastic, saying that I can get Crawford on my show way before he can. Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I took it seriously. I'm sorry, I took it seriously.
No.
Sometimes
No. It's all good because,
no.
man, it's all good, man. All I'm saying is this: a lot of people get mad at me. They was getting mad at me. You've been watching. You see, people was getting mad at me weeks and weeks ago before the documentary even came out, and they kept telling me over and over again, Buzz not with the SNAC program, just like you said about Boots. Oh, he got the logo on his trunks. He's just an endorser. I said no. Buzz on the SNAC program. This is before LC even came up here. And so I did. I said, you know what? I'm going to show everybody a picture. I got it off of SNAC Systems IG page where Victor Conti is sitting next to Bud and sitting next to Devin Haney, where both of their hands was wrapped. Now people say, oh, well, just because he's in the gym don't mean he's working out there. Okay, no problem. And then Terrence Crawford goes on Joe Rogan channel. Joe Rogan asked him about the SNAC program, and he confirmed, yeah, I'm with the SNAC program. Now, instead of Terrence Crawford fans coming back on my platform saying, Manager Marty, you were right. We were wrong. You know what they say now? Oh, man, undertones and you. Why y'all can't just give me credit when the credit is due? Because guess what? When I told everybody the two things that Terrence Bud Crawford had to do to secure this fight, I said all he got to do is go get good representation and negotiate on his behalf and sign a multi-fight deal with PBC to get the biggest bag in his career to bless his family. And he did that. But before that, all Terrence Crawford fans was calling me all a bunch of haters, fake managers, all kind of stuff. And I told y'all before I knew the business. And guess what? Terrence Crawford did everything I said he had to do.
Hold on.
He got it done.
Let me stop you right there. Let me stop you right there,
he got
Marty,
it
real
done.
fast. Let me stop you real fast.
I'm not saying he watched me, but he did everything I said he needed to do.
Listen, though. If you was calling it out that he was on the SNAC program, you called it out. When they asked you who you had in the fight, you still picked Earl, knowing he was on the SNAC program.
That's correct.
So something ain't making sense now.
So now you proving my point, LC. Thank you, brother. You always back me up, brother. Thank you. Shout out Nebraska. I love everybody in Nebraska, brother. You always backing me up. So that proves my point, LC. If I knew he was on the SNAC program and I still was saying, okay, Spence was going to win. So then why am I being criticized for saying he's using PEDs or something illegal when I said the guy was going to lose on the SNAC program?
It's the way you. It's the way you.
Talk back to me, somebody. The preacher of boxing make too much sense, bro. If I thought he was cheating, I would have said it.
Well, if the SNAC program works, then why you still have him as the underdog?
Because I was looking at skill for skill and the strength of both fighters and
you weren't looking at skill for skill, Marty. Let's keep it a buck. You weren't looking at the only thing because if you was looking at skill for skill, it's clear even before the fight, Crawford is by far the more skilled fighter.
Well, guess what? Close. If you say that, LC, then you have to admit it ain't no point in him going to the SNAC program. It was no point in him going over there then.
I mean, he was the favorite for a reason. He was the favorite for a reason. With or without the SNAC program, he was the favorite.
So, Manager Marty, let me ask you a question. How do you feel about the 154 and 147? Where do you think this fight should be at?
I think this fight should be. Hold on. There's a guy in the background. I didn't know he was here. Hold on, Jeez. I'm gonna let you on. Let me answer my man question. Hold on, my man here. Hold on. I think the fight should be at 154 because Crawford said that he had trouble making the weight, or his words was, "It's hard for me to make the weight too." So if it's hard for him to make the weight, and we already know it's hard for Spence to make the weight, I don't want both of these guys in their 30s to have any trouble making this weight. So let it be at a weight where both of them, not just Spence, I'm not just talking about Crawford too, both of these guys can be comfortable enough to fight each other with or without the SNAC program. That's my answer.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but you know the reason why that.
Where did Rodney go at?
You know the reason why that Crawford said that. The reason why he said that because he felt that I could use Spence as a tune-up and get acclimated to the weight and fight Jamel. But Jamel decided to go and fight Canelo, which I have no problem with that. But when shit changes and shit rearranges, then it's like, well, in the contract, it says this in the contract. If you
Did
can't make 147 in a written, if you write it down, you can't make 147. You got to let the other know
did
that you can't make 147. I mean 150, 147, and we could do it at 154. I don't think Believe Spence did what he was supposed to do.
didn't Steven Nelson tweet out that he said he he want to offer that 147 because he believe a rematch is a waste of time.
That what, Steve? What?
His best friend Steven Nelson tweeted out that they wanted
Mhm.
that 147 because they think a rematch is a waste of time.
Yeah, you're right. He did say that. But still in the contract, it says Spence got to notify the next party that he can't make 147. Well, let's talk about what Spence doing because I ain't hearing nothing from Spence. I ain't hearing nothing from
Nobody,
Spence. Nobody.
nobody is.
So what is going on with that contract? He did not notify Crawford that he can't make 147 or the
How you
sanction
know?
body.
You just said you don't know what he's doing. Now you saying he ain't notified him. How you know?
No, how I know? 30 days went by. Crawford said you have to notify me, and he didn't do it. 30,
He did
30 days.
notify him. He notified him.
Oh, so we're gonna see this fight at 154 then, right?
No, I'm just saying he notified him at the post-fight press conference. That's why
About
Crawford
what?
said it's hard for me to make the weight. Remember, that's why he said that because they asked him about that.
Yes, and
He
I
said
just
that.
told you. I just told you that Crawford said the only reason why I will fight him at 154 because I was looking forward to fight Jamel. But since he can't fight Jamel now, let's go by the contract. And the contract says this.
You're assuming that though. We don't know if Crawford said that or not. We don't know
The
if Crawford said
contract,
that.
the contract says if you don't notify me that you can't make 147, you need to notify me. And if you can't
He did
notify
notify.
me,
He did notify him. You keep saying he
verbally
didn't
or
notify.
written. No. This is the problem. Is it verbally
You
or
have
written?
no, yes, that's the thing. It had to be written.
Thank
Buzz
you.
said that. You didn't see that interview, Marty?
I saw a little bit of it, but my point is, how do we know Spence didn't put it in writing yet? I'm just trying to understand. How do we know he
Because
didn't?
Buzz said he said that he did not. He said him or Spence. He said him or Spence did not submit a written um a written in written form that they could not. They had trouble making 147. He did
But
say that.
he never said whether there was a timeline stipulated in that as well.
No, he did. He
He
did.
said it.
Go back and watch it. Yeah, he did.
What did
He
he
said
say?
that
He
he
was
he
trying to say
basically said you
that
got within
30
30
days.
days?
he. That's what Terrence was trying to say. 30 days that you have to rematch is the same 30 days you have for the written contract part. That's what he's saying. We have none of us have seen the contract, but that's what Terrence is saying. The same
Oh,
30
okay.
days that you notify me you want a rematch or you have to sign for a rematch is the same 30 days you have for to write me to let me know what weight class. I mean, there's a
It don't make no difference. The weight
huh?
class gonna be that don't make no difference because the weight class gonna be based on who the winner was. It don't matter if he can write him and say I wanted at 54, but Crawford won the fight, so he has more leverage to say, yeah, I got the written notice. You notify me, but I wanted at 47 because I won. So what difference does this letter we talking about makes? Don't make
Because
no
it's,
difference.
it's in the contract. That's why.
Mm.
My right, and it's also in the contract. Whoever wins get to choose the weight. This is what we're hearing.
Exactly. But like I said, at one time Crawford said, "Yeah, I can't make the weight," on account that he was going to fight Jamel. He said, "You know what? This is the best time for me to fight Spence at 154, get acclimated, and then get Jamel's ass." But it
I
didn't
never
look like
heard
it.
Crawford say that.
Hey Caps,
No,
what's
but
I
he
never
didn't
the
say
heard.
that.
Hold on, LC. Hold on. I gotta talk about this. I didn't hear Crawford say that. What I did hear Nelson say in the tweet or see in the tweet was we only just said the 147-pound because we already knew that Spence would not take the fight. Why? Because we want to be great by moving up to 168 to fight the winner of Canelo and Charlo. That's what the tweet said.
Cool. Sounds good to
Right.
me.
So
But at
don't
the
say he said he gonna fight Charlo at 54 to get acclimated. No, he's saying they're gonna move right up to 68, and he can do it.
No. This is before
He
Canelo
can.
came up. This is before Canelo came up. Remember, this is before Canelo came up. This is when
No,
he was
the
about to
tweet
fight
itself
Jamel.
says 160. No, the tweet
He's talking about the
itself
contract.
says.
He's talking about the contract. He's talking about the tweet.
Oh, I'm talking about the tweet
Okay, yeah, he's
from
talking about the contract.
Stephen Nelson.
So which one is better, the tweet or the contract? Which one is solid?
Well, from a managerial standpoint, we know the contract is solid. But from what the tweet said from Stephen Nelson, he was talking about fighting Canelo. Canelo. See, the contract ain't say nothing about fighting Canelo. That's what I'm telling you. They ain't say
So
nothing
what
about
came,
moving up 3 weight classes to fight Canelo.
so what came before and after? When
It
when
don't make,
Spence
bruh.
when Crawford beat Spence, right? Did we hear about Canelo yet? Or we heard about Jamel? Because I could believe that Crawford was looking at Jamel outside the ring and saying, I'm for you next. I ain't for Canelo. I'm waiting for you. And then all of a sudden, Canelo brought Jamel up to 168. And I ain't got no problem with that. But now shit changed, shit got rearranged. So what are we doing now? Well, we'll move up to 168, fight Canelo or Jamel. But
From
shit always
147,
gets
right?
changed. But everything gets changed. But
Right,
in
but
the contract, it's written. It says in the ring contract, you must notify me that you can't make 147.
I
And
don't
if
know.
you
I didn't see
notify
the
me,
contract. I don't know. I didn't see the
Okay,
contract. I'm just
well,
going
that's
by
what
hearsay.
Crawford said. That's what Crawford said. He said that not too
okay.
long
Hey,
ago.
Crawford said a lot of
Blue
He-
Star
stuff.
made a
Crawford said a
Blue
lot of stuff. I'm
Here's
saying.
one question I
Star.
had. Then, why wouldn't Terrence want to, or why would he not be able to, or why should he fight Earl at 154?
No,
Why would he?
I would like to see the fight at 154 because that's up to Spence. Because Spence is the one that got to notify. But what is going to happen at 154? That's going to happen at 147.
It's
Spence
not up
could
to
be
Spence though.
undisputed. Spence
It's
could be
not up to
undisputed at
Spence. It's
147.
up to the but it's not up to Spence though. It's up to the winner of the first fight, which is Crawford. That's what they said.
No, but in the written contract, it says you must notify. So Spence has some power. Because if Spence say, well, I can't make more than 47,
He
bro, I
already
can't
said it
make it.
already.
Who, Spence said that? Spence?
He's
I'm talking
saying
about
that
verbally.
he hasn't put it in writing. That's all.
I
Cap.
don't know if he put it in writing, and neither do
Yeah,
this guy
that's all
Caps.
he say. Is
Yeah,
Earl didn't
but
put it
Caps
in
and 4G, but Caps and 4G don't know if he put it in writing either.
writing. Yeah, that's all he's trying to say. Though I'm not taking this.
Let,
That's what I'm trying to say.
I got you. Let me get these super chats. They were
And it's like, hey,
here.
if it,
Um,
oh,
this is from my guy Rodney. I thought he was in the background, but I guess he left. I wanted him to come on, but he left. My guy Rodney Day. Hey Rod, thank you for supporting the channel and support me, regardless of your disdain for this topic. Over and over again, my brother. I love you, man. Thank you for supporting me and always being a contributor of the channel. Rodney Day says, "Yo, you all still on this S? LOL." Shaking my head. Roll the tape. Then Rod say again. Um, Y'all don't know who taking S. Boots, Crawford, Spence, etc. Y'all need a new topic. I'm gone. Roll the MF and tape. Um, let me support my guy first. LOL. So he's talking about he's gonna support me, then he's gonna bounce off. And that's exactly what he did. Manyface Publishing. Thank you for your contribution and your support. Says earlier you said you was going to explain why you didn't mention SNAC before the fight. I missed your answer. And you know what?
Facts.
Many
Facts.
Face Publishing. I am a man of my word, and I am going to do that immediately following Blaxican Bruce. Blaxican, go ahead, my brother, speak on it, and I'm
I,
going to give y'all
I done
what I
lost,
got here.
I done lost a lot of thought, man. I'll let y'all think, man. Hear y'all out. There's several factors on both ends. Me, there's several factors on both ends. But what was Errol's fault is not Terrence's fault. Let me make that loud and clear. What's Errol's fault is not Terrence's fault. And the fact that Terrence studied Errol for 5 years, that's also a factor. Just like Eddie Fudge studied Ali for X amount of years when he was out. That's doing your homework. Applause to him on that. And then also I looked at the weight drain. It's not Terrence's fault again. But that's Earl's fault because he's the one who drinks or whatever he does. But the car accident he was in still ain't Terrence's fault. But I mean, when you look at all the factors that Earl had going on, if he would have pulled out of this fight because of the rib injury, because of the car accident, because of the weight gain, because of whatever reason, if he would have pulled out, how many of us wouldn't be okay with it? Not many. Not many. And so I feel that Earl was carrying a lot of stuff on his back he probably should have let go of, but probably just didn't want to because they're at the fight and the fight is here. And whether it's the rib injury, or he couldn't spar for the past 6 weeks, or whatever, or the car accident did have an effect on him. I did hear several of the same audios with Michael J. White. I'm not mispronouncing his middle name, but Michael J. White saying that one of his peeps was a part of Earl's camp. And that person, he didn't mention him, told him that Earl was not doing the same in sparring. But he didn't mention his name. Now, whether that's true or false, I don't know. But I heard several audios of the same audio of Michael J. White saying that he had resources or somebody he knew in Earl's camp tell him again, Earl was not sparring the same. And so it's like, all right, there's obvious things wrong with Earl in the fight. That's obvious. That doctor who said he had issues, that's not even Earl's doctor, so I'm not going to pay him much mind. But the fact that Earl was not tested after the car accident in December, I gave him the benefit of the doubt that, hey, he's tough. He'll get over it. But then we also look at that weight drain. Look at James Toney and Roy Jones Jr. That's the best example of weight drain where it played a factor. And we all could tell it played a factor on James Toney's end. But at the same time, Roy, I doubt Roy was on any PED or anything because Roy had at the time great athletic ability. But that great athletic ability is what made the Tony fight, just like he didn't belong in there. And with Earl was almost the same. He was a bit weight drained. He said he had no excuses, but as a fighter, I only been weight drained for my last fight. That's when I had to drop 20 pounds in 2 weeks. And I was getting worked, like I said, I was getting worked in sparring by lightweights and welterweights, and I fought at 162. So, I mean, there's several factors. It's not all Terrence's fault. It's not all Earl's fault. But at the same time, I have one question for you, though, LC. I got one question. Before Antonio Margachito got caught, Antonio Margachito or Felix Tito Trinidad, before they got caught with those illegal hand wraps, if you saw fighters going over there to those trainers and then you saw Cotto's face and you saw all the fighters who were going over there to Felix Tito Trinidad Sr., going over there to Antonio Margachito's trainer, getting their hands wrapped, or whatever the case was, and you saw everyone else's face looking like Cotto's face after that first fight, would that raise any suspicion to you? Your mic is off. We couldn't hear. What did you just say?
I said, I guess it depends. It depends on the circumstance and the timing.
Okay.
If it's 15 years later, and then that suspicion has probably surpassed. But if it's the next fight and it's fresh, then that's different.
Okay, let's say Shane Mosley went over there. Let's say De La Hoya went over there. Who else fight? Vernon Forrest went over there. Who else was there? Let's say all them good fighters went over to Antonio Margachito's trainer and had their hands wrapped or whatever, and then their opponent's faces started looking like Cotto's. Would that raise suspicion? It was like, say, months later.
I guess my question is I'm not sure what point you're trying to prove.
I'm just saying that is why everybody is saying that it's suspicion that after Victor Conte did what he did, that Terrence it raises suspicion. It raises suspicion. I'm just telling you that's why, because it's like.
But my thing is the reason why I Blaxican refute that that he basically been fighting dirty is it's on the basis that I've been knowing Bud for so long. I know him. Like I know him. I know that's not him. He has too much pride to do performance enhancing drugs. He has to he's the type of guy, he's not going to want to beat you under those circumstances.
He said that too, because he said that too. I remember him saying that, man. When he was like, Earl, he said, I don't want to fight Earl under the conditions of him being in the car accident. So yeah, I know what you mean.
Right.
But I mean,
He's
just like Vernon Ford, not Vernon Ford, no, Fernando Vargas. Fernando Vargas took some, but he didn't know he was taking it.
right.
But he didn't know, and it's like, oh, okay, you're taking something you don't know. It's like, give him the black bottle, the one I mixed. I don't know if Eric Pryor knew what was in that bottle, but he knew it was something besides water, or he knew.
So
Yeah,
go.
he knew, but
So
he knew what it was. So it's there's, I like to say it's a catch-22, but also it can help him, but also it can hurt him. But it's like at the same time, why would he deny a Olympic style drug testing, but he's willing to take the body testing, but not Olympic style drug testing that that was recommended to him back in the August of last year.
who did that? Bud?
Mm-hmm.
He denied Olympic testing.
But he said he'd take the body. Yeah.
When was this?
Back in last year, August, around the same time. Yeah, about the same time last year. Before
what source did this come from? I'm gonna go check it out. I didn't hear anything about that.
You have something called read and understand everything that's not written.
No, that's why I said who's the source. I want to go check it out.
Oh, go ahead. It's like somebody saying, I didn't rob the bank. Oh, okay, you didn't rob the bank. Oh, okay. That don't mean you're off the list of being.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying, Blaxican, is tell me the source so I can go check it out, because I didn't hear about him denying Olympic testing but conceding to VADA.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go read up on that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I have to go back. All I know is, hold on, let me see if I can find. It's going to take up too much time. I feel like I saved it on a Google ad. That's what I do. I just save stuff and I get back to it later, because there's right. Twitter here, there's Google ads, and then because one thing I do, even Manager Marty will tell you, I didn't know anything about him with VADA. Manager Marty will tell you, I didn't know anything about with VADA before Marty even brought it to my attention. Even after Marty brought it to my attention, I went back and I researched what Marty was talking about. So I don't bother just the first thing I see. I go by and I'll start reading stuff. I mean, even as an amateur boxer, I was practicing, contracts going into professional. Even though I never went professional. So I learned to read stuff that's not written, and also learn to hear stuff that people are not, they're kind of like staying away from. It's what I call not lying, but playing around with the truth a little bit. But yeah, if I find I'll try to get it to you, man. All I can do is come back here to the show and post it in the comments.
I'm gonna try to dig for it, but I would assume if that was the case,
yeah,
that it wouldn't be hard to find.
Because it wasn't on Twitter, but I'm gonna hook up to that. I'll come back and post it here. Because here's another thing I have is people who hold WBC belts. Manager Marty, correct me if I'm wrong. People who hold those WBC belts, don't they agree to be randomly tested along those lines? If I'm not mistaken, people who hold the WBC belt.
Clean boxing program.
Okay. You didn't say. Manager Marty,
Clean boxing program.
Yes, Caps is right. The clean boxing program.
Yeah.
Mute your phone, Caps. I'm hearing feedback somewhere.
Yeah, it was probably both were talking with that. I'm like, okay, Crawford has all belts right now.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, so is he gonna at the last minute, is he gonna let go of the belts because he don't want to do that testing, or what? Or is that yet to be seen?
I mean, well,
LC, you're muted, Doc.
I don't think he cares. I'm just gonna keep it 1,000 with you, because that's the only way I know. I don't think he is reluctant to do any of that testing. I just knowing him, I don't think. Why would he care?
Mm-hmm.
If both of them are going to submit to VADA or Olympic, then why would he care?
Olympic style drug testing can catch a lot of things that VADA won't. I ain't gonna say a lot, but maybe 4 or 5 at the most. So
and again, I go back to that tweet.
Yeah,
you can test him any day of the year. Like you said, why can't he just be great? You can.
Hey,
I'm
Terrence got my vote any other fight, and it's not hatred, of me being from Nebraska, him being from Nebraska. No, it was just, I mean, coming up, and I saw Earl. I just feel like Earl was taken out of his prime from the car accidents more than anything, because I had a friend who that's happened to, and I'm just like, well, somebody was up here earlier. I forgot the guy's name, Marty. Where he was saying, well, hold Earl accountable. Yeah, I mean, Earl should have done the same thing and just be like, hey, Olympic style testing or nothing. But I think Earl just trusted him out of integrity. He had integrity and things of that nature for the boxing. That I believe Earl, believe in. I mean,
Well, Black Mexican. I'm sorry, Black Mexican. Can you hear me?
now
Yeah.
I can.
Okay. You're saying something about Olympic style drug testing and VADA is not the same. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking that VADA was Olympic drug testing and USADA wasn't. That's what I thought.
It's the
Go ahead.
how can I say? There's more like it's random. It's random, and there's more than one way. There's urine, there's blood, there's a lot more than that. And yeah, it's random urine, blood, and then also it's the fact taking the like Conti says, he knows how to circumvent or avoid being detected on the VADA.
Okay, so
yeah.
the way I see it, the clean boxing program uses VADA to administrate. In other words, they use VADA to take blood, take urine, but it does not go to WADA laboratory. Okay, just because clean boxing program is using VADA to administrate doesn't mean that it's going with VADA. WADA, VADA, USADA, clean boxing program uses VADA just to administrate. Doesn't mean now when VADA does the administration, that lab goes to WADA. It goes to the lab that WADA. So I'm kind of
I've never heard that before. This is the first time I'm hearing that.
Hey, that's why it's a learning boxing show you got, Mark.
No, I'm not talking about I know about the clean boxing program, but I've never heard of VADA using. They'll administer it, but they're sending the results or the blood and urinalysis to WADA. I've never heard that before. They're their own independent agency. Why would they need to do that?
So you're saying VADA is not with WADA at all? That's what you're saying?
They're
so you not under WADA.
You got USADA, WADA, and VADA. They're three totally different agencies that test. Some of the stuff they test for and administer for, some of it is the same, but others are not. That was just my understanding. Other things that they test for, like similarly, and then they all have different things they test for independently. But they're their own independent agencies.
Okay, when you go to WADA website, you will see there's an umbrella. WADA is on top. You got USADA, VADA, but the problem is clean boxing program. See, this is the reason why I never see anything about the PBC talking about who's drug tested or not. You know what I'm saying? They never, just like I said, VADA always tell you that so-and-so got tested. They accomplish it. Congratulations. You accomplish it. You see it all the time on Twitter or wherever. But when it comes to the clean boxing program and the WBC, they do not announce it. When Spence fought Ugas, it was not announced at all. At all. So, there's people that assume that Spence was on stuff. It's just a suspicion, ain't no big thing. But VADA is Olympic drugs testing. That's why Mayweather never used it. They used USADA. He used USADA. He didn't use VADA. Remember, boxing used to use USADA, not VADA.
That's correct. That's because you know why? Let's be clear on something. VADA wasn't around when Floyd first started this whole thing. VADA wasn't around. They didn't come around till about 2000, I believe, in 15. But before that, it was USADA. They were the main, agency that was administering the testing. VADA wasn't nowhere around at the time where Floyd first started talking about this.
Right, but Floyd was always saying, I use Olympic drugs testing, but that's not true because USADA never used to do out of competition testing. They never used to do that. No. That means 24, 365 through the year. That's Olympic style. Through the whole year. But he assumed he was tell people he did the whole year. He didn't do the whole year. The only
How
person
you
I
know?
know that did the whole year was Nonito Donaire. He was the first one that was ever Olympic drug
Yeah,
tested with
that's true.
Nevada.
That's true. But how do you know Floyd wasn't doing it all year round? How do you know that?
He wasn't. He wasn't.
Huh?
He wasn't
You
because
don't know.
no
You
no
don't know.
no
I
because
got
you
you.
saw I got a lot of proof on my videos on my channel. I show all the proof. I show all the documents. Okay,
Well,
he
just
was
tell me
not
now on my channel because I don't know your channel. Just tell me now. How do you know that Floyd never did 365 testing?
because of my
How do you-
research. I did my research. I don't have the research right here, but if you ever go to Caps and Fuji, you'll see all the research. I show you all the documents. I already told you I know who was the first boxer was Vada, and he did Olympic drugs testing
I
for the
know. I
whole
already
year.
know that already. Most of
Right,
us
but
know
he's
that
the
already.
only one. He's the only one that did it first. Not Mayweather. Mayweather never did Olympic drug testing. He said he was, but he never did. Maybe
But
eight
he never
weeks,
used.
maybe six
But
weeks, right?
All I know is for this next fight being at 154, if Terrence goes ahead and just fights him at 154, signs the contracts, gets in camp and everything, and gets it out of the way, um, it'll be a good stepping stone for both of them. For whomever's next, whether it's Carlo or what's his name or Alvarez, doesn't matter. It'll prepare one or the other for the next match. But going back down, playing the mind games of 147, there's no need for it. There's no need
Well,
for
I don't think
it.
it's mind
Oh,
games. He just don't want. He just don't. He think it's pointless to fight him. He don't see the
at
point. He
147,
he won the fight. I
at
mean, it was
147, yeah,
it
one.
was it was such a mismatch. He don't even see the point. He wants to go after, like you said, Charlo or Canelo
Well, yeah, but I
at
mean, you say
168, right?
at 168. So if he's trying to move all the way up there, then what? Then why would he care about fighting him at 154
because at
if he's trying to move up 3 weight classes? The point being is that he doesn't. And Steven Nelson said this.
yeah,
He don't want to fight him because it's a waste of time. That's
it's
why he
not
says stop listening to the rumors.
it's not time. It's not a waste of time. If Earl had issues going on, he had issues going on for that fight. Like with Pacquiao. With Pacquiao, he had eye injury. So did he fight? Did he fight him? No, it got away. He may have had.
This is
He,
Blaxican. This is not what I'm saying.
yeah.
I'm just saying what his best friend tweeted out. That's
Okay.
all I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
He said he want to fight at 147
Yeah.
because he don't want to fight. He think it's a waste of time. He shares the same the same concept that a lot of people have said, that they don't want to see that fight again because the first fight was such a mismatch.
Mm-hmm.
Any other time you hear somebody who has a supposed rematch, you don't hear them looking ahead to he has an automatic rematch clause that Spence triggered, but you hear him talking about he want the winner out of Canelo and Charlo.
That's
Since when have you known him to look ahead past a fight?
he's not.
Well,
I'm not saying
the only reason
Earl though.
why he's looking ahead is
He's not
because
looking for Earl. It's a matter of hey, those are our future. Even after this fight, whether it's promoting it or whatever, however Aaron's supposed to do his business is how he does his business. But I say he's overlooking it. But just because his corner man's like, we don't want a rematch. I mean, that's the corner's not the one fighting. That's the manager, whoever. At the same time, it's like said, like my man said, it's about what's in writing though. And I mean, if it's about what's in writing, just go on the contract as far as the weight class. Like you said before, weights are issue. My thing is sign, fight, get out of the way. You can have Charlo or Alvarez without playing any other bond games.
Real fast, y'all. I'm glad you mentioned the contract,
Yeah.
and that's why he went back to that and found that loophole that
Why you even
in
looking?
writing,
Why are you even looking for it?
and because he think it's pointless to fight. I'll tell you this. Even so,
Who
we was
Earl?
at in the
Earl,
no. Listen. We was
Earl
in
is
the MGM. We was in the MGM Graham because Bernie the boxer, his son is in my class. I teach 5th grade.
that's
We
what's
was
up.
in the MGM after the fight, and I asked Bernie. I said, "Oh man, I was like, you think it's gonna be a rematch?" He said, "For what? For what? You see how bad we did him? What? Like, what? Like, what do we need a rematch for? Now, Bernie did make a video probably like a month ago saying that they're gonna have a rematch, but then it's you got Steven coming out saying, posting what he posted, uh, and then you got Bud doing the interview saying, finding that loophole in the contract where with the 30-day notice saying you can't make 147. So it's like it's kind of like you just got to connect the dots and it all makes sense because I've never known him to look ahead. Typically he'll say, okay, well, after we take care of the rematch, then I'm going after Charlo and the Canelo winner.
Calling Charlo out before the fight even happened, my guy. Come
Right. I understand that.
Yes,
But
he was.
that was before he knew that the rematch was gonna come on, man. I know
Nah,
what I'm talking
he was
about.
calling. He was saying that he was going to.
I understand that. I understand that. But I'm telling y'all right now,
Yeah.
he does not want to fight him, whether it's at 47 or 54. He found that loophole at 47 because he knows Spence doesn't. He's hoping he doesn't want the fight.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Steven was saying. Go break down that tweet, and
Yeah.
you'll see
But like
exactly what I'm talking. You'll see exactly what I'm
I,
talking about.
So, brother, isn't it Spence to say something if he wants it or not? Basically, right? What you saying, right? Because it's in written.
he has.
No, he has. Yeah, he has. But it's with the understanding that it's at 54.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, make it at 54. What you got to lose?
What you got to gain too?
Money,
About
money,
20 million,
money,
25 million, 30
money.
million.
That's what, baby. Money and resume. And if money don't matter, go ahead and donate it all in. That gummit. Shoot.
No, he ain't gonna do that.
But obviously, look, check it out though. Even after Ali lost to Frazier, man, I mean, the rematch was for no title, but still, it enhanced both of their legacies, and so it's like, hey, it's
Yeah,
like
but
this
in that first
same thing.
fight,
It wasn't no contract though, but it was like,
did the winner win arguably every round?
uh, like I said, that's a
That-
wrong question. No, that's the wrong question. Go find me Victor Conti's corner. Go find that illegal. Go find me anything illegal that was going on in Ali's corner or Joe's corner. Back then, it wasn't as big of a deal as it is now. And then, and
arguably anything illegal.
let me finish. Let me finish. Ali had not, to me, Ali got there too fast, but that's Ali's fault. Again, Terrence's fault, not not Errol's fault, not Terrence's fault about the fight and no warm-ups and stuff like that. That ain't Terrence's fault. That's Earl's fault. But back then, fighting was a lot different. There was 15 rounds back then. There was a lot of factors back then. So that was the wrong question, man, because was it one-sided? No, but hey, check it out. Check it out. I'm glad you brought that up because did Ali look the same as he did in 67? No. Did Earl look?
What I'm saying is I'm harping on my point of why he does not want to fight him either way, is because it was a wash. It was basically a wash, which you hear a lot of people saying, like Stephen A. Smith, most notably, literally begging Terrence not to fight him again. Teddy Atlas begging him not to fight him again.
Okay.
And why? Why? Because it was so one-sided. So you try to compare that
So was Roy
fight.
Jones. So was Roy Jones and James Toney one-sided for 12 rounds though. But Roy ain't no puncher like that.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. I thought it was Antonio Tarver.
No. I said James Toney, and Roy Jones. They only fought one time, and James Toney. That fight was one-sided, and James Toney also
Right.
struggled with weight drain. But see, after that, they fought again. There was no contract or anything.
Let me get this super chat real quick. I gotta let you, we embarking on 5 hours again. I didn't plan for none of this, Black Skin Bruce. I didn't plan to
Party.
be here for 5 hours. I didn't plan here to talk about this again.
Hey,
But you know what? We got to give the people what they want. My God, Terrell Barnes, salute to you. Thank you for your contribution, your viewership, and your support, my brother. Good to see you as always, Terrell. Terrell says, peace, my brother manager, the panel, and the chat. Hey, guys, listen, I got to do this. I got to leave this on the screen because I got to give the people what they want. Everybody just want to know the answer to this question. and I'm going to answer it, but I don't want any distractions. So what I'm going to do,
You,
respectfully, I'm going to dismiss all three of you guys right now because I want to make sure that the audience that's still watching, and people have been dropping off, they've been dropping off, dropping off. So I want to make sure that nobody leaves. I need everybody to hear the answer to the magic question of why manager Marty didn't say a word about the SNAC program before this fight. So I'm going to dismiss all of you guys. Blaxican Bruce, much support to you. Captain 4G, thank you for joining the panel, brother. You're on fire. Anytime you want to come back up, Captain 4G, come on up, man. Give us your perspective. Give us your personality. You know, you're a content creator, so I'm always open the floor. You know what I mean? You've been respectful. We all good, brother. Thank you for coming up. Joseph, I got to let Joe on real quick. Joe, go ahead. Dang, I was going to let my man Joe on just for a few seconds. But, hey, guys and ladies, I did not plan for this to be 5 hours, y'all. I promise you I didn't. Man, but look, I'm going to leave y'all with something for staying with me. All of you that stayed with me, all of you contributed to the channel, all of you who engaged in the chat, all of you that came on the panel, thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. Now I'm going to give you all what you really want to know. I know it took 5 hours to do this. I wasn't going to even do this. I could have did a whole entire segment on this, but I'm going to condense the entire segment just for the people that's watching live and living color. You're not going to find this nowhere else. And that's the question that's on your screen by my guy, Many Face Publishing. He started this, bringing it back up because I brought it up earlier because, you know, Kate, what's his name? 4 Case G, you know, he has spoke on a couple of things. He's not the only one. A lot of other people were saying, why you ain't never speak on SNAC? Why you ain't say nothing about SNAC? This, that, and the third. So I got to give the people what you want now. But before I do that, I'm going to let another contributor in support of this channel come on real quick. Give him a little bit of time because I respect him, love his perspective. He needs the support of the channel. So I didn't want to leave without him. I saw him in the back. My man Joseph. Joseph is here. You know what I mean? Joseph, can you hear me, brother?
What's up, young man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right, sir. A little tired, but I'll be all right. How are you?
I'm just fine, man. Thanks for having me on. I really want to thank everybody for even tuning in too. I wanted to say, first of all, I think I said this on another channel. It's getting to the point where we're making this Spence Crawford thing be like Tupac and Biggie. It ain't that serious, but at the same time, some things have to be discussed. And I feel as though there are some people who are Spence fans. I'm a Spence fan, so some of us may feel like, oh, we don't like the way the fight went and how Spence was dominated. So to erase that image, let's have a rematch. Let's see if Spence could be the fighter we assumed he was. And I think at the same time, there are some Bud Crawford fans. They're content with the image they saw as far as Bud and Spence. So they're more so like, let's not have a rematch. I want to keep this image that I have. But at the end of the day, there are some things that have to be answered. As far as the avocado fight, Terrence Crawford's gloves busting. He said Everlast, woo, this and that, but Everlast is not a company that just started. There's no reason why they should send him gloves, a professional fighter, who's ranked, who many call pound for pound the best, getting gloves that are gonna bust. And they were already opening in the first round. When you look at Terrence Crawford's team, when they finally bust open to the point where they had to change them, they had a look on their face, not like they were surprised, more so like, we got some explaining to do. We got caught. That's my opinion. But anybody wants to look at the fight and see the faces on his team when the gloves bust, that's what it looked like. Now, that being said, I feel as though he was cheating. And if he was cheating, he was cheating. But you got to ask yourself, if he would cheat against Avocado, why wouldn't he cheat against Spence? It's a legitimate question. And Victor Conte has already said a lot of journalists don't ask certain questions because they know they'll be denied access. That's the only reason why this is not no full-blown thing on ESPN and all these other channels. And I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings and stuff like that. I just think that if the evidence, people should be able to bring the evidence that they feel they have, and people should look at it. And then no matter how you may feel about whatever, some things you got to be suspicious about, because when you look at boxing history, there have been fights where you can look at a boxer, all of a sudden they have all this power. But forget the power. This is, when you look at the Spence fight, in my opinion, something was up with Crawford's gloves, because every punch produced an effect. Every punch, jabs, hooks, up every punch. Only way you can have that is something's tampered with the gloves. That's my opinion. And I tell people, look at the Billy Collins Jr. versus Luis Resto fight. This is nothing new. But because many people don't know about that fight, they'll assume, oh, we just watched the fight where somebody got dominated. So that's all I had to say. Please watch the Billy Collins Jr. versus Luis Resto fight. Please look at the Terrence Crawford fight again. Look at the gloves, how they look old by the end of the fight. How he's able to stretch his hands completely. And you're not supposed to be able to do that with no brand new gloves. At the same time, Earl Spence, my old coach, he said, Earl Spence just can't beat that dude no matter what. I can live with that, but I can't live with cheating. There it is. That's just my opinion. Man, Jamarty, I wish you the best. Thank you for representing, the many different sides of boxing that a lot of us don't even take the time to really try to understand, even though we love the sport. It gives us a great appreciation to the point, and no, me anyway, it gives me a great appreciation to the point where I can see why some things happen the way they do, and not always the way I think they're going to happen, and accept the fact that they happen another way. You know what I'm saying? So peace out, y'all. Take care.
Thank you so much. That was my guy, Joseph. Good guy, very good perspective. And it doesn't matter if I agree with a person's perspective. It doesn't matter if I disagree with a person's perspective. If a person comes on this panel, I give everybody the same fairness and the same opportunity to express their perspective, whether you agree to fans or not. It's all about us all having a perspective and an opinion. And everybody should be entitled to express it, even if it's not popular. With that being said, that's one of the main reasons why I do the Town Watch check-in in the beginning of every broadcast when Tom allots me to do so. Because even if we disagree, if we have different perspectives, we're all from different geographical locations, that's my way of saying, hey, before we even got on any topic, in the very beginning, we laid the foundation that we have one thing in common, and that is our love for the sport of boxing. Mr. AMG, salute to you, double time. Thank you always for your support and your contribution to the channel and your viewership. Mr. AMG, I love when I see you in the chat, my brother. Thank you. Mr. AMG says, for the 5-hour energy. I did not expect to be here for more than an hour and 20 minutes. I promise you. But when the fans bring up certain topics, I will most of the time oblige it. It depends on the traffic. Depends on so many different variables for me to entertain it. And tonight was one of those times, again, that I entertained the fans, those that came on a panel. And hey, for some people that want this to be thrown away and let go, I don't have a problem with letting this topic go. But remember, when people come on this panel and they bring it up and they ask me questions about it and they make references about the SNAC program in A, B, C, and D, we got to address it. It is what it's going to be. And so my agenda was very simple. Go back into the replay of this live. You will hear me after the Town Watch check-in and before the Town Watch check-in, especially before the Town Watch check-in, talk about all the topics that we were going to talk about this evening. Had nothing to do with the SNAC program, but here we are again. So the question on the table today, which is a question that I've been asked many times before in my comment section, many times before in the chat, many times before even on this channel, even in the live broadcast. And I'm not going to hold you too long. This is going to be very, very quick. And the question is, why didn't manager Marty speak on Terrence Buck Crawford, or even Devin Haney for that matter, but let's just keep it on Crawford. Why didn't manager Marty speak on Terrence Crawford being a part of the SNAC program before the first fight with Errol Spence Jr.? Now I have the answer. And I told y'all earlier that I was going to provide the answer, and then we got sidetracked with all of the other things based on topics that were being thrown around on the panel. And so Many Face Publishing did a wonderful job. I didn't forget. I was going to spin the block and bring it up. But I'm glad Many Face Publishing threw a super chat. That's why it's important to do super chats, y'all. Because once I see the color, I'm going to acknowledge it. And I'm going to be a little bit more expeditious in my acknowledgments moving forward. But Many Face Boxing, I want to read what he said because we need answers. And I'm going to give you the answers that you're looking for right now, live in living color. Many Face Publishing, and I'll read his super chat again. Says, earlier you said you was going to explain why you didn't mention SNAC before the fight. I missed your answer. Well, I didn't answer it then, but I'm definitely going to answer it now. In the Netflix documentary, there was a reference, several references being used about the SNAC program over and over and over again. But I'm not going to use any of the references in the Netflix documentary. I'm not going to use that. I'm not going to use anything else that people said on this panel. I'm not going to use that. I'm not going to use anything you said in the chat tonight or even previously before tonight. I'm not going to use that. I'm not even going to use the words that I said before. You know why? It's not important right now. What's more important is the words of a man who you've seen time and time again explain himself, provide educational resources with regards to PD use. And so we're going to take his word. Yes, I'm talking about Victor Conti's word himself. Now, let me say this to preface anything that I'm about to roll the tape on. I stand by everything that I've said, even up until this point. And I've never, ever, 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 ever said that Terrence Crawford was doing anything illegal. None of you can roll the tape on me saying that publicly. But I still get public scrutiny, even though I did not come out publicly and make any accusations to Terrence Crawford or Devin Haney or Caleb Plant or anybody else on the SNAC program. But yet and still, I'm being criticized for doing the same thing that Victor Conti did. I'm being criticized for saying the same thing that Victor Conti did. And when I say that twice, I'm not referring to what you're about to hear, all the words that he said. But what I am talking about is the words, the last three fights. And I want you to hear, you know what, I'm doing way too much talking. Don't take my word for it. Here's the words of Victor Conti himself in an exclusive interview he did on the Boxing Voice. And I forgot the gentleman's name from the Boxing Voice, so y'all have to forgive me on that. I don't know the brother's name, but he's the brother that asked Victor Conti a question about Alex Ariza. You know, a guy who had a cloud of suspicion all around him in Pacquiao's camp, Brandon Rio's camp, and some other people's camps. Even David Benavidez's camp a couple of years ago. And I know most of y'all did not know that. He was also in the camp of Chino, Marcos Maidana, Alex Ariza. So with that being said, Brandon Rios tested positive for a banned substance under the strength and conditioning program of Alex Ariza, just like Andre Berto and Willie Monroe Jr. tested positive for a banned substance under the SNAC program's strength and conditioning program. These are two facts. And so the same guy that pointed out something about Alex Ariza, well, he's the same guy that have the same cloud of suspicion around him and surrounding him and Terrence Bud Crawford. But once again, my point is that I'm about to play you something, and I'm going to show the hypocrisy for certain Terrence Bud Crawford fans. That it was cool when Victor Conte says certain things, but then when I say certain things, I get wildly criticized. Now, Victor Conte is going to go all the way in. I'm not going all the way in saying anything illegal happened, but he is. And we're going to take a listen to what he said. I'm going to come back and I need answers. And then I'm going to dismiss you all. Please bear with me, because this is the professor talking now, and class is in session. Once again, don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
I'm not going to accuse him of anything, but I have strong suspicion that his entire career involved using PEDs. No evidence. A lot of people talk.
When you say his entire career, do you mean Reese's or you mean Pacquiao's?
I'm talking about both.
Oh.
Okay. You want my opinion?
Yeah.
My opinion is that Manny Pacquiao was on performance-enhancing substances his entire career. Even before he was with the reason. That's just my opinion. And that's based on, I know a lot of people that know a lot of people that were around him as well, from the Philippines. But I just think that, because of the lack of testing, and I can also tell you something else that was very highly suspicious about him, and that is that his last 3 fights all took place in Nevada, and they didn't do full VADA testing because he wouldn't do it. So they did a weaker testing through the commission. This is Adrian Broner. This is
Keith Thurman.
And it was going to be
Ugas?
No, it was going to be Spence, and then he had the eye issue, and then it became Ugas. So they did not do full VADA testing and then he was rode off into the sunset. So I have a lot of suspicion about him. Now, I can't say with absolute certainty. I'm just giving you my opinion, and everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Did y'all hear the last thing Victor Conte said? Let me take the Grim Reaper hoodie off. He said everybody's entitled to their opinion. Did you hear that? But time and time again, not just me, other people as well, have not been entitled to their opinion. But I'm not speaking for everybody else tonight. I'm only speaking for me. Victor Conte said everybody's entitled to their opinion, right? So when I gave my opinion, I haven't been awarded the benefit of being entitled to my own opinion. Now, you heard Victor Conte say that he believed that Manny Pacquiao used steroids his entire career, before and during his tenure with Alex Ariza. He said it's just an opinion, but he's highly suspicious, right? He used the words performance enhancement drugs or performance enhancing drugs. That's what he said. That's Victor Conte that said that. He also talked about the lack of testing through VADA, right? He also talked about the lesser strenuous testing of the Nevada State Athletic Commission, which was where Pacquiao's previous 3 fights at that time were hosted in Nevada, right? Y'all heard that, right? Okay. He never had no kickback on that. I never heard most of you Bud Crawford fans criticize that man, Victor Conte, for saying that when he mentioned the last 3 fights of Pacquiao. Y'all didn't say nothing about that. But when manager Marty bring up the last 3 fights of Crawford and how well he performed and how enhanced his performance was from the SNAC program, I'm the bad guy on YouTube now. He mentioned Pacquiao's last 3 performances. He said Adrian Broner, Keith Thurman, it would have been Spence, but it was Ugas. I mentioned Bud Crawford's last 3 performances, Sean Porter, David Evanesian, and Errol Spence. And here I am, the bad guy. But Victor Conte said that he believed that Pacquiao basically was on the juice. His whole career, including being with the strength and conditioning coach who had a cloud of suspicion around him, Alex Ariza. But here it is, I say the SNAC program works. Here it is, I say performance enhancement benefited Crawford in his last 3 fights because he's rolling with a guy who had a cloud of suspicion around him, like Alex Ariza did. Yeah, I'm talking about Victor Conte. But yet, I'm the bad guy. When Victor Conte told y'all, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I never said Bud Crawford used anything illegal. You've never heard me say that publicly, did you? But y'all publicly scrutinized me, right? But y'all never said nothing to Victor Conte when he publicly accused Pacquiao and Alex Ariza. So what that tells me is I don't get the same treatment like other people when it comes to this topic. Y'all hear what I'm telling y'all? So we got to deal with what's real. So if y'all not going to criticize Victor Conte, and he accused Manny Pacquiao and Alex Ariza, I didn't. He brought up the last 3 fights of Pacquiao. I bring up Crawford last 3 fights and showed you how the SNAC program works. And all of a sudden now, y'all disrespect me on YouTube and call me names and insult me and even say y'all making excuses. But y'all say I'm a trendsetter, right? Because I was the first one to bring this to your attention about the SNAC program. Y'all knew he'd been on that. Y'all knew it. And then when I say it, all of a sudden now, boom, everything blows up in the air. Even though I never said nothing about illegal. But y'all still treat me different. I'm not asking you to treat me anything different than what you already been doing. Keep that same energy and bring the viewership here. Jump on a panel. Come in my comment sections. I embrace it. But all I'm saying is, if Victor Conte can accuse Pacquiao and Ariza, and you Crawford fans don't scrutinize him, how can you scrutinize me? And I never accused Conte or Bud publicly like he did, not once. And y'all know that the SNAC program works. You can buy it on Amazon. You can buy it on snack.com. Like I did when I bought the shirt and drunk the supplements of the pre-workout right here live in front of your faces. But I don't get the same treatment, do I? Nope. So you want to know why I didn't speak on it before the Spence fight? Because I wasn't sure if the SNAC program really worked until I saw Crawford's 3rd performance. You see? Until I saw Devin Haney's 3rd performance. You know, the 3rd performance for Crawford was Spence. You know, the 3rd performance Devin Haney was Lomachenko. See, I'm talking about the big fights. You see? Because if you go and look at Caleb Plante's last performances, David Benavidez and Canelo, he looked different than he did when he fought Darrell. And he was on a SNAC program. So that's all. I'm not saying it don't work. I'm just saying, see? Victor Conte used Pacquiao last three performances. Well, he was saying illegal, though. That's the difference. But I'm saying, though, I was waiting for the third performance. That's what I wanted to know if the SNAC program worked. I didn't want to speak prematurely. And guess what? I was right. The SNAC program worked. And I'll leave you all with this, since it was referenced earlier about Sean Porter being with SNAC and Crawford being with SNAC, and they both fought each other. I made a reference about this a while ago, but since it was brought up again, I'll make the same point I made earlier and end it with this. Like I said earlier today, see how competitive the fight was when Sean Porter fought Terrence Crawford? Oh, very competitive. They both was on the SNAC program. And that's why I'm recommending Errol Spence. Go over there to the SNAC program, because Crawford's on the SNAC program, and we're going to have a more competitive fight in the rematch. You know why I say that? Because, hey, Victor Conte told us when Caleb Plant was about to fight David Benavidez, what did he tell us? He said, watch out for Memo Heredia. He's in the camp of David Benavidez. And guess who's going to be in the camp with Boo Andrade in November when he fight David Benavidez? Oh, y'all are so smart. That's right, Victor Conte. So we got Memo Heredia in the corner on the strength and conditioning of Benavidez, and we have the SNAC program. Victor Conte in the corner of Boo Andrade. Sound like it's going to be a competitive fight to me. And I'll leave you with this last point. He said, Victor Conte, his words, not mine. Y'all just heard him. He said in those last three performances that Pacquiao had, he never tested for VADA. Interesting. Neither did Terrence Crawford in his last three performances. He didn't test for VADA either. When he fought Sean Porter, when he fought David Evanesian, and when he fought Errol Spence Jr. And 2 out of those 3 fights happened in, I believe, in Las Vegas. You see my point? Interesting to me. Now, the reason why I say he didn't test for those last 3 fights, like Victor Conte saying Pacquiao didn't test for them last 3 fights, is because if you go on if you go on VADA.com under the word fighters, you will clearly see that the last time that Terrence Crawford enrolled in VADA was before he even went over to the SNAC program. And that's what the VADA.com said. Said, congratulations to Terrence Crawford for successfully completing VADA through November the 14th, 2020. Well, he went over to the SNAC program in April of 2021. He fought Sean Porter in November of 2021. He fought David Evanesian in December of 2022. Then he fought Errol Spence in July of 2023. And you can't say VADA didn't update their website, because if you do, you're going to be wrong. You want to know why? Because when you go in there, you will see that they have testing for several fighters, even including Shakur Stevenson, through September the 25th, 2023. So please stop saying I'm insinuating and all of this. I'm just presenting facts. And all of the facts I just mentioned just now in the last several minutes are irrefutable. All right. I've held you long enough. I look forward to my comment section blowing up immediately when I post this. Because I want to hear your feedback on the things I said, and I also want to hear your feedback equally on the things that Victor Conte said. Just observation. No excuses. I'm Manager Marty. Till next time. Oh, I can't leave y'all like that. Why do I always keep... I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta say to my saying. And I'm gonna leave y'all with the words of Victor Conte one more again. Just in case somebody didn't hear it. Okay? All right? Fair enough? All right. I'm gonna leave you with the words again, so we won't have any misunderstandings moving forward. Okay? Y'all got it. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
I'm not going to accuse him of anything, but I have strong suspicion that his entire career involved using PEDs. No evidence. A lot of people talk.
When you say his entire career, do you mean Reese's or you mean Pacquiao's?
I'm talking about both.
Oh.
Okay. You want my opinion?
Yeah.
My opinion is that Manny Pacquiao was on performance-enhancing substances his entire career. Even before he was with the reason. That's just my opinion. And that's based on, I know a lot of people that know a lot of people that were around him as well, from the Philippines. But I just think that, because of the lack of testing, and I can also tell you something else that was very highly suspicious about him, and that is that his last 3 fights all took place in Nevada, and they didn't do full VADA testing because he wouldn't do it. So they did a weaker testing through the commission. This is Adrian Broner. This is
Keith Thurman.
And it was going to be
Ugas?
No, it was going to be Spence, and then he had the eye issue, and then it became Ugas. So they did not do full VADA testing and then he was rode off into the sunset. So I have a lot of suspicion about him. Now, I can't say with absolute certainty. I'm just giving you my opinion, and everybody's entitled to their opinion.